What if you discovered you had a secret power to open portals? You could do so many things like walking into a bank and taking all the money you want. You could travel the world without ever needing to catch a flight, because that's exactly what happens to Callum Wells. A regular guy, 30 years old, no important family, nothing special about him at all until he wakes up with this insane power. The incredible life he always wanted finally seemed within reach. But in this world, people with abilities are controlled by a powerful organization. Everyone has to follow the rules, and there are rumors that whoever goes against them gets secretly eliminated. The problem is Callum is not the type who likes to follow orders. And on top of that, he's extremely paranoid. It all starts outside a roadside motel. Just kidding. It's inside. A pale, thin-faced man asked a woman for updates. She just shrugged, explaining that her wing was still active and she would know if anyone entered the motel. Before she could finish, a bright purple portal tore open in the room, emitting a vibrant energy. A moment later, a gunshot rang out, striking the woman and sending her to the ground. The sudden violence left everyone confused and scared as the strange energy lingered in the air. The pale man stared at her slumped body and screamed, demanding to know what was happening. The man beside him, just as terrified, could only say that he didn't know. Just then, an armed rebellious-looking man appeared, claiming to be an enemy of the most powerful wizards. He warned them that he was ahead of schedule and suggested they start from the beginning. The scene then shifts to a young man sitting with his wrist handcuffed to a table, watched by another man in formal attire who looks like an agent. The handcuffed man said he had no idea what these people wanted with him and pleaded for someone to explain what was going on. As the agent sat down in front of him, he revealed a symbol on his wrist and introduced himself as an agent of the Arcane Regulation Guild. He then informed the young man that he was a suspect in an attack at the Shahi Fitness Center. The detainee asked if this was some kind of joke, but the agent assured him it was not. He explained that a son of the dragon was on the loose, and the young man was the only person found conscious at the scene. The agent then dropped a bombshell, telling him that magic is real, and whether he realized it or not, he was a wizard. The man was left completely shocked as the agent suggested they go back to the beginning. The story flashes back to Callum Wells at his mother's funeral. He recalls seeing a man with a strange aura there, an otherworldly presence that was invisible to everyone else. Callum had seen people like that before, but as he felt a sharp pang in his head, he wondered if it was just another headache. As the man with the blue aura walked away through the crowd, Callum thought about the other times he had seen such things, realizing it wasn't rare enough to be dismissed as his imagination. Later, as he entered his neighborhood gym, he remembered that the owner was one of those people. The owner, Mr. Shahe, waved at Callum and remarked that he hadn't seen him in a while. Standing alongside him was a dragon wrapped in a red aura, which mimicked the man's wave. When they shook hands, Callum saw the man's hand and the dragon's claw move almost as one, a sight he tried his best to ignore. To him, Mr. Shihei was a good person despite the claws, and Callum spent a lot of his time at the gym. The dragon then placed its paw on Callum's shoulder and asked him to do a favor. Winking, it pointed toward a woman and asked him to help her out, explaining that she was new. Callum smiled and said he didn't mind helping at all. He knew Mr. Shihei wasn't human, but he was a kind man who had been trying to set him up with someone ever since his wife passed away. He approached the girl and greeted her, mentioning that the owner said she needed some help. As he thought about how much he enjoyed being there, the girl blushed slightly and confirmed that she did. Suddenly, the girl, Marie, began to stutter, leaving Callum confused. A moment later, she collapsed to the ground. Callum rushed to her side shouting her name just as 3 armed men burst into the gym. His first thought was that it must be some kind of robbery. Amidst the smoke, Mr. Shihei shouted for Callum to get down. The young man immediately crouched, shielding the unconscious Marie with his body as the trio of attackers fired heavily at Shay. In response, Mr. Shihei's eyes turned completely red, emanating powerful rays as smoke billowed from his mouth. He let out a mighty roar, and after taking a deep breath, began to form a massive fireball in his throat. Shortly after, he launched the fiery attack against the men. Disoriented by all the smoke, Callum struggled to understand what was happening when a sharp pain suddenly shot through his head. He tried to stay awake, watching the son of the dragon fight as the fire spread rapidly, engulfing the entire gym. As the flames closed in, Callum collapsed to the ground, and placing a hand over his face, he realized he had fainted. When he came to, he saw Marie lying on the ground among the smoke and understood the gravity of her condition. He quickly lifted her onto his shoulders and started carrying her out of the burning building. Just then, a live electrical cable from the gym ceiling snapped and fell directly onto Callum, sending a powerful electric shock through his body. Despite the jolt, he somehow managed to keep moving, now surrounded by a strange purple aura as he told himself he could not let the girl go. With fire and smoke everywhere, Callum knew he had to get out immediately. He let out a scream as the thick smoke forced his eyes shut, causing him to lose his strength and fall to his knees with Marie's arms still around his neck. Gathering every last bit of his power, the young man forced himself to stand up, determined to survive. As he did, the purple energy around him intensified dramatically. To his complete surprise, he suddenly found himself outside the gym, having teleported through some kind of portal. Staring at his hand on the concrete of the street, he tried to process what had just happened. Suddenly, someone approached him from behind and asked what he was doing. The man told him to wait there and snapped his fingers, and Callum realized it was the same person from before. The suited man then cast some kind of power over the burning gym, leaving Callum completely perplexed. The stranger simply adjusted his tie and sighed, as if it had taken no effort at all, before turning to face the young man who was just getting to his feet. The mysterious figure asked what Callum was, but our boy ignored him and demanded to know what madness was happening. The man's expression turned serious as he seemed to notice something. He touched a device in his ear and reported a fire at the Shahe gym, mentioning a witness and a victim on site, while Callum continued to insist on an explanation. The man then revealed a symbol on his wrist and, addressing Callum, directly asked for his classification. Confused, the young man asked what he was talking about, stating that he wouldn't say anything until he was told what was going on, much to the suited man's frustration. The man in blue then quickly handcuffed the young man, which shocked Callum Wells. In that same moment, Callum realized that his headache had magically disappeared. The suited man then pulled him along, causing Callum to scream and question what he was doing. Meanwhile, at the GRA, two men observed a hologram of the detainee. One of them warned the other that he might lose his head for using a magic blocker in such a way. The man with glasses expressed his surprise that the detainee was still conscious. The other man replied that he barely noticed, and it seemed to be doing Callum good. As he observed the hologram, his colleague asked if he was sure Callum was not a mundane. He then reflected on what happened, noting that the system should have knocked out any mundane in the area. Instead, the young man not only stayed awake, but also used some kind of magic to evacuate the other victim. The suited man with glasses found it strange that a 30-year-old magic user was still unregistered. The other man simply stated that he only brought him in and had not solved the mystery. Later, in an interrogation room, the man with glasses informed Callum Wells that he was no longer a suspect and that they could move on to the next subject. He explained that they needed to register and test Callum to determine his type of magic and understand his abilities. Intrigued and confused, the young man asked what he was talking about. The man explained that every mage serves the Arcane Regulation Guild, showing him images of mages with various colors of auras. He added that while most mages start younger, Callum was a late bloomer. Callum protested, saying that he already had a job. Realizing he had little choice, he asked if he could just not worry about it. With a serious expression, the man stated that deserters are hunted by the guild and then executed as an image of flames dominated the screen. Callum's eyes widened, visibly haunted by the threat. He thought about how they couldn't have criminals causing problems now and questioned the mandatory training and selection as he stood before a group of people. He felt anger rise and sweat trickle down his face, thinking that this was a tyranny he never knew existed. His body seemed to respond to the weight of the situation as he faced the group watching him. He thought about how the guild wanted everyone to serve them or die, and with a clenched fist, he resolved that he would not let that happen. The man with glasses asked if he was ready for the test. Confused, Callum furrowed his brow and asked what that meant. The man explained that the protected chamber would saturate him with mana, and Callum looked up to see glowing, unknown writings on the ceiling. The result would show his type of magic as the ceiling box released a wave of blue energy. As the energy approached his body, Callum asked how long it would take. The man replied nonchalantly that it would be just a few seconds, more or less, shocking Callum with his casual response. At first, the protagonist said he felt nothing. But in the next moment, he was struck by an overwhelming pain in his head that immediately brought him to his knees. He screamed that something was wrong and begged them to stop the test. But the suited man, surrounded by others, simply said he was almost ready. Screaming in agony and desperately clutching his head, Callum thought he was going to die. After some time passed, he opened his eyes to see the suited man standing with his arms crossed asking if he was back. Relieved to be conscious, Callum sat up and asked if the intense pain was normal. The man replied that he suspected it was just a consequence of testing someone as old as he was. The man completed his explanation, adding that while Callum was out, they had moved forward and placed his mage mark. Realizing they had tattooed him while he was unconscious, Callum observed the symbol now marked on his wrist. Annoyed, he stared at it and thought to himself that these people clearly didn't care at all about freedom. The man went on to explain that being a spatial mage was rare, so Callum would need a tutor. He also mentioned that the cost would count towards his service time. Thinking the man was a scammer, Callum cast a furious glance at him. As he got up from the hospital bed, Callum asked if there was any chance he could go home and sort things out before being taken away. The man replied that Agentson could take him and would be his officer for the week or at least until he was fully integrated. He gestured to another man who was looking at his phone with disinterest. Callum said it was nice to meet him, but the agent completely ignored him, keeping his eyes fixed on the device. Angry at being snubbed, Callum scowled. Later, in a car heading to another location, Callum asked what a spatial mage does to be so valuable. Sim, the agent, explained that since space magic has no real attack power, the job is mostly transportation, basically making him a loader. When Callum asked what Sim did, he replied that he was a pyromancer on the front lines, but also did a bit of a romancy. Callum doubted this, thinking Sim looked more like a spoiled brat. Callum then asked what the guild fights against. While fiddling with his phone, Sim explained that some agents hunt rebellious mages on Earth, while others fight on the front lines of the 6 portal worlds. When Callum Wells asked what portal worlds were, Sim described them as semi-planes between Earth and the multiverse that provide mana to the planet, which the Jerry protects. He continued, listing the inhabitants of each world: vampires, shapeshifters, fairies, those of dragon lineage, and sea monsters. When Callum asked about the 6th world, Sim simply said it was empty. The protagonist stared at him in silence, not believing it for a second. Sometime later, the car parked in front of a building. Inside an office, Sim handed a laptop to the surprised rookie and told him to look for his first bit of information there. He added that he would take Callum back to the East headquarters tomorrow. As Callum held the device, the agent walked towards the door, telling him to make sure he was ready. It seemed that magical energy was divided into 2 categories, mana and vis. The young man read intently, concentrating on understanding the difference between them. He learned that mana is a type of ambient magical atmosphere from which mages can draw power. A mage's personal mana is called vis, which can take on specific and unique aspects, like his own spatial talent. Frustrated, he leaned back in his chair thinking that he wanted to learn everything, but the laptop only contained the basics. He realized he was starting at a disadvantage since most children of mages learn this information in kindergarten. Deciding it was better to start with something simpler, he sat up straight again. He focused on a mechanical pencil on the table, thinking this should be easy. Callum held his forearm and extended his open hand toward the object, trying to channel his magical energy. He focused his power on the pencil, and a blue energy projected from his hand. The mechanical pencil began to move rapidly across the table. Still concentrated, he exclaimed push, and the object was thrown forcefully, leaving a vibrant blue trail as it cut through the air. The pencil flew up, pierced the ceiling, and got lodged in it. Realizing it had worked, the protagonist discreetly celebrated with visible pride. Resting his chin on his hand, he reflected that it was basically brute force magic using ambient mana instead of his innate vis, but it had worked. He stared at his tattooed wrist, thinking that being the Jerry's pack mule would not be so bad if it gave him an excuse to practice. Still, he needed to understand what he was getting into because the Guild of Arcane Regulation, a secret organization of the most powerful, was now a part of his reality. As he rummaged through his laptop, he thought that a group like that was bound to have skeletons in its closet, and he refused to become just another cog in their machine. Callum soon realized they had omitted a key piece of information about recruitment. More than half of all GRE recruits suffered casualties, mainly from combat, crimes, or contact with demiplanes. The young man reflected on how the casualty rate and its reasons seemed almost hidden. It was an open secret that the whole system was political, as nearly all casualties affected wizards who had no ties to powerful families or guilds. He understood that if the archmages of the Yari lived for hundreds of years, there must be a larger game at play. It was no surprise they were ensuring everyone either lived under their control or not at all. They had probably consolidated so much power that they did not even need to lift a finger. The system did the dirty work for them, and the bureaucracy ensured its own existence because those in power wanted to maintain it. Closing his laptop, he thought, to hell with all of that. While Sin snore heavily on the couch, Callum reflected that the Gyari could keep everyone else under their thumb, ready to serve. But as he rose from his chair, he concluded that Callum Wells would rather perish than give up his freedom. If they wanted a rebellious wizard, then they would have one. He knew that, if he was going to disappear, he needed to be careful about it. So he grabbed a large amount of money from a safe. As he zipped up a bag filled with the cash, he knew that any mistake could bring the entire guild down on him. With the bag slung over his shoulder, he then opened a window and slipped out. The sound of Callum's sneakers hitting the ground jolted Sin from his sleep. The new wizard realized his mistake and hoped he had not been noticed. However, the agent violently threw open the door only to find the room empty, which left him furious. Placing a hand on his head in anger, he muttered about the escape happening on his watch as a green aura began to form around him. As Sin's energy intensified, he declared that they would see how far Callum could run. Meanwhile, the rebellious wizard thought he needed to get out of there, hurrying through the crowds on the street. Panting, Callum knew he had a few minutes head start on Agent Sin, but he had no idea just how fast the agent could be. As he fled, Callum remembered what the agent had said about being a pyromancer and an aeromancer. Elsewhere, Sin clenched his fist in anger, emanating green energy. Callum's worst-case scenario came to life as the agent began to levitate, surrounded by an aura that also concentrated in his clenched fist. Then, like a green lightning bolt, Sin shot toward the sky. Callum thought nervously that there was no way he could escape if that was the case. As Sin shot through the air after the fugitive, he thought that the idiot better have a good excuse or he had just declared himself an enemy of the GRA. With anger etched on his face, Sin concluded that as a rebellious wizard, Callum would now be in the sights of the guild's strongest and most dangerous agents. He reflected on the type of threat this involved, fully aware that some agents were even more powerful than him. As he levitated above crowd, Sin considered alerting someone, especially Agent Theron, in case the fugitive was truly trying to escape. However, he furiously rejected the idea, reminding himself that he had a reputation to protect and could not allow anyone to discover his mistake. With that in mind, he accelerated alone toward the crowd, determined to resolve the situation on his own. Like a green lightning bolt, Sin easily caught up to Callum among the people. Callum suddenly noticed the agent's presence beside him and froze in place. Sin looked at him sinisterly, telling him that he had been found. Surprised and furious, Callum stared back at the agent, shocked by the speed at which he had been discovered. Refusing to give up, he immediately bolted in the opposite direction. As Callum ran, Cyn's cutting voice followed, telling him that he couldn't escape and was just a weakling who had slipped through the cracks. Meanwhile, people on the street noticed a commotion in the air but dismissed it as the weather changing, completely unaware of the magical chase. The rebel wizard realized that the crowd couldn't see him. He passed just inches from people, but none of them noticed, remaining blind to his magic. Callum had initially thought the crowd would limit Sin's abilities, but he quickly realized he would need to find another way to escape. He glanced at his reflection in a shop window and noticed a code on display, which sparked an idea for a new plan. Levitating and emanating power, Sin wondered where the idiot could have gone only to spot the fugitive once again. Confident he had him, the agent extended his hand and placed it on Callum Wells' shoulder. He mockingly asked how he could help, surprising Callum. But as Sin turned him around, the agent's eyes widened in shock. To his astonishment, the backpack Callum had been carrying was now lying on the ground, completely empty. Grinding his teeth, Sin opened the bag and saw that it contained only clothes. Callum had vanished, leaving the agent alone in the middle of the crowd. Cursing the rat, Cyn clenched his fist, which began to glow with energy. A short distance away, now carrying a different bag and disguised in the coat from the display, Callum waved for a taxi. With his face masked, he asked the driver to take him to the Wesley Farms. Once inside the cab, Callum lowered the fabric covering his face and told the driver to take the back roads. He knew commercial planes would be too easy to track, so he decided to strike a deal with an agricultural pilot instead. Seated inside the small aircraft, he understood the journey wouldn't be quick, but he was certain that by dawn, he would be in the middle of nowhere. After saying goodbye to the pilot, Callum knew the new clothes were helpful but wouldn't hide him for long. Standing in front of a mirror with a box of hair dye, he acknowledged that he needed to completely change his appearance to avoid being recognized. He then picked up a pair of scissors and began to cut his brown hair. After cutting his hair with loose strands covering the bathroom sink, he stared at his new reflection and decided to go with black dye. With his physical transformation complete, he then turned his attention to paperwork. Knowing that even wizards need mundane documents, he found a magical pawn shop where a green orc-like attendant with large lower teeth and pointed ears asked how he could help. Callum stated he needed a new identity, and the creature bluntly quoted a price of 2,000. After handing over the cash, Callum received his new identification document bearing the name Chase Hall. Smiling at the Shrek-like attendant, he knew this would work. As he walked away, he reflected on how he had stayed off the GRA radar for 30 years and was prepared to do it again for his freedom. Meanwhile, back in the room Callum had escaped from, a bespectacled agent furiously demanded to know how the boy had gotten past the barriers. Another agent named Sin tried to justify himself, explaining that he had only sealed the doors, never imagining Callum would simply jump out the window. A third agent in a hat named John noted the lack of any magical residue, suggesting it was a simple non-magical escape. This news only infuriated the bespectacled agent further. With his hand on his head in frustration, he lamented that Archmage Duval would never accept this, as she was supposed to begin training Callum the very next day. Hearing this, John commented that if the boy knew about the training, he couldn't really blame him for running away. Irritated by the remark, the bespectacled agent sarcastically told John that since he found it so funny, he could be the one to inform Duval. John's face went pale as he nervously pointed to himself, but his fate was sealed as a furious voice soon echoed from outside a nearby mansion. Later, as the furious Archmage Duval tightened a magical grip around his neck, John tried to explain that a massive search was already underway. He gasped that even vampires and shapeshifters had been alerted, but she remained unimpressed, staring him down. Trembling, John offered a theory that perhaps Callum chose to lead a normal life since learning spatial magic without a mentor is incredibly difficult. Duval repeated his words with pure disdain, exclaiming that no one simply decides to stop using their magic. She declared that Callum was not a mundane, but a rebel wizard, then violently threw John to the ground. Gasping on the floor, John promised to continue the search. Archmage Duval approached him, coldly stating that she would pray for his success, but warned that if he failed, she would use her own resources to deal with the matter. She concluded that if Callum Wells had truly decided to rebel, he needed to be captured and executed once and for all. Far away, a car pulled up in front of a small house in the Midwest where a blonde woman and a sheriff were waiting by the door. As Callum got out, they asked if he was there about the property, and he in turn asked if they were the owners. The man explained that the house belonged to his daughter Jessica, gesturing to the young woman who smiled and waved. He introduced himself as Arthur Langley, prompting the fugitive to reply with his new name, Chase Hall. After staring at him for a few seconds, Arthur Langley shakes his hand. Later, inside the kitchen, Arthur asks Callum if he is interested in the property. Callum comments that the place is nice and quiet, adding that fixing it up could keep him busy. Jessica remarks that he seems too young to be retired. With a smile, Callum explains that he is not retired, just taking a break for health reasons. As Sheriff Arthur Langley crosses his arms, his daughter mentions she has been trying to sell the property but has not found many buyers in the area. Callum thinks to himself that this is actually better for him. The next day, Callum stares at a bag of money and calculates that after paying for the house, he has about 2 years of living expenses. He decides he cannot worry about that right now as his immediate goal is to learn everything he can about magic. He knows that if he does not master the subject, it is only a matter of time before the GRA catches up with him, and he imagines his pursuers finally reaching him. As he looks over his research on a computer screen, Callum sees that all the readings indicate spatial mages are limited to portals and minor enchantments. Crossing his hands in front of his face, he reflects on this. He finds it hard to believe, but it seems impossible to learn about space magic without going through the Archmage, who is the sole authority on the subject. This just highlights how monolithic the GRA truly is. Staring out at an open field, Callum recalls that the first time he created a portal was purely accidental. He remembers pulling Marie from a fire through a portal that manifested from his subconscious desire to save her. Now he concentrates magic in his hand, attempting to create one intentionally. A moment later, a portal surrounded by his purple energy opens on the ground in front of him. Callum sighs in relief, realizing it worked. Thinking to himself, and here we go, he takes a step toward the portal and walks through it. He emerges in another part of the same field, proud of his accomplishment. Staring at his clenched fist, he celebrates the successful feat. He understands that the distance was limited, but he feels it is not bad for a first attempt. With his hand on his chin, Callum begins to imagine what else he can accomplish with his magic. Later, on Monday, he takes a scalding hot shower, the bathroom filling with steam. While washing his hair, he is surprised to find the shampoo bottle is empty. In response, he opens a small portal leading to a nearby compartment filled with other bottles. Reaching his hand through the portal, he feels around for a new bottle of shampoo. A moment later, he smiles, proud of himself for successfully grabbing the item with his magic. On Wednesday, practices forming a sphere of energy, commenting to himself that it is one of the first things a young mage learns. He acknowledges that a spatial sphere may have no offensive capability, but he cannot help but smile and think that it is still incredibly cool. On Friday, Callum holds a purple sphere in his hand and asserts that everything points to telekinesis being the domain of force mages, which he is not. He explains the difference, stating that a stone with yellow energy represents telekinesis, while another with spiral purple energy represents gravikinesis. To demonstrate, he makes an object weightless, and then causes small stones to levitate in his open palm, admitting to himself that it's an unusual method. However, he concludes that without a formal education, this approach will have to be enough, and he launches the stones and energy toward a nearby tree. By Sunday morning, Callum is sitting outdoors and meditating. He concentrates with his eyes closed, breathing deeply as he tries to feel the mana in the air around him. He soon realizes that he can see things even with his eyes shut, visualizing the inside of the house and its curtains. Pushing himself further, he discovers he can even see through objects. While reflecting on the fact that his range is still limited, he suddenly sees Jessica walking through the house. Startled, his eyes fly open. Jessica calls out for Mr. Hall, and when Callum waves to her, she approaches. He smiles and asks what brings her there, and she explains that the local kids are going back to school. She warns him that some of them might show up in his yard even though they were told not to. Callum just laughs, saying it's all right and mentioning that he hasn't even started cleaning the overgrown parts of the yard yet. He tells her to worry, adding with a smile that the kids in the area do well outdoors. Jessica mentions that she was just in the area and decided to stop by. As she leaves, she bids him farewell with a friendly warning not to disappear again. Callum gives an awkward wave goodbye, but as soon as she's gone, he begins to panic, wondering if she saw anything. Looking around, he remembers the hours he spent practicing his magic, which left visible purple marks all over the yard. He realizes he needs to learn how to suppress residual magic and starts to run, sweating nervous ly. If anyone senses the magic in his yard, it will be the end of his disguise. Meanwhile, in a large room, a woman in a lab coat shows a clipboard to a man in a suit who asks what kind of request it is. She reports that the standard exam confirmed their subject had never touched magic before, but it also detected some anomalies. The bespectacled agent flips through the report and tells her to continue. She explains that she didn't notice the issue until she replaced the mana supply for the test. The woman elaborates that the blocker dissolved with hundreds of units of mana, but the substitute was left with only 3. While examining the blocker, she noticed that it had somehow absorbed 97 units of mana. The man asks what that means, and she replies that this is far more than a common novice mage should possess. She adds that if he had never used magic, his pool of this should have been completely full since he wasn't going around casting spells. The man says he doesn't know what it all means, but he believes it's connected to the fact that a 30-year-old wizard had somehow never noticed his own magic. Looking down at the clipboard, the agent wonders aloud who Callum Wells really is. Back in his yard, Callum closes his eyes, focused. He sighs softly, maintaining his concentration as he carefully observes the energy in the environment around him. He concludes that this should be enough viz, which is a type of magical energy unique to each wizard. After positioning a circle on a table, he begins to spin it, releasing a huge amount of purple lightning. The object spins faster and faster. The wizard exclaims that it's perfect, clearly satisfied with the result. He knows that with the vortex pattern he found online, he can use the ball bearings to erase any trace of magical residue. Callum observes the circle in his palm, confident that the significant progress he's made in just a few weeks will help him stay off the GRA's radar. He feels like he should be happy, but something inside him remains empty, causing him to furrow his brow. As he recalls his mother's funeral, the wizard realizes he started running away the very same day he buried her. He feels he's been moving so fast that he never had time to truly reflect on everything he lost. He thinks of his parents and his wife, picturing their gravestones adorned with bouquets. Remembering a picture of them all together, he realizes that his hometown was just another loss in a long line of them. Staring at the ceiling, he wonders aloud if Celine would have liked it here. Callum quickly shakes his head, trying to push those thoughts away and refocus on his situation. He says to himself that the GRA wants to capture him and turn him into one of their pack horses, clenching his fists tightly. Determined, he reminds himself that he was forced to flee and that he will not lose. He understands that to blend in, he needs to get to know the city better. Soon after, a girl at a snack bar greets him with a curious smile, commenting that she has never seen him around before. Callum explains that he's just getting to know the area and asks if she has any suggestions. The friendly girl begins to recommend the best dishes on the menu. But as she speaks, Callum starts to sweat, suddenly noticing something strange. Feeling nervous, he wonders what this weird presence is that he's detecting. He questions if it could be a basement and tries to peer through the piping, only to realize that the place is much larger than he expected. He finally spots a dog and is startled to see that it is the size of a man. Just then, a male voice calls out to him. As Callum turns, his gaze goes straight to the gun in the man's pocket. The man taking off his hat comments that it's strange to see him around. Callum replies that he's just getting to know the local cuisine. The man introduces himself as Sheriff Arthur Langley and says his niece Clara makes the best steaks, a claim the girl happily agrees with. After she steps away, Callum comments that she seems nice. The sheriff replies that the young people there are well-adjusted, adding that no one has crossed his yard yet. The smiling sheriff states that they place a great priority on respecting territory around here. The word territory makes the protagonist feel uncomfortable. The sheriff then places a hand on Callum's shoulder, asserting that he doesn't want to take up too much of his lunchtime. He then leans in and whispers that he has seen some strange faces around, asking Callum to get in touch if he notices anything odd. The wizard thinks about the term strange faces, feeling a nod of nervousness tighten in his chest. Callum points out that he was also a strange face before and asks if the sheriff had mentioned him to others. The sheriff agrees, confessing that he had, but then he realized Callum wasn't from the big city. He clarifies seriously, maintaining a firm gaze that Callum is not like the people he's talking about. That statement hits the rebel deeply. He wondered if Arthur could be talking about them, which would be a very bad development. Just then, Clara announced that his order was ready, holding out the takeout package for Mr. Hall. After nodding to her and stepping aside, Callum began to worry that they could track him through the tattooed symbol on his wrist. Staring down at it, he decided he had to get rid of it immediately. The wizard observed that the magic seemed to be confined to the small point representing his spatial type. He tried to reassure himself that it should not hurt too much since it was just a small drop of ink. After preparing himself, he sat down and began to channel energy toward his wrist, focusing on the exact spot where the tattoo was marked. A moment later, the point began to pull away from the tattoo. Wide-eyed, Callum let out a painful grunt as he continued the extraction process, clenching his fist tightly as the point finally vanished, leaving a raw wound on his wrist. From the center of the tattoo, a small black sphere emerged and floated before him. The wizard breathed heavily, the pain still coursing through his body. He looked down at the sphere resting in the palm of his trembling hand and muttered that he finally had it. Although the rest of the tattoo still needed to be removed, he decided to deal with that later. Instead, he threw the sphere into the fireplace, watching as it slowly dissolved in the fire. He urged it to burn as the blazing flames of the hearth completely destroyed the sphere. He then wondered if the small siphons he created to store this could also release it when needed. Making portals and small tools was easy enough, but the cost of magic increased with the scale of the task. The wizard thought to himself that trying to do something larger than a person drained him like a portable battery. He quickly realized that he could use the siphons to recharge in a critical situation, like if he needed to make a quick escape. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a knock at the door, which startled him. Realizing someone was there, he hesitated, unsure if he should answer as he turned quickly toward the sound, his tension rising. Callum began to sweat as his anxiety mounted, wondering if it could be the GR. He decided to use magic to see through the door, and was surprised to see Arthur Langley accompanied by another police officer. He recognized the old man as the sheriff, who was waiting patiently beside a young man in a cap. Opening the door, Callum uncomfortably and hesitantly greeted the sheriff, asking what brought him there that afternoon. Arthur apologized for showing up so suddenly, but explained that he needed to ask a few questions. With a voice full of apprehension and a visibly tense gaze, Callum asked if he had done something wrong. The sheriff held his hat tightly and asked Callum exactly where he was last night around 3 in the morning. The question immediately made Callum suspicious as he recalled lying in his bed at that exact time lost in thought. His mind flashed back to the entire conversation he had with Langley about territory earlier at the diner. The image of the animalistic dogman also haunted his thoughts. Recalling the elderly man's greeting, he thought that this basically confirmed the Langleys were shapeshifters. His mind then drifted to Clara, the young waitress at the diner who was also the sheriff's niece. He even thought of Jessica, the sheriff's daughter, as he tried to figure out what the man had really meant during their conversation. He questioned whether Arthur had been trying to scare him, recalling his words about seeing strangers around. But then he remembered that the old man had seemed well-intentioned when he asked him to report anything unusual, which made Callum hesitate to judge him too harshly. In any case, Callum decided it was a good time to just hide for a while. His thoughts were interrupted by a strange scratching noise at the window. Startled, he got up from his seat, wondering aloud what could have caused the sound. Almost immediately, a strange purple energy began to spread outside. Peering through the window, the young man noticed a quick movement in the bushes and wondered if it was just an animal, but he was too far away to identify it. Armed with a flashlight, the wizard decided to go outside to investigate. As he illuminated the bushes, however, he saw nothing but the wind rustling the leaves. Believing he might have just been imagining things, he started to relax until a chilling breeze passed by, making him shiver to his core. The young man immediately ran back to his house and slammed the door, his heart racing as he trembled from the scare. Back in the present, the sheriff returned to his original question, asking where Callum was at 3 in the morning. He then told the boy not to get upset, explaining that it was simply his job to ask these kinds of questions. Callum replied that he was sleeping and asked if there had been some kind of incident. When the deputy questioned if he had any way to prove it, like a security system, the protagonist grew annoyed and asked if he was going to need a lawyer. Looking embarrassed, the sheriff assured Callum that he was not being considered a suspect and that he just wanted to be able to take him off the list of people to question. The protagonist admitted that he did have a security system, but it was just a door that recorded logs without any cameras. Internally, Callum thought that even if there were cameras, he couldn't let them know about them since he often practiced his magic in the backyard. The deputy then finally revealed that there had been a murder in the neighborhood. In shock, Callum questioned how such a crime could have occurred there. The sheriff's assistant explained that someone had broken into Mr. Hardy's house and asked if Callum had seen anything unusual. Stammering, the wizard said he saw nothing, but then he suddenly remembered the strange noise from the night before. He had been so focused on the shapeshifters and the GRA that he hadn't considered the possibility of a regular criminal being out there. Noticing Callum's pale face, the sheriff asked if he had just remembered something important. Although bothered by the situation, the wizard decided to share what happened, explaining that something woke him up last night. He told them he thought it was just a large animal and that was all he knew. As the assistant questioned him about the animal, the sheriff took notes and thanked him for the information, promising it would help the investigation and that he would be in touch with any news. As the two deputies left the house, the assistant asked the sheriff if he bought the story Callum told. The sheriff replied that the boy was definitely not telling them everything, but he was also not the murderer. Once they were inside the car and fastening their seatbelts, the sheriff added that they already knew who committed the crime. They just hadn't wanted to believe it. In another location, a tense Arthur Langley stated that the situation was about to get very complicated. The sheriff shouted at him, exclaiming that Arthur had no right to commit crimes in his town because it was not his territory. The vampire, however, just offered an ironic smile and claimed he had no idea what the sheriff was talking about. He added that if one of the sheriff's pets had a tragic accident, that was a problem for the deputies to solve. Irritated, the sheriff emphasized that the victim was clearly finished off by a vampire. Arthur simply sat down and said they tried to make it look like someone else, but the sheriff shot back that he could smell a parasite like him from a mile away. Shrugging, the pale man claimed he didn't understand why this was his problem, stating he wasn't responsible for the deputy's incompetence in dealing with his kind. He then asked if the sheriff was insinuating that one of his vampires was involved, warning that if so, it was a very serious accusation. The vampire narrowed his eyes in an attempt to intimidate the sheriff, but Arthur was unfazed. He retorted that there were no vampires in town until this man arrived, declaring that he knew one of them was responsible and would make sure to catch the culprit. The vampire simply laughed, taunting the sheriff to try. The deputy gritted his teeth in anger at the vampire's audacity. Provocatively, the vampire added that if the Winnet's pack wanted a challenge, he would accept it, causing the enraged sheriff to lunge forward. As Arthur tried to confront him, the vampire simply warned him to be careful, staring at him with a threatening look. Arthur stared back, realizing he was being intimidated, then turned and shouted for his deputy to get the pale man out of his sight. Later at home with his daughter, Arthur Langley explained that the vampires had killed a human in town, and would likely continue as they didn't have the strength to face them. Frustrated, the sheriff recounted that he couldn't even speak to their leader, and the one he met was just an inferior vampire. Clenching his fists, the deputy wished he could send the creatures back where they came from, saying that if he were younger, he would have done it himself. On the phone, a man named Chester asked if the sheriff was done complaining, to which the deputy murmured, "Yes, Alpha Chester." Chester explained that without proof, the GRA would side with the vampires. He promised to send 2 packs of wolves but warned they couldn't help if a direct confrontation occurred, as he believed this was something much bigger than a simple nest of criminals. The sheriff questioned why they would choose Winnet since there was nothing of value in the town. Chester then revealed that it wasn't just Winnet, but 5 other cities were experiencing the same problems, leaving the Langleys completely shocked. The deputy angrily questioned the point of the GRA's rules if the vampires could just come and do as they pleased. Chester said he understood Arthur's frustration and told them that if they could catch the culprit, they could put an end to the vampires. He asked the Langleys to keep an eye out, and they nodded in agreement. Chester then posed a chilling question, saying the issue wasn't whether the vampires would kill someone, but who they would choose as their next victim. Meanwhile, in a noisy market, a young man named Callum thought to himself that he should be careful. He lamented that he had little money and needed to save more for emergencies. The recent murders and the talk of shapeshifters made the wizard feel restless. He looked around uncomfortably, thinking it would be better to leave Winnet entirely. However, upon returning home, he remembered how much money he had invested in the place. Realizing that abandoning it all would be the worst possible scenario, Callum had hoped to generate some income by enchanting items and selling them. Back inside his house, he browsed the internet only to complain that heavy restrictions had been placed on magic forums. He couldn't access them because he didn't have a registered account. After a few hours, an enchanted sphere on his desk lost its power. Callum slammed his hand on his notebook in frustration, unable to create an account because he needed to stay hidden. He put his hands on his head, completely overwhelmed by his current situation. Callum considered reinforcing his house with shields or something similar, so he cast a spell to create lightning. He also had an idea for a gravity wall that could deflect bullets. But while practicing his magic, he realized he couldn't sustain the wall for more than a minute. He figured he might discover a way to sustain it with the right resources, but any advanced application of spatial magic was protected by a red-haired woman named Archmage Duval. Because of this, Callum felt severely limited, unable to conduct his research with the proper materials. He felt like he was trying to reinvent the wheel from scratch. Later, at a tool shop, a smiling man commented that Callum had bought something for protection. With an awkward laugh, Callum agreed that with everything happening, it was better to be safe than sorry. He was tense, knowing it wasn't just about the recent murders. He also felt that the GRA could be anywhere, watching his every move. As he picked up a weapon, he wondered if projectiles were even effective against supernatural creatures. He then went to a shooting range where other people were testing their sights and considered taking a shot himself. While testing his weapon, Callum hoped that his adversaries would be vulnerable to projectiles. Nearby, he overheard 2 girls talking about getting hammers and recognized them as the Langleys. He was surprised as he didn't know they were the type to renovate houses. Callum approached them and asked if they were the cook and the maintenance girl. The girls were startled, clearly not expecting him. The younger one exclaimed that he shouldn't scare them like that and called him Mr. Hall. Callum apologized and asked if they were also nervous about the recent murder. In response, Jessica lamented about someone named Joan, saying she went to the same church as them. This confused Callum, who questioned them about Joan, clarifying that he had been talking about James Hardy. The girl then whispered to Callum that there had been a second murder last night, a woman named Joan, and asked if he really didn't know. In shock, he explained that he had been busy all morning. The news left him wondering if some kind of serial killer was on the loose. The Langleys mentioned they were thinking of closing their coffee shop for a while until the whole situation blew over. Callum expressed his sympathy for their situation and offered to help if he could do anything, for which they thanked him. With a friendly smile, he told them they could just call him Chase. After leaving the shop, Callum carried his new weapon in a bag, walking with quick nervous steps as he thought about how terrible things had become. He soon took the weapon out of the bag, still contemplating the situation. He thought that murder was one thing, but a serial killer who could escape from shapeshifters was truly bizarre. He knew the Langleys liked their little town and probably didn't want the GRE sticking their nose in their business. However, with so many people getting killed, they might not have any other option. Staring at his board full of information, Callum knew he had to prepare. Both murders had happened near his house, and the way things were going, it was likely another crime would occur that very night. He grew thoughtful as he reflected on how this highlighted two specific threats. The first was the supernatural serial killer still on the loose, and the second was the agents the GRE would inevitably send to investigate. He grew nervous, realizing that one of these threats could show up at his doorstep at any moment. The wizard pushed his spatial sense to its limit, determined not to be caught by surprise. As he put some belongings into a bag, he thought about how he needed to store all his things. He also remembered to enchant the bearings of his circles and leave his weapons loaded. If he detected any sign of the GRE's presence, he would have to disappear immediately. Callum looked at his bags, thinking that losing his home would hurt his finances, but then he gripped his weapon, concluding it was a small price to pay to stay off their radar. The range of his spatial sense was increasing, and with some effort, he could even see into the farther parts of the city. He noticed Jessica standing by a window, keeping an eye on the coffee shop, while Clara, wearing a hooded jacket, walked toward it. Meanwhile, the sheriff was sitting in his department. Our wizard let out a tired sigh, knowing it was going to be a very long night. Overcome by sleep, his eyelids grew heavy as if they were about to close. The next morning, a car sped to a stop in front of the house. Callum woke with a start, worried and irritated with himself for having fallen asleep. He then realized Jessica was running inside, asking for Mr. Hall. He found it strange that she was there and immediately imagined something must have happened, blaming himself for it. He asked what was going on, thinking he should have been more careful with his mana usage. The girl grabbed him by the shirt, looking desperate as she screamed that she really needed his help. As her hands trembled, Callum asked again what was happening. Jessica explained that it was about Clara. She said the other woman had been taken and was terrified, surrounded by several menacing-looking men who were smiling maliciously. Callum demanded to know who took her. The blonde woman replied that it was the vampires who had been watching Clara in her hood on the empty street at night, their eyes glowing red. They had called her the sheriff's little pup. Jessica described how Clara's blonde hair flew as she put her arms up to protect herself from a strong gust of wind. One of the beings, surrounded by a red aura, approached her suspiciously and gave a not-so-innocent wave, asking the girl to follow him somewhere. In the vision, Clara's eyes lit up with a red glow as smoke of the same color swirled around her face. Back in the present, Jessica explained that the vampires had made Clara walk to their nest. She then screamed desperately, reminding the wizard that he had promised he would help. Callum hardly knew what to say, wondering what the hell he could possibly do. He questioned whether he should just admit that the supernatural exists, his mind flashing to books filled with strange writings and symbols. Since Jessica had already caught him with his vis before he learned how to hide it, he doubted he could ever convince her that he was not a wizard. The young man tried to calm Jessica down, suggesting they go inside the house first. Placing a hand on her shoulder, he realized he had no choice in the matter. He could not just run away and leave Clara alone in the hands of vampires. Callum suddenly realized that Jessica had said the vampires took the girl, not that they had taken her life. The woman confirmed this was the case, her expression genuinely worried. He knew he could not face a group of supernatural beings in a fair fight, especially not at his current level. Just then Jessica grabbed him again, urging him to help. Callum's expression turned serious as he stated his name. Taking her hand in a comforting gesture, he promised that he would do everything possible to help. Grabbing his weapon, the young man said he needed more information. He then swallowed hard, hoping he was not making a terrible mistake. As he steeled his resolve, a car passed by the motel on the road outside. Now behind the wheel, Callum noticed that same strange feeling taking over the environment again. As he looked toward the motel, he knew it was something supernatural. He observed a woman smoking a cigarette outside, thinking to himself that this was interesting. Just as the car pulled into the parking lot, Jessica told the wizard that her family could help him. He looked around the area, a worried expression on his face. Suddenly, eyes widened in shock at the sight before him. Callum realized that everyone in the parking lot was a shapeshifter, his gaze sweeping over various different creatures. Just then, the sheriff desperately grabbed Jessica by the shoulders, demanding to know what the hell she was doing. He insisted they should not involve the GRA in this, and it was then that Callum recognized the sharp-toothed, pointy-eared being as the sheriff. The wizard was surprised that the man thought he was part of the GRA. Callum quickly told the older man to pretend he did not know him and that he had never been there before. In response, the gray-bearded sheriff just looked at him suspiciously. The sheriff's eyes suddenly lit up and he let out an incredibly loud sound from his mouth, sending powerful waves through the air. He then asked everyone present if they had heard what was just said. Shortly after, Callum found himself sitting on a bench listening as someone questioned what he could do to help. A canine-looking being spoke up, stating that he would not ask many questions, but wanted an idea of what they were up against. The sheriff explained that the vampires had taken over the motel further down the street, and were now trying to conquer their territory as well. Recalling the quiet motel on the side of the road, the sheriff continued, saying that the vampires have a wizard with them, as he had been feeling a presence all week and imagined it was the woman with the cigarette. He added that he truly believed this to be the case. So far, he concluded, the vampires from this nest had already taken the lives of 2 people. Callum questioned why nothing had been done if they already knew who the murderers were. The bearded man explained that the Winnet gang wasn't strong enough to challenge the vampires, and a treaty prevented other supernatural beings from getting involved without concrete evidence. He added that shapeshifter groups are often vulnerable and take the blame for any incident, finding it absurd that the guild responsible for peace was doing nothing. The protagonist was surprised to hear about the treaty, frustrated that vampires were taking lives while nothing could be done because of the ridiculous GRA rules. Looking down, he became lost in thought. He focused his mind on Clara, who was still at the motel with the vampires. Callum extended his spatial sense, knowing his mana could reach her. And after a moment, he finally located the girl's presence. He recalled the vampire's audacity in claiming she was there of her own free will, a statement the sheriff had furiously dismissed as an absurd lie. Callum then asked what would happen once they managed to bring the girl back. The old man explained that, with Clara safe, they could contact Alpha Chester to send the rest of the wolf pack. With those reinforcements, they would finally be strong enough to challenge the bloodsuckers and drive the bastards out of Winnet for good. Curious about the fight ahead, the protagonist asked how to permanently eliminate a vampire. The sheriff mentioned that weapons made with mordite mineral could cut off their regenerative abilities, but they didn't have any at the moment. However, he assured Callum that a good old-fashioned stab to the heart or brain would also do the trick. When Callum asked if firearms might work, the sheriff noted that the parasites were incredibly fast, making it a huge challenge to land a precise shot in the right place. Realizing this was not going to be easy, Callum simply stated that he would figure it out, which seemed to surprise the old man. Jessica questioned if he could really do anything to help. Holding his weapon with a determined expression, the protagonist asserted that he would bring Clara back home. But first, he would need a few things. A short time later, Callum found himself in what looked like a cell. The sheriff explained it was the only soundproof room they had, and that the pillows he requested were ready. The bearded man, growing impatient, warned that time was essential and he couldn't take long. The spatial mage assured them he would finish in just 10 minutes. But as the wolfman left the room, he replied that he would only get 5. Left alone, Callum looked back for a moment, a wave of nervousness washing over him as he considered what he had gotten himself into. If he failed, he would not only have the GRA on his tail, but would also anger the vampires and disappoint the shapeshifters. He had no idea what the enemy mage was capable of, but the image of Clara chained up and completely alone flashed in his mind, strengthening his resolve. He knew he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Meanwhile, at the motel, one of the vampires commented on how quiet the shapeshifters were, remarking that he thought they would have done something by now. He asked the female mage if there was any news, and she replied that her protective wing was still active. Taking a drag from her cigarette, she confidently stated that if anyone entered the motel, she would know. Just then, a portal began to open right in the room, and something suddenly smashed into her head, causing massive damage. The other vampires stared in shock, questioning what the hell was happening. They immediately assumed it was the shapeshifters, but had no idea how they could have pulled off such an attack. At the same time, Callum stood enveloped in his purple aura, holding his weapon and thinking to himself that one was down. He recalled an earlier thought he had about finding a way to use his portals, teleportation, and mana sense in a way that the GRA still didn't know about. They say special magic isn't offensive, but Callum knew that couldn't be true as he needed a way to defend himself. The young mage had been trying to figure out how to use his portals in conjunction with other weapons. For example, he could throw a knife in front of him and have a portal make it fly several meters away. While holding a pencil, Callum imagined an even better option, which would be to use a firearm. Back in the present, he holds his weapon near a portal and decides his next targets will be the vampires. One of the bloodsuckers shouts for the others to be warned about the invasion, but he is immediately hit squarely, leaving his friend terrified. The second vampire tries to call for help, but is also struck down before he can finish his sentence. Realizing he only has a few seconds before more vampires appear, Callum knows he needs to teleport Clara out of there immediately. Executing such a feat from a distance is difficult, but his spatial awareness makes it possible. He proceeds carefully, finding it complicated to lock on to Clara's energy, since she has low visibility and her signature feels slippery. After a moment of concentration, he finally manages to open a portal right behind the girl, enveloping her in his purple energy. Clara instantly passes through the portal, arriving safely in the soundproof room as Callum quickly exits. He feels a wave of relief that his plan worked, especially since he has no experience with long-distance teleportation involving human beings. Just then, another vampire appears in the motel room, demanding to know what is happening. He fails to notice the small portal behind him until another shot echoes through the area, and he finally sees the bodies lying on the ground. Fatigue is already beginning to take over Callum, but he knows he can't stop now. More vampires come running into the room, with one shouting that they are under attack and ordering the others to search the area for the culprit. As the vampires try to understand the situation, Callum thinks that as long as they remain confused, his own speed doesn't matter. He is breathing heavily, but is determined that no one will leave alive, firing another shot and preparing to continue even if it costs all his mana. Another target is hit directly. One of the last vampires is sitting on the floor in a panic, staring at his fallen comrades. He curses as he finally notices the portal right next to his head just before a final shot rings out. Outside the cell, the sheriff counts the seconds while Jessica hopes for the best. Suddenly, they both hear a strange sound, and a worried Jessica throws open the door, shouting Chase's name. Callum announces that the job is done and Clara is safe. Jessica rushes to the girl and asks if she's okay, but Clara is still confused and can only ask what is happening. The old man notes that the entire rescue took only 45 seconds and struggles to understand how it was possible. He then asks what happened to the vampires. Callum simply tells him that they were all taken care of. He then adds that they will need to send firefighters to the motel, assuming the building was engulfed in flames during the fight. Hearing this, the sheriff asks if he is really talking about the motel, finding it strange because he cannot feel any magic emanating from the young man at all. Just as the sheriff was about to ask another question, the circle on Callum's necklace began to glow with purple energy. The young wizard warned the old man that they needed to act quickly before the fire spread to the entire neighborhood. Having gained a lot from dealing with the vampires, Callum knew he needed to get home soon to sort everything out. At that moment, someone called his name, stopping him just as he was about to get into his car. It was Jessica who wanted to speak with him. Callum asked if she shouldn't be with Clara, but Jessica explained that she just wanted to thank him first. Before Callum could say it was no problem, he was interrupted. The blonde woman gave him a kiss on the cheek, which left him completely surprised. The wizard's face turned bright red with embarrassment. Jessica then said she needed to go back as Clara still needed her help. Still flustered, Callum stuttered that it was all fine. Meanwhile, the wolves gathered and the sheriff informed Alpha Chester that the problem with the vampires had been resolved. The Alpha asked what he had done to solve it, but the old man assured him that he had done absolutely nothing and that no member of their group was involved. Over the phone, the Alpha then asked Arthur to explain what happened more clearly. The sheriff recounted how a man had offered to help and asked them not to ask any questions, confessing that they might not even know his real name. Chester questioned whether the man was a shapeshifter or a wizard, to which Arthur replied that while he saw a wizard tattoo, he hadn't detected any signs of magic. The braided Alpha fell silent considering that the man might be a fae, though he didn't seem to fit that description either. They discussed how the other vampires would not like this at all. At that very moment, a figure appeared in front of the burning motel. The man who had sharp teeth looked furious. Over the phone, Chester commented that if no one knew anything, then there was nothing that could be done. Observing Jessica and Clara reunited, the sheriff told the Alpha that they owed the mysterious man a great deal. Chester asked who this person was that they were so indebted to. He then instructed Arthur to keep an eye on him, adding that you can't trust wizards, all while Callum drove away in his car with a calm expression. Later, Callum took a shower so hot that the bathroom filled with steam. He figured he had been in the shower for at least half an hour, yet he wondered why he felt so dirty. The young man remembered the look of fear on one of the vampires' faces back at the motel. He finally understood the reason for his feeling. It was because he had ended so many lives that day. Of course, those lives belonged to vampires, but he couldn't help but question why it had been so easy. He had just started learning magic, yet he was already capable of destroying an entire nest of monsters. Callum knew that if he were some kind of villain, there would be no one in this world who could stop him. Looking at the power in his hands, he thought that maybe the GRA was right to impose restrictions on this kind of thing. He immediately disagreed with himself, however, knowing that if everything were left up to the GRA, Clara would still be a hostage. Staring at his reflection in the mirror, he imagined there must be a solution. The fire at the motel should destroy any evidence of his involvement. But he knew there was no guarantee that the Langleys wouldn't spread the details of what had happened. Callum regretted ever going into that basement with the shapeshifters. He realized that if he had been smarter, he could have handled everything alone with only Jessica knowing the truth. Although he had hoped to stay and win it for a while longer, he now felt it might be time to move on. Meanwhile, at the police station, the sheriff had just arrived. As he walked through the door, the mustached man asked if the agents were already there, and the woman at the counter confirmed they were waiting for him downstairs. Arthur let out a tired sigh, hoping they had not sent a vampire. A moment later, however, he recognized the distinct sense of a wizard and a fae. Reaching the lower floor, the old sheriff took off his hat and greeted the two agents. One was a woman in dark clothes with blue-tipped hair standing next to a tall blonde man. It was the man who spoke first, addressing him as Alpha Langley. The blonde agent introduced himself as Ray Danforth and identified the woman as his partner, Agent Felicia Black. The sheriff welcomed them, expressing his hope that the GRE team could help solve the case, and Ray immediately asked how the cleanup at the motel was progressing. Arthur explained that the other GRE personnel were still at the motel when he left, but that the bodies were ready for inspection. The two agents exchanged a silent nod. Shortly after in the morgue, Ray bent down to examine one of the bodies and noticed something interesting. He pointed out that all the wounds looked identical. The sheriff agreed, stating that this clearly was not the work of a shapeshifter and admitting they had no idea how to unravel the mystery. A strange smile crossed Ray's face as he assured them they would find out. Ray then called Agent Black over to the body. She approached and placed her hands on the corpse's head, releasing a strange power that glowed with a bluish light. Suddenly, her eyes lit up with the same hue, and her head jerked upward abruptly. She returned to normal a moment later, reporting that the first vampire had not seen anything because he was asleep during the attack. The old sheriff grew worried, realizing the agent could see the memories of the dead. Felicia continued, explaining that the other vampire had heard gunshots, but was dragged away before he could react. Ray commented that at least one of them must have seen something, but his partner insisted she only saw confusion, explaining that none of the vampires understood what was happening. This led Ray to believe the killer must be very experienced. Hearing this, Arthur whispered to himself that the situation was very frightening. The agent asked what he had just said, but the old sheriff quickly brushed it off, claiming he was just remarking on how terrible all the destruction was. Ray did not seem to buy the excuse, but simply said he understood. He then informed Alpha Langley that they would need to spend some time and win it, as it was too dangerous to let someone capable of such terror remain at large. Arthur offered to find a room for the two agents and take them there, but Ray said they first wanted to interrogate some people in town. The old sheriff grew nervous as the agent explained his theory. Since the local pack had no involvement, there were two options. Either the killer was just passing through Winnet, in which case they would probably never be caught, or it was an unaffiliated local who had been provoked by the vampires. The Alpha assured him that no one in town was capable of taking out an entire nest of vampires, but the blonde agent insisted they wanted to confirm this for themselves. Arthur swallowed hard, clearly nervous, but simply said that everything was fine. In another location, Callum stood before a suitcase contemplating its contents. This was all he had managed to recover from the vampire nest: weapons, money, and a few computer drives. While the weapons themselves looked quite ordinary, the ammunition was a different story entirely. The bullets were crafted from silverite, mordite, and chlorite, minerals that online forums identified as effective against shapeshifters, vampires, and the Fae. Callum knew these materials would be incredibly useful. As he sifted through the items, his eyes landed on a ceramic plate marked with magical symbols, and he wondered what it was, guessing it must have belonged to the sorceress. He made a mental note to research the plate later. Opening the suitcase again, Callum turned to what he'd saved for last, $100,000 in cash and an unknown amount in gold bars. The recent investment he'd made in the house had limited his options, so he decided to set aside most of the money for an emergency fund. In a worst-case scenario, this sum would be enough to ensure his survival somewhere else, though he still needed to replenish his magical supplies. The random items from the local equipment shop were insufficient for his intermediate techniques. He reasoned that the sorceress hadn't bought the ceramic plate from some small shop in Winnet, which meant he might have to start ordering custom items. Suddenly, the screech of tires outside made him jump. Callum shot to his feet, his heart pounding. He couldn't believe someone had found him already. Thinking fast, he knew he couldn't let anyone see the contents of the suitcase. He slammed the cabinet door shut just as two sharp knocks echoed from his front door. Peeking out, he relaxed when he realized it was just the sheriff's two blonde relatives. He opened the door and asked if everything was all right. Jessica, holding a bag, mentioned they weren't sure if he would be home. Feeling a bit awkward, Callum asked if he should have left, but she quickly said no, adding that she was happy he was there. Then Jessica dropped the news that GRA agents were in town to investigate the incident. Callum was surprised to hear the GRA was in Winnet, though he had considered it a possibility. Clara explained that she had asked Jessica to bring her, hoping he was okay. The younger girl then suddenly threw her arms around the wizard, thanking him for what he had done for her. Callum told her it was all right, but reminded her that for all intents and purposes, he did nothing and was never there. Jessica assured him they understood, but said they couldn't simply forget what had happened. The girls explained that they figured he wouldn't be going to the coffee shop for a while, so they had brought him a snack. Right on cue, Callum's stomach let out a growl so loud it could have rivaled a motorcycle without a muffler, revealing just how hungry he was. A few moments later, while eating, he asked them to tell him more about the GRA agents. Jessica explained that her father had encountered them that morning. Apparently, one of the agents could talk to the dead, but hadn't managed to get any relevant information from the vampire spirits. Callum realized he would need to stay alert, but he felt a small sense of relief knowing that none of the vampires had understood what was happening in their final moments. Clara added that the agents had already searched the motel for a full day, but likely wouldn't find anything since the fire had destroyed all the evidence. Callum thanked them for the heads up. Jessica then told him that an alpha named Chester was afraid that the wizard's help might come with a cost they couldn't handle. Chewing his food, Callum looked confused by the name. Clara explained that the sheriff was the Alpha of Winnet, but he answered to Chester, the Alpha of the West. By helping them, Callum had also inadvertently helped him. The wizard simply stated that he didn't expect any kind of reward for his actions. Clara was surprised to learn that the man really wasn't going to charge them anything. He assured them that they owed him nothing and that he would prefer they didn't even bring up the subject again. Hearing this, the girls smiled and promised they would stay quiet. Meanwhile, at the wreckage of the motel, Agent Ray asked if anyone had found anything interesting. Another man reported finding a magical signature, but didn't think it would be useful. Ray then questioned if the vampires had been with an air mage, and the other agent confirmed they had, adding that he found no other signatures in the area. Ray asked if there was anything else, and the agent replied that he had a list of everything the vampires possessed, but it seemed the items had been taken from the location. He speculated that the Vampire Council of Minneapolis wouldn't like this at all, and asked Felicia to keep an eye out for the stolen items. In response, the woman simply nodded without saying a word. The agent commented that he found the fire a bit suspicious. Kneeling down, Ray noted that the pack normally would have already cleaned up the site and wondered why they would let the mundanes get there before them. His partner reminded him that the shapeshifters swore they had no involvement in the incident. Ray, however, believed that everyone was hiding something and that the shapeshifters were just playing dumb, a story he didn't buy. Felicia then suggested that Ray play the gossip and listen to their conversations since he could hear anything from a kilometer away. Activating his power, Ray released a green energy and confirmed that while he could indeed hear a lot, none of it was relevant to the case. In fact, he noted that gossip about the incident was very scarce. Exhaling smoke from her mouth, Felicia offered that she could force some of them to talk. Ray, however, wanted to keep things friendly for the time being, not wanting Alpha Langley to sink his teeth into his throat. He decided to finish the interviews quickly, prompting his partner to ask who was next. Looking at his phone, Ray replied that their next interview was with a 30-year-old man named Chase Hall. Sometime later, the shadows of the two agents fell over a house as they knocked on the door. A young man named Callum opened it casually, asking if the person had forgotten something. Instead, he was greeted by the two GRE members, one of whom, Felicia, had gills and scales like an aquatic being. Callum asked how he could help them, and the two agents identified themselves as Ray Danforth and Felicia Black from the FBI. Upon hearing this, the young mage grew worried as he could feel the powerful magic emanating from them. He realized their magic was much stronger than that of the vampires he had encountered. Ray explained that they were investigating the fire at the motel and asked if they could come in to ask a few questions. In response, Callum stated that it seemed like the kind of thing that was better done with a lawyer present. The fish-like woman exhaled a puff of smoke, stating that he didn't want a lawyer. Callum commented that her words sounded like a threat, which prompted the two agents to exchange a suspicious glance. Ray then crouched down, asking the mage if the sheriff had mentioned anything about the vampires of Winnet. Looking visibly nervous, Callum assured him that he had no idea what he was talking about. Felicia then declared that he would tell them everything he knew about the fire. Callum swears he has nothing to say, insisting that everything he knows came from the news. For a moment, Ray's eye flashes with a green glow, but he just lets out a tired sigh and announces they are leaving, concluding that Callum knows nothing. With that, the two agents turn their backs on him. Callum thinks to himself that it was a close call, as it seemed Felicia was about to activate some kind of magic. Just as they're about to leave, Ray suddenly warns him not to leave the city, explaining that the mage is now officially a person of interest in the case. Despite the warning, sometime later, Callum decides he needs to leave immediately. He isn't sure what kind of magic he managed to avoid from the agent, but he knows the incident only made him seem more suspicious, and it is only a matter of time before more GRA agents show up. Closing his eyes, Callum mentally apologizes to Jessica. He thinks of her and Clara wishing he could stay and win it longer, but he knows his own survival has to be the priority. His car accelerates down the road as he considers his next move. He knows that at some point the GRA will notice he is gone and issue a warrant for his arrest. But he figures that as long as he sticks to the back roads and keeps his spatial awareness active, he should be fine. It is then that Callum notices a red pickup parked nearby with a for sale sign in the window. Realizing this is the perfect opportunity, he maneuvers his car and pulls over. A bald man greets him and asks how he can help. This is just as Callum suspected. He can tell the man is a shapeshifter who has the same magical signature as the Langleys. Callum gets straight to the point, saying he needs a new identity and heard this was the place to get one. The shapeshifter seems suspicious and asks if they have met before, but Callum simply places a solid gold bar on the counter and adds that he would also like to buy the pickup truck. Staring at the large piece of gold, the man says he will see what he can do. Just 10 minutes later, he returns with a document and the key to the pickup, explaining that this should be enough for both mundane and supernatural matters. Callum looks down at his new identity, Denver Brown. Since his new identity is a teacher, Callum thinks he could probably use some fake glasses to complete the look. The bald man then asks if there is anything else he needs, and Callum replies that he is looking for magic books for an apprentice. The shapeshifter suggests he could try looking in Pearson, but doubts he will find much of that kind there. Callum thinks to himself that this is obvious since the GRE monopolizes that kind of information. As he gets into his new pickup, he decides he will have to stop by Pearson the next day as it is already getting late. He wonders if the Langleys know he has left and feels a pang of guilt for having to flee this way. He remembers how nice the sheriff, Jessica, and Clara had all been to him and resolves to find a way to talk to them again. A few hours later, the bald shapeshifter is back in his shop, calmly organizing cans on the shelves and wondering how many there are in total. While the man was counting cans, a portal suddenly opened in the wall beside him. A voice from within asked for permission to speak, startling him. The voice then requested that he pass a message to the Alpha. When the man asked who was speaking, he received no answer, only the message that Clara's friend was safe. After receiving the message, Alpha Chester tried to confirm its contents, and the man assured him that was exactly what he'd heard. The voice from the portal had also warned them not to look for the wizard, calling him a danger, which the man relayed. Chester then turned to two of his wolves to discuss this so-called friend, asking if they had ever encountered him before. One of the wolves reported that they were with Alpha Langley when the mysterious man first arrived. Chester asked if the wolf would be able to recognize his scent, and the wolf confidently confirmed he could. Hearing this, An elder with braids commanded the two wolves, Roy and John, to find this friend at all costs. Roy and John promised to begin their search immediately. Meanwhile, Felicia was in the car with Ray, questioning if chasing this weirdo was really the only lead they had. She argued that it was impossible for him to be a mundane since he was immune to her power. Ray, however, countered that just because someone is mundane doesn't mean they aren't protected, and they might not even be aware of it. Felicia then pointed out that Chase was the most suspicious person they had interviewed, and that he lived near one of the mundanes recently taken by vampires. She theorized that perhaps the vampires had tried to grab Chase first, but ran into his protector instead. Ray seemed frustrated, admitting they had no other leads to follow. The two agents returned to the house belonging to a man named Hall, knocking on the door and calling out his name. When Felicia realized no one was home, her partner decided to act quickly. Ray released a spiral of green energy from his fingertips, which quickly spread out to fill the entire area. To their surprise, the house was completely empty. Ray commented that it was too empty, almost as if no one had ever lived there at all. As his green energy floated through the different corners of the house, it confirmed that there was nothing in the back of the property either. Suddenly, Ray noticed something. His power located a small circular object under a piece of furniture and brought it directly to his feet, intriguing Felicia. As he picked up the circle, she asked him what he had found. Ray explained that he wasn't entirely sure, but it looked like some type of enchantment. However, since it was on a piece of human-made metal, the traces of magic were quite weak. Felicia concluded that if Chase wasn't a wizard himself, he at least knew one. Ray believed that whatever had happened here, Mr. Hall would not be coming back. In response, Felicia said she would request a search and inspection of the mysterious man's car. As she examined the small circle with interest, Ray commented that they needed to see what Alpha Langley would say about these new developments. Elsewhere, birds were singing on a sunny day in a parking lot. It was there that Callum slowly opened his eyes, just waking up. He realized it was already afternoon and thought that this was the first time he had slept so much in a long while. The recent stress was clearly affecting his body, but he knew that every second that passed was another opportunity for GRA to get closer to him. Callum hoped the bald shapeshifter hadn't lied about the bookstore, as he needed to find research materials to stay ahead of his enemies. He looked across the street at a small building that seemed very old. As he approached, he figured that powerful wizards probably didn't feel much need to be modern. He opened the door and was immediately hit with the smell of dust. Although the front shelves seemed to contain only regular books, the protagonist noticed a faint magical signature, making him wonder if there was a secret section. His eyes then landed on an elderly man holding an open book emanating a yellowish energy. Callum approached the wizard and asked how things were going. But the old man, clearly unhappy with the interaction, merely grunted in irritation. Realizing the man wasn't a talker, Callum began to browse. He grew frustrated, finding only common and frankly, really bad fiction. Judging by one particularly tacky cover, he imagined that wizards weren't so different after all. His frustration then turned to shock when he discovered that one of these low-quality romance novels cost 200 rays. Suddenly, his search yielded something promising. A gray book with suspicious symbols titled Arcane Defenses, a dissertation on shields. Believing he could spend a little more on this one, Callum began flipping through its pages filled with texts and magical symbols. The grumpy old man finally spoke, telling him he needed to buy the book if he wanted to read it, as this was not a library. Callum found it funny that the man had only now decided to open his mouth. He took the opportunity to ask if they had any books recommended for a beginner wizard who was just about to start his studies. At this, the old man commented that Callum was too old to be a beginner. Callum quickly clarified that the books weren't for him, claiming he was a teacher. In response, the grumpy man snapped his fingers, releasing energy from his hand while still holding his own book. 3 other books appeared levitating above his head. Callum recognized the power as levitation, a version far superior to his own poor attempts, and was impressed with the old man's ability to do it so effortlessly. His focus immediately went to the titles. The Encyclopedia of Magical Houses of Mosi and the first edition of Portal Worlds. As Callum took the books into his hands, the old man warned that this was all he had there. The old man asks if Callum needs anything else, and Callum confirms he will just take the 4 books. The total comes to just over 1,000 rice, so he hands over a wad of cash. The shopkeeper begins to use his cash register, but abruptly stops and returns to reading his book, leaving Callum completely confused. When the grumpy man asks again if he can help with anything else, Callum says no, though he is clearly frustrated that the old man has apparently decided to keep all of his change. 6 hours later, a wolf-like figure with a snout is sniffing around the location. His companion asks if he has found anything, but the wolf replies that he cannot sense any residue of magic, and the other man agrees. Despite the lack of a magical signature, they know it will be difficult for their target to mask his scent. Although the smell is weak, it is still noticeable that he was there. One of them questions whether they should ask the employee at the shop if he saw anyone matching their target's description. However, his colleague advises against it, reminding him that they need to be discreet. If the alpha sent only the two of them, it is because he does not want to cause any kind of scandal. Later that night, their investigation leads them to a parking lot filled with a strange purple residue. One of the wolves deduces that their target had parked there and was probably driving a pickup truck. He suggests asking a favor from his old mundane contacts to check security camera footage, but his friend thinks it would be better to get Lucy's opinion first. The scene then shifts to a mysterious girl sucking on a lollipop. She sits in a room filled with advanced technological equipment, and it appears that hacking is her specialty. Meanwhile, Callum arrives at another location in his red pickup truck. He reflects on his purchase, thinking that the books were mostly a waste of time, even though he did manage to get 1 or 2 useful pieces of information from them. From his reading, he learned that the ceramic plate he found in the vampire's nest was likely a wizard's focus, an item that helps simplify the process of casting more complex spells. Unfortunately, he could not find any information on how to make or where to buy one. Still, Callum knows he cannot give up, believing there must be a book somewhere that teaches what he needs to know. He resolves to find another store because he is determined to learn. His thoughts then returned to the rude old man who left him very angry by showing no manners at all. A few days later, Callum found himself walking down a sunny commercial street, reflecting on everything he had encountered recently. There had been vampires, shapeshifters, and even other wizards. He'd also stumbled upon a fae shop that sold crystals and herbs, though that sort of thing didn't really interest him. What did concern him was the lack of any other dragon children, which made him wonder if Shihei was some kind of rare species. He could only hope the man had made it out of that situation alive, but life had been moving so quickly that he hadn't had a chance to look into it. He knew he wouldn't find answers in the news, as the media would never cover a story about a fire caused by a dragon. His thoughts were interrupted when he arrived at a bookstore that immediately seemed promising. Callum opened the door with a carefree air, but was instantly struck by a powerful blue energy that filled the entire shop. He was taken aback, realizing the place was saturated with an incredible amount of magic. The magic appeared to be radiating from a young woman who was browsing some books. As Callum studied the girl who was surrounded by a strong blue aura, he wondered who she could be. She looked like an ordinary college student, but then he realized there were 2 other magical signatures in the store. An elderly couple sitting nearby were also wizards. Callum tried to calm himself, remembering that no one here knew he had become a rebel. Just then, the elderly woman noticed his presence and looked directly at him. He grew nervous, wondering why on earth she was staring, but his anxiety quickly faded when she simply smiled and gave a little wave. Relieved, he smiled back, realizing she was just being friendly. He turned his attention to the magical section, which seemed much better than the one at the last store. However, he recognized some of the books, so his options might still be limited. His thoughts were interrupted when he overheard the powerful girl whispering to herself as she read. A moment later, she chuckled and said she didn't understand much of the book she was reading, The Arcane Defenses. Callum couldn't help but comment, saying he did not know who the target audience was, but he thought at least half of the words were made up. The girl laughed, admitting she thought she was the only one struggling and had spent the entire day trying to understand the damn book. Callum sympathized, explaining that he would like to help, but he had wasted a lot of time looking for books for beginner wizards only to realize there were not any available. Hearing this, she asked if he had an apprentice. Callum replied that it was more or less like that, and then asked if she was an apprentice too. The young woman explains that she is actually trying to skip the apprentice phase because she dislikes Archmage Fane, who wants to be her tutor. Hearing this, the young man figures she must be someone important if an Archmage is trying to associate with her. He asks how she plans skip the apprenticeship, and she explains that she just needs to finish her project on her own. She mentions that this is easier for healers, but they still need some basic things like shields. Callum finds this interesting and decides to introduce himself as Professor Denver Brown, adding that it's a pleasure to meet her. The girl is surprised to meet a professor, and then tells him her name is Gail Hargrave. Our wizard suggests they could collaborate if she has time. Gale agrees, commenting that she does since no one really counts on healers. He then asks if she has a list of what she needs. Sometime later, the two are sitting together in the library while the protagonist analyzes a book. According to the list, she has to learn about focuses, telekinesis, charms, and enchantments. The false professor thinks this all makes a lot of sense. Gale agrees but seems tired, so Callum suggests adding attack spells to her studies. He explains that as a healer, she should be able to cast some powerful attacks. The girl is confused, pointing out that her power is about healing, not dealing damage. However, the young man clarifies that it all depends on how the power is applied and asks if she ever went to medical school. Gale explains that she had a magical education, not a mundane one, so she never went to college. Her parents enrolled her in the best school of all, which is somewhat outdated, but is where all the most important families send their children. With that, the protagonist realizes he is talking to a Nepo baby. He decides to skip the topic of attacks for now, but he asked the girl to research clot attacks and neurochemicals in her spare time. Callum admits he doesn't know much about how healing magic works, but he imagines that if she focuses on just one thing and amplifies it, it will affect the balance of everything else. Gale finds this theory very interesting and says it would be incredibly useful, which makes the wizard happy to have helped in some way. Noticing it's getting late, he closes the book and suggests they should stop for the day. Gale then places her hand over his and asks if they can meet again next Friday, telling him he was a great help. The protagonist seems a bit nervous, but says he will see what he can do. The next day, Callum drives his pickup truck while thinking about how lucky he was to find a young mage. Now he can study various topics of magic under the pretense helping her. He also admits to himself that he would help anyway since Gale is a nice girl. Thinking about it, he decides he should probably check another store to look for other things the girl will need. Soon, the wizard is standing in front of a counter holding a couple of books. A woman with a distinct magical aura greets him and asks if he is only taking those two. The young man notices she seems like a shapeshifter, but simply says yes, explaining that they are basic reading for his student. The employee places the items in a bag and then questions if he really found everything he needs, looking at him with a suspicious gaze. Callum is surprised and freezes for a moment before confirming that he did. The woman comments that they have other shelves in the back if he wants to take another look. The protagonist just laughs and says that actually, he is late for an appointment. She smiles and replies that she completely understands. Then she wishes him a good day as the wizard turns to leave. Once outside, he imagines that the woman knows something and thinks he needs to get out of there immediately. Our young man now believes he made a mistake by deciding to spend extra time in that place. Realizing that helping the girl could end up costing him dearly, Callum decided he needed to be quick. Just then, he noticed a small piece of paper hidden inside one of the books. Wondering what it was, he reached out and carefully pulled it free, revealing something that looked like a note. On it was the name Alpha Chester, a phone number, and a request for him to call. Elsewhere, Lucy was telling Alpha Chester that her boys did the right thing by getting in touch, explaining that security cameras were easy for her to handle. When Chester asked if she had found their target, Lucy confirmed that finding him was the easiest part. She had managed to get recordings of his location in just a few hours, but she knew that simply knowing where he was would only keep them one step behind. The truly important question was where he was going next. Growing irritated, Chester told her to get straight to the point, and Lucy assured him she was getting there. She explained that her boys did most of the dirty work by interrogating the staff at the places he visited, which revealed that the guy seemed to love bookstores. After that, Lucy hacked the cameras at all the main city exits and eventually realized he was heading south. The lens of one camera reflected the image of a red pickup truck. The hackers summarized that Roy had made a list of the most likely places the man could stop, and they soon found his image on a store's camera. When the Alpha asked for the location, Lucy explained that Professor Denver Brown was at a shapeshifter bookstore and that the boys were already on their way. However, Chester ordered them not to interact, insisting that Mr. Brown should be the one to seek them out, not the other way around. Lucy was confident he would eventually make contact. Back at the bookstore, Callum stood near a phone booth, wondering what was wrong with him. He could hardly believe he was actually considering calling Alpha Chester and thought he must have gone crazy. After all, if the wolf was able to track his movements, it meant he was doing something wrong. Calling the number on the note seemed like the only way to clarify his next step. A moment later, a phone began to ring. The Alpha answered and thanked Mr. Brown for calling, but then asked if he should not call him Mr. Hall instead. This irritated Callum, who demanded to know what he wanted. Chester explained that he needed to thank him for saving Clara, but added that Winnet was not the only territory being taken over by vampires. Callum insisted he was not a mercenary, but the Alpha retorted that Callum had no idea what he truly was. Chester stated that he knew how to recognize a potential resource and offered to clear Callum's name from all GRE documents in exchange for his help. Callum replied that money was not a problem, but information would be quite useful, especially about wizards and their societies. The Alpha immediately agreed, saying he could consider it done since he had access to a wizard specialist and could arrange a meeting or two. With the term set, Callum asked for an explanation about the job. Chester revealed that 4 shapeshifter cities were being attacked by vampires in a political move to diminish their influence. The wizard was taken aback, questioning if it was really 4 cities. He thought to himself that he might not be ready for a massacre of that level, as there was no guarantee he could use the same trick again. Callum knew he had been lucky the first time, and the GRE agents had been very close to catching him for good. He asked if there was a deadline, and the Alpha took this as a sign that he was willing to take the job. Callum clarified that he could schedule a time with the specialist, but first he needed to know how he was found. Chester explained that he had set his trackers to follow Callum's scent some time ago, but they probably would not have found anything if he had not entered every bookstore on his way south. Feeling frustrated for being so predictable, Callum learned that the trackers had left a package for him in a trash can at the end of the street. Inside were all the necessary details about the vampires. Callum told the Alpha he would inform him of his decision soon, and Chester said he understood. Sometime later, the wizard sat in his pickup truck holding the package, which looked more like an encyclopedia. It was clear that Alpha Chester was a very well-informed man. However, Callum realized he would have to drive over 1,000 kilometers between some of the cities, a journey that could not be done quickly. It was then that an idea struck him. While teleporting himself was possible, it had a limit of only 15 meters. On the other hand, there was no speed limit for gravity telekinesis. Although the wizard had never tried this before, he believed it should work if his theory was correct. A moment later, his body was enveloped in a bright purple energy, and his feet lifted off the ground. Callum grew excited as he realized he was levitating, but he quickly lost his balance and let out a scream. The ability was clearly difficult to control. Suddenly, he shot through the air and crashed hard against the trunk of a tree, falling to the ground with a frustrated expression. He knew this method should work in the future, but for now, he needed something to help him stabilize. That's when he remembered something that might be perfect for the job. Meanwhile, the 2 GRA agents, Ray and Felicia, arrived on the road. Ray was using his power when Felicia asked if he had found anything. He replied that there was something ahead and told her to check the ditch. As they walked through the grass, her partner commented that it was a good hiding spot. And looking down, they saw Callum's old car lying in the ravine below. Felicia opened one of the doors and noticed that the car had been completely cleaned out and emptied. Ray observed that it had not been there long and asked if she knew what that meant. He then smiled sinisterly, adding that they were getting closer and closer to their target. A motorcycle roared as it accelerated down the road. Callum, wearing a helmet, knew he needed to take one more step. He then activated his power, which enveloped the entire vehicle. The motorcycle suddenly became much faster, and the wizard celebrated his success. By using gravity telekinesis on the bike, he could now move through the shapeshifter cities with plenty of speed. Now that his transportation issue was resolved, Callum decided to check out one of the nests to see exactly what he was dealing with. He parked his motorcycle next to some trees, figuring this was the spot. Although Chester had provided the contact information for all the local alphas, Callum thought it would be smarter to avoid any kind of interaction for now. Callum activated his power, thinking that all he needed to do was find the vampire's nest. If the information in the package was correct, he had a good idea of where it might be. Suddenly, he turned his head, a look of discovery on his face, as he seemed to find exactly what he was looking for. His spatial sense pinpoints the city cinema, where he counts 9 distinct vampire signatures. It appears they have teamed up with a local wizard, as he also detects magical shields protecting the entire area. However, the shields only cover the ground, which means he can bypass the defenses as long as he avoids stepping inside. The biggest problem will be dealing with the wizard himself. His magical bubble seems complex. And while Callum would like to have similar shields, they would be incompatible with his vacuum enchantment. Realizing the job might bring more trouble than it's worth, he briefly considers declining Alpha Chester's offer. Suddenly, he spots strange movement from a man with a red aura. His eyes widen in surprise as a 10th vampire appears on the scene, moving so fast that Callum figures he must have arrived at the speed of a bullet since he hadn't noticed his presence before. Since his attack on Winnet was stealthy, Callum had never witnessed a vampire's true speed, and he finds the ability somewhat frightening. His attention is then drawn to one of the vampires who appears to be dragging something, and he wonders what it could be. He is horrified when he realizes the vampire is dragging a badly beaten child. A wave of fury washes over him as he concludes that the vampires are truly monsters, and the wizard working with them is just as bad. Callum knows he cannot allow these creatures to continue. He immediately sends a message confirming he will take the job, his motorcycle speeding past the other cars. As he rides, he realizes he'll need a different strategy for this. His approach has to be quick and precise, and he absolutely cannot leave any trace that could lead GRA agents back to him. Deciding he needs to think this through more carefully, his thoughts are interrupted by his phone vibrating. A glance at his phone shows that it is already 7:45 in the morning, making him realize he is late. Back at the bookstore, he is sitting with Gail again, who says she understands. Callum then asks to see the plate full of symbols she is holding. After observing the material, he comments that it looks like a great focus for telekinesis and praises her for her excellent work. Gail thanks him for bringing so much extra material, explaining that she must have gone through a dozen plates just to get the drawings right. Callum suggests they try out the focus. Gail holds the plate with a determined expression and says she is ready to give it a try. Blue energy begins to flow from her hands, soon enveloping the entire plate. Gail asks if it is really working, and Callum encourages her to keep going. As she does, her power seems to increase even more. The blue energy then spreads to a book on the table, causing it to start levitating. Overjoyed by their success, the two celebrate. Gail gets up from her chair and hugs Callum, thanking her teacher. He feels a bit embarrassed and tells her not to thank him yet, explaining that this was only the first step and there was still much work to do. The girl complains, telling him not to ruin the moment. Deciding this is a good time to wrap for the day, Callum asks if they will meet again next week, and she smiles as she confirms her attendance. Later, while riding his motorcycle, Callum thinks about how he still has a few hours left. He knows he will need more materials, but he already has an idea of how to deal with the vampire nest. As the traffic light turns green, he considers what will happen if everything goes according to plan. If it all works out, by this time tomorrow, the vampires won't even know what hit them. Callum doesn't want a repeat of the motel incident, so he decides he won't use any weapons. Instead, he can think of something just as powerful as bullets. He plans to use thermite, a mixture of metal oxide and aluminum, which is most commonly used for welding train tracks. This substance can burn it up to 20,000 degrees Celsius, twice as hot as lava, and more than enough to melt a vampire's ugly face. Producing the material is simple and can be done with common items found at home, like a bit of rust from an old pipe and some aluminum foil crushed into a powder. After mixing the ingredients well in a specific proportion, he just needs to put everything inside an old soda can. With that, he has successfully produced a homemade grenade. An hour later, Callum has already prepared several cans. He plans to hide his materials in various places to avoid wasting time moving around during the attack. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the wizard realizes he just needs to find some kind of heavy object. He looks back and sees a huge rock, thinking it will work perfectly. Meanwhile, in a cinema, two vampires are watching what one of them calls a horrible non-romantic vampire movie. One asks if they still have any of the kids' ketchup left, but the other replies that they've taken everything. The vampire with the bun then asks whose turn it is to hunt. Just as the other vampire was about to answer, a small portal opens and a soda can drops through it. Suddenly, a large explosion engulfs the area, turning the vampires into skewers. The fire alarm immediately goes off and water begins to drip from the ceiling sprinklers. Elsewhere in the cinema, other vampires wonder what the hell is happening. The one with spiky hair tries to see if there's a fire nearby, but another portal opens right above him. His colleague tries to warn him, but it's too late as the can is already falling. Another explosion erupts, turning those two into mosquito barbecue as well. From a distance, Callum realizes that his plan is working perfectly. He activates his power, thinking to himself that he needs to continue the attack. Callum's purple energy flared, simultaneously opening portals beneath several cans. He couldn't allow the vampires even a second to think. And with grim determination, he watched as more explosions rocked the cinema. As the chaos unfolded, one of the bloodsuckers began to question who could possibly be behind the attack. Meanwhile, in the broadcast room, the Earth Wizard was completely engrossed in the movie, finding the story incredible. His enjoyment was cut short, however, when an alarm began to ring and smoke started seeping into the room. The bald man quickly realized they were under attack. Seeing the flames, he questioned why none of his defensive shields had activated. At the same time, Callum sensed that the Earth Wizard had finally started to move. This meant it was time for his secondary attack. The protagonist still knew very little about a wizard's capabilities, and he considered the possibility that neither termites nor bullets could penetrate such a thick shield. But this was his only option. Supernatural or not, the wizard was still human, which meant his reaction time was the same as an ordinary person's. Wrapping a large stone in his energy, Callum considered his plan. He would teleport the heavy object high into the air, then open another portal just before it hit the ground. While the Earth Wizard was trying to figure out what to do, Callum's portal opened directly above his head. The man looked up just in time to see the massive stone hurtling in his direction. In the next moment, the stone fell with a tremendous crash, and the sound of something breaking echoed through the room. Callum concluded his thought, realizing the object would fall with so much force and speed that even the wizard's shields wouldn't be able to save him. The enormous stone now lay on the ground as flames began to engulf the entire area. Believing he had taken out everyone in the cinema, Callum returned to his motorcycle. He had destroyed one nest, but there were still 3 left. An hour passed, and Callum found himself facing another building that was now on fire. He paused to drink a soda to cool off, confident that his enemies never stood a chance. Back in the computer room, Alpha Chester asked if the vampires had reacted in any way. Lucy, holding her lollipop, replied that they hadn't. It seemed the boy was doing a clean job. Just then, a phone vibrated on the table, and the wolf wondered if another update had arrived. The message confirmed that 2 nests had already been destroyed. The old man with braids stared in disbelief, wondering how this was possible. Elsewhere, Callum got ready to ride his motorcycle again and approached the 3rd target, wondering how many vampires he would have to defeat this time. He managed to identify 12 of them, along with a wizard who possessed very strong shields. But then he realized there was something else there. The protagonist could sense the presence of 2 different figures, and he had a strong feeling they were not supernatural beings. He realizes they are 2 humans being held prisoner, and he immediately wonders how he can get them out without revealing his identity and ruining his mission. Callum paces back and forth, thinking about what to do. He knows that rescuing them could compromise his identity, but he also knows he can't just leave them there. If he does save them, he needs to take them to a place where the shapeshifters can reach them quickly. Using his spatial sense, Callum discovers a fast food restaurant just a few blocks away, which would be a perfect place to leave the couple. With that settled, he begins to plan his first steps. He knows he needs to destroy this nest without wasting any time, so he starts locating the weak points of his target. He quickly finds the spots with the highest concentration of vampires and the areas with the most flammable materials. Having found the perfect strategy, he crosses his arms soon enough. His next step is to prepare cans filled with termite. He determines that 6 bombs should be enough for his objective, and now all he needs is a little portal magic. The cans begin to tremble as the wizard's power envelopes them, and moments later, they fall to the ground in their designated locations, causing a series of deadly explosions. Inside their cell, the male prisoner asks his friend if she heard a noise, and she strains to understand what is happening. He soon realizes the sound is a fire alarm, which means something must be on fire nearby. As smoke starts to descend the stairs towards them, they know they need to find a way out immediately. The young man tries desperately to break the bars of their cell. But just as he's complaining that he can't open the gate, a portal opens in the wall behind him. Callum, his face covered by a black mask, steps through and asks if the 2 humans are okay. Startled, they demand to know who this suspicious man is. The protagonist simply tells them to face forward and keep their eyes closed. The wizard then breaks the chains that were holding them, explaining that he will get them out, but they need to trust him. Seeing their shackles disappear, the 2 prisoners are surprised but decide to put their faith in the mysterious man. Just as the boy was about to ask where they were going, a portal opens in the ground beneath them. He barely finishes his question before another portal opens in the ceiling of an empty room, dropping the 2 of them onto the floor. Callum quickly apologizes for the rough landing. He warns them that they are in a bathroom and should wait there because someone will come to rescue them soon. The girl asks if he is really going to leave, and the man adds that they don't even know his name. Callum creates another portal to leave, simply telling them that he is nobody and that they should forget they ever heard his voice. The girl presses, wanting to know at least how long they should wait, but Callum replies that he can't answer anything else. He just wishes them good luck before disappearing. After arriving at a new location, Callum felt bad for the two people he had left behind and for not answering their questions. He remembered being in a similar situation when he first discovered his powers. For now, he could only hope that Alpha Chester would take care of them, and he made a mental note to check if they were okay after he finished the job. Just then, a message from the wolf arrived, telling him to cancel the fourth attack since the vampires had surrendered. Realizing they had finally taken action, Callum felt a wave of relief. He had run several simulations to ensure everything would go smoothly, but spending so much viz was incredibly tiring. His accuracy certainly would have decreased if he had been forced to destroy one more nest. Despite the fatigue, it had all been worth it, not just for his deal with Alpha Chester, but also because two innocent people could now live another day. A few minutes earlier, the Alpha was in a room with Lucy and another man, questioning how the young wizard was capable of such feats. The suspicious man speculated that Callum must have access to the Giari's teleportation system, or if not that, his power must be related to the phase. He added that phase magic was different from his own and remained largely a mystery. Chester then turned to Lucy asking if she had any ideas. The girl explained that the protagonist was very good at limiting his cell phone use. She had tried to track him, but found nothing useful and apologized to her boss for not having more information. The Alpha wondered what he could accomplish if he could move his men with the same speed Callum did, but the gray-haired man doubted the wizard would ever reveal his methods. Chester considered that maybe they could offer him something more valuable than just a few lessons with Jasper. Lucy then pointed out that Callum didn't seem to have any allies who worked with computers, suggesting he might accept help from a tech girl. Chester questioned if she was offering to do such a thing, stating he wouldn't ask her to commit even more, considering her situation with the Giari. However, Lucy insisted that he could count on her. She explained that while she could work with a guild, they didn't pay much attention to non-wizards. At that moment, a cell phone began to vibrate. The Alpha noted that it was right on time and answered, announcing that Chester was on the line. A vampire dressed like Dracula was on the other end, warning that they could stop the attacks now. Chester calmly greeted his friend, Antoine. The vampire complained that the attacks on their nests were a violation of the treaty, and that the Giari would not like it at all. The wolf simply assured him that he had no idea what he was talking about since none of his shapeshifters had come near the vampire nests. Hearing this, Antoine announced that he was backing off and leaving Chester's territory, so the attacks could finally stop. Chester was happy to hear the news. Antoine warned that this was not the end of the story. And though he didn't know who was behind the assault, he would take action when he found out. He added that the one responsible would prefer the Giari to catch him first. As the vampire spoke, the scene shifted to Callum riding down a road on his motorcycle. Elsewhere, two agents, Felicia and Ray, were analyzing the scene of a fire, realizing that the culprit had done a hell of a job. Felicia asked her partner if he thought it was the same guy as before. Brushing some ashes off the ground, Ray replied that he was sure it was the same person. Although the methods used this time were different, the precision was downright frightening. He concluded that whoever this person was, they were becoming increasingly dangerous. Just then, a man in protective gear shouted that he had found something. The blonde agent seemed pleased as he picked the object up, believing the circle was the culprit's signature. Ray admitted he still didn't know what it was for, but it was definitely his calling card. Suddenly, Felicia touched her colleague's suit, catching him completely off guard. The blonde agent asks the other man to leave the area, explaining that his partner cannot speak freely in front of others, and the man complies. Ray sometimes forgets that other mages are immune to his siren abilities, so he turns to Felicia and asks for her thoughts. She believes the attack on the first nest was a crime of passion, theorizing that the vampires kidnapped someone the culprit cared about. In that scenario, he would have used a weapon because it was the quickest and easiest option. However, she then holds up a package containing a leftover soda can, suggesting this second attack was a different story entirely. Ray understands her point. Realizing this job involved a lot of preparation, Felicia thinks they should talk to Alpha Chester since all the attacks happened in vampire nests within his territories. Ray agrees, adding that they should speak not only with the Alpha, but also with Antoine Levine and maybe even Ravib, the king of the Fae in that region. He figures the Fae might have important information, considering the assassin's unique style. Later, at another location, Alpha Chester welcomes the agents and invites them to sit down. Ray thanks him and comments that the alpha must already know why they are there. The wolf confirms that he does, stating it's because of the terrible incident with Levine's vampires. Chester admits they have had problems, but assures them it had nothing to do with the attack, adding that any issues with Levine will be resolved according to GRA rules. The agent grows suspicious, noticing how well-rehearsed the alpha's response sounds. Ray says he hopes the alpha doesn't mind answering a few questions as part of standard procedure. Just then, a cell phone starts vibrating. The wolf picks up the device and asks for a moment before answering the call. He quickly tells the person on the other end that he will have to call back later because he is dealing with some visitors. After hanging up, he returns to his seat and asks the agent to continue, but Ray seems to find the interruption a bit suspicious. Meanwhile, Callum is irritated that the alpha hung up on him. An hour later, the protagonist stashes some items in a locker, making a mental note that it is number 4. He has spread what he took from the nest across different places, but everything can be easily retrieved with teleportation. This way, if he is captured on the street, at least he won't be carrying a bunch of evidence. Just then, his cell phone vibrates and the young man says it is about time. On the phone, Chester recounts that he was calling just as the GRA agents arrived, and they did not seem at all happy with the scenes Callum left behind. The mage asks what the alpha thought of his work, and Chester replies that it was simply exemplary. The protagonist confirms that this means he was not reported to the GRA, and Chester assures him that he did not do that. Chester mentions that the agents did not like his lack of answers, but he thinks the two of them have no leads. However, the alpha also clarifies that if Callum's identity is discovered, he cannot do anything about it, which the young man already figured would be the case. Regarding payment, the wolf says he needs to introduce him to 2 people, which seems to excite Lucy. One of these people is the wizard expert Chester mentioned earlier, who he says can be called Harry. The other is an information technology specialist who wants to be called Trocadinho. Our protagonist realizes someone has a sense of humor and asks if Trocadinho is the one who ensures these calls are not being recorded. Lucy then grabbed the phone, introducing herself as Trocadinho and mentioning that she was a big fan of how Callum destroys things. She figured he might appreciate some help with the electronic side of things. The wizard acknowledged this was true, but reminded her that she already worked for Chester. Trocadinho explained that while she does some work for the alpha, he was not her real boss. Still unsure if he could trust her, Callum admitted she would be a great help and asked her to send a message with her number, so he could think about it. Lucy made a face at the old man and asked if he was jealous, but Chester paid little attention to the joke. Suddenly, another person took the phone from the hacker's hand, telling her to stop flirting. The man, Jasper, then questioned whether Callum really wanted to know more about wizards. Jasper mentioned that he had gotten ahead of himself and already scanned some grimoires. He then said that Trocadinho would send the files along with her contact information. The protagonist commented that this would be great and thanked the specialist. After Jasper handed the phone back to Alpha Chester, the wolf said he needed to mention a small detail before hanging up. He warned Callum that Antoine Levine, the master of Minneapolis, is a vengeful man, so it was very important that he did not get captured. Chester stressed that this man was simply the most dangerous vampire he knew. Later, the protagonist was studying Chester's wizard grimoires and thinking about how incredible they were. They were all handwritten, and the research had been done personally, making them nothing like the materials one could find in a regular bookstore. However, it seemed that spatial magic was a mystery to everyone as there was hardly any information about it. Noticing that it was getting dark, Callum decided to call Trocadinho. Meanwhile, Lucy was typing on her huge computer when a call from Mr. Brown popped up on her screen. She was surprised to see the man calling so soon. Wearing a near Brahma band shirt, she held her phone and thought that the guy must really like her. She asked if he was going to accept her offer, and the protagonist said he had a job she could do, but needed to know how much it would cost first. Trocadinho joked that her night cost 50 rays, which made the wizard feel a bit embarrassed. The girl quickly said she was joking and could even send the price list she uses with Chester, but explained that the cost really depends on how interesting the job is. Being a mundane in the middle of a supernatural world meant she did a lot of boring tasks. Callum found it strange that she was a mundane, as he had thought she was a shapeshifter too. Lucy explained that her parents were wizards, but she had not inherited their charm. So she was just a mundane. Just then, the protagonist's phone beeped with a notification, and the girl said she had sent a message with her price list. He noticed the name Lucille Harper and thought she had accidentally revealed her identity. However, Lucy commented that the Trocadinho joke would lose its charm otherwise. And besides, if Chester could not protect her, it meant she was in trouble anyway. Thinking about the two agents, she explained that a fake name was not enough to stop the gyre. Callum was surprised to learn how much Lucy trusted the Alpha and had not imagined he had so much power since he had needed her help so much. Hearing this, Trocadinho just laughed and promised not to tell the wolf what he said. She explains that Chester is practically royalty who could take the lives of 12 people and only get a pat on the back for it unless his victims were an archmage or a master vampire. After pondering for a moment, Callum concludes that this Antoine Levine must be a huge problem if master vampires are so important. When the Alpha first warned him about the master, the protagonist wasn't that worried. But if the bloodsucker is on the same level as an archmage, he will need to be much more careful. Callum starts to say something to Lucille, but she interrupts him, telling him to just call her Lucy. He then asks for information about the couple he rescued from the nest. After typing for a moment, Lucy asks if he's talking about the people he left in the fast food bathroom. She admits that their situation doesn't look good as they ended up in the hands of the gyre. Hearing this, the protagonist gets angry, thinking he shouldn't have left that responsibility to someone else. Lucy promises she will find more information and immediately asks what her payment will be. The wizard says he can leave some gold in a specific location as an advance, asking if 2 kilos is enough. Trocadinho becomes overjoyed, exclaiming that Callum just bought her the best night of her life. At that, Callum turns red again, thinking to himself that this girl is quite strange. The next day, back in the same bookstore, Gail is using her power impressively. Callum tells her to keep going, remarking on how amazing it is. The girl looks fascinated at the bluish energy on the plate she's levitating. The light is so bright that the nice lady who owns the shop has to close her eyes. Gail then tries to get the attention of the two nerds, but they are too busy with their studies to notice. Realizing they might be bothering the owner, Callum comments that it's better to tone it down. Gail asks Professor Brown where he found that enchantment, explaining that she has always struggled with the light spell. The wizard replies that he borrowed some great books from a friend of a friend. The girl asks him to thank that acquaintance for her and mentions that the telekinesis focus is also working very well. Callum then asks how her healing experiments are going and if she researched the attack skills she mentioned the other day. Gail says she took a look and managed to hurt some crickets using an asymmetrical structure with circulation inversion. Callum pretends to understand, but in reality he feels like she just spoke Greek. As she continues talking about her technical studies, he thinks about how he sometimes feels a bit dumb when talking to her. He knows he started learning magic very late, but it's still impressive to see how a young, well-trained mage like Gail learns everything so quickly. However, his admiration wavers when Gail tells him how one of the crickets touched her finger and she let out a scream. This makes Callum wonder if she might not be so amazing after all. Meanwhile, in another mysterious place, an important meeting has just begun. Chester is irritated that they scheduled the meeting at night specifically for one person who is still late. A gray-haired bearded man assures him that the man will arrive shortly. The Alpha says he had better arrive soon. Just then, a person in red shoes approaches, and a pale hand grips the golden doorknob. The wolf comments that this meeting was his idea. The newcomer is Antoine Levine, the master of the vampires of Minneapolis. Alpha Chester, the leader of the shapeshifters of the Midwest, sarcastically remarks that the man finally decided to show up. Suddenly, the vampire's vision turns red as if he were overcome with fury. Antoine quickly reached the table and warned the mutt to be careful with what he said. He let out a hiss, and Chester responded with a deep growl. At that moment, a hand slammed forcefully onto the table as someone shouted that it was time to end their little show. King Ravid, ruler of the Fae of the Midwest, told them to start the meeting already. The Alpha immediately agreed and settled into his chair, and the vampire master concurred. With that, the representative of the GRA, Archmage Janry, declared the meeting officially started with the authority of his status. The wizard stared at the 4 leaders present and announced that there was a killer among them, which meant it was time to act. Meanwhile, Callum was on his motorcycle in the middle of a road thinking to himself that it had been a while. He looked at the Winnet City sign and said hello to the place. To his surprise, his house still looked decent, and he was relieved that the GRA had not destroyed everything during their investigation. The protagonist wondered if he should thank the Langleys for that. Perhaps they had scared the GRA away just in case he returned one day. Using his spatial sense, Callum located his hidden bags under the floor and used his powers to retrieve them. All the money and gold were still there just as he had left them. He had taken as much gold as he could carry before but had been forced to leave some behind. Now, with the advance from Lucy and the piling costs of magic materials, getting a bit more would be quite useful. After grabbing everything he needed, Callum knew the smartest thing to do was get out of there. He intended to leave the city without saying goodbye to anyone. Despite his plan, a few minutes later, the fool found himself hiding near a house, wondering what the hell he was doing. He tried to convince himself that he would just take a quick look from afar to make sure everyone was okay, and then he would leave for good. His spatial sense identified that the whole family was in the kitchen. Inside, Jessica asked Clara to grab another pack of steaks from the freezer, and the girl smiled, saying she would do it right away. Arthur noticed that his niece seemed happy and asked his daughter if the girl still had those nightmares. Jessica replied that she did, but it seemed that being under the vampire's charm had erased most of her memory. If it were not for that, she explained, the trauma would have been even worse. The sheriff said they were lucky to have gotten her back so quickly. Remembering how Callum had carried out the entire rescue, the blonde replied that it was actually much more than just luck. Suddenly, Jessica smelled something different and asked her father if he was sensing it too. She quickly, almost desperately, opened the door. The two could only see a motorcycle in the distance. Arthur asked if that was who he thought it was, but the blonde replied that she did not know. As he moved at high speed, Callum thought to himself that was a close call. He knew he needed to stay away to keep them safe. Otherwise, it would just be a matter of time before the GRA showed up again. As the protagonist's motorcycle sped down the street, a voice on his phone asked if he wanted the locations of all the GRA's teleportation circles. Callum asks if that would be a problem. Lucy replies that it isn't necessarily, but she was surprised to learn he didn't know about the circles as they had assumed that was how he moved around. Callum admits it would make sense but clarifies that isn't the case. So Lucy tells him she is sending a message with all the publicly available information. However, she explains that many important families have their own private teleportation circles, and finding data on those will be much more complicated. The idea of important families with private portals intrigues Callum. At the moment, his own teleportation range is only 15 meters, but he now understands that through a magic circle, the GRA can travel thousands of kilometers. He notes that one of these circles is located behind a mattress store, thinking about how the magical world truly hides right under everyone's noses. Callum knows he needs to be quick because the GRA maintains heavy security around its portals, which severely limits his options for approach. His gravity telekinesis works well with his motorcycle, but it leaves traces of his magical signature everywhere. Although this signature usually fades quickly, Jessica was able to sense it, and he knows he would be in serious trouble if a GRA agent did the same. He concludes that an improved form of teleportation is his best option to avoid problems. And if he can just figure out how the GRA makes its circles work, he will never get caught. Using his spatial sense, Callum can see the teleportation circle glowing, but he realizes this is going to be complicated if he can't get any closer. He worries that the details might be too complex to understand everything he needs from a distance. He observes a geometric die-like shape floating in the air surrounded by rings. Normally, this kind of magic could be done by simply engraving symbols onto a plate, but this would require a full-fledged construction. Deciding there is no reason to delay, Callum opens a portal and prepares to start the work. Meanwhile, in an important meeting, Chester questions whether the others truly believe a murderer was responsible for the recent attacks. Antoine confirms this, suggesting it was a murderer working for the shapeshifters. The Alpha slams his hand on the table, warning that he will not accept such unfounded accusations. In response, the master of the vampires asks if that was a threat, then tells the Archmage January to silence the logos, claiming it contributes nothing to the discussion. Ravid interjects, calling the exchange a tantrum rather than a discussion. He adds that he hopes the vampire does not accuse the Fae in the same way he is accusing the shapeshifters. The irritated vampire hisses in response. January finally steps in, stating that while the incidents at the nests are being investigated, the shapeshifters are no longer considered suspects. He warns everyone that the meeting is not meant to increase rivalry between their groups. January continues, reminding them they are there to discuss the actions of an extremely dangerous murderer. He points out that even though the only targets so far have been vampires, there's no guarantee it will stay that way, and the GRA considers this killer a threat to everyone. Antoine then comments that if the shapeshifters are truly not guilty, then the old man must have some other clue. Jinri replies that the evidence they have is limited, but it appears to be accurate, prompting Chester to immediately question what he means by evidence. Jinri reaches into his robe and pulls out a small metal circle, asking if anyone in the room recognizes the object. Back on his motorcycle, Callum has a realization. If Gale's family is as important as he suspects, she must use a teleportation circle to get to her weekly classes. Callum figured Gale wasn't the type to take the bus. Based on the information Lucy had sent, he tried to imagine where the nearest teleportation circle to the bookstore might be and realized it was likely inside a fancy jewelry store. He couldn't help but find the situation somewhat ironic. The circle's appearance was quite similar to the one he had seen before, making him wonder if they were all designed the same way. Although Callum had managed to create a replica using a computer program, he had no way of knowing if the details were correct without a closer look. Even if his design was perfect, he still had no idea how he would actually build one. Suddenly, Callum noticed someone was coming and guessed it must be her. Purple energy began to spiral around the circle's glowing core as the surrounding rings started to spin. A moment later, a figure stepped out of the newly formed portal. Gale appeared on the scene, still enveloped by the circle's lingering magic. Callum observed that the energy seemed to respond directly to her tattoo. This made sense since a wizard's unique tattoo could likely determine if they had the authority to use the circle. He speculated that it might even be possible to track where a wizard was going and where they came from, which wouldn't be a surprise given how invasive the GRA could be. Callum felt a pang of frustration, wishing he could have taken a closer look at the device. A short time later, Gale entered the bookstore and asked a man at the counter if he had seen Professor Brown, but the man said no. The girl found this strange, as the professor usually arrived before she did. Just then, Callum appeared from behind a shelf, announcing his presence and apologizing for getting caught up looking at some books. Gale admitted she had almost believed he had forgotten about her. Beside him, the last traces of a portal began to disappear, and Callum felt a wave of relief at the close call. He had been so focused on following Gale that he had nearly forgotten she was on her way to meet him. He asked what they would be studying today, and she replied that she needed to understand movement magic. Callum thought this would be complicated since nothing from healing magic could be applied to movement. Gale acknowledged this, saying she had wanted to be an elemental mage because at least half of the requirements would have been much easier. Her words reminded Callum of his own frustration when he first started studying magic, and he recalled how useless his early space circles had been. He also remembered the other mage's shock at what he was attempting and how everything changed once he added a bit of fire magic. His thoughts were interrupted when Gale asked if he knew anything about movement magic since he was a gravity mage. Callum had known this moment would come, but he still felt nervous. While it was true that he understood the basics of gravity telekinesis, he knew he was not at the level of a real wizard. When Gale asked him to show her a spell, he worried that his identity would be compromised if he couldn't perform well. Despite his anxiety, Callum told her he could do a simpler trick. He focused his power, altering the gravity around a nearby chair. A moment later, the object began to float gently in the air. He presented the feat as just a little levitation, explaining that it was only a small part of what he could do. Callum added that if he were better rested, he could show her something more impressive. To his surprise, however, Gale found it amazing. He was so taken aback by her reaction that he had to ask if she was being serious. His apprentice simply nods to confirm and asks if he can teach her the trick. Callum says he can try, thinking to himself that he might be able to camouflage himself better than he had imagined. An hour later, the young man presents a book to her, explaining that it was the first one he ever read as a beginner. He mentions that the book is a bit complex, but teaches the core concepts very well. Gale eagerly asks if she'll learn to fly after she finishes reading it, but her teacher tells her not to get too excited. At that moment, Callum's phone begins to vibrate. Wondering why Lucy is calling right now, he turns to his student to see if she's okay. He apologizes for needing to answer the call, but assures her it's nothing serious. On the other end of the line, Lucy asks if she called at a bad time. Callum replies that she didn't and asks how she's doing. Lucy notes that he's very sweet for worrying, prompting the wizard to tell her to get straight to the point. The hacker then shares that she has news about the two mundanes who were rescued, explaining that it's a somewhat complicated issue. It seems the GRE has specific rules about mundanes who get involved with the supernatural world. According to these rules, whoever brought the mundanes into that world is responsible for them. The wizard questions if this means the couple is his responsibility, but Lucy says no. Even though he was the one who saved them, the ones who originally brought the couple into the supernatural world were the vampires. Because of this, the GRE took the two people back to the bloodsuckers. Callum is outraged to discover that the guild took the people he saved and simply returned them to those who would harm them. The hacker acknowledges that the rule is stupid, but explains that the GRE is very strict when it comes to following procedures. In a fit of rage, Callum opens a portal on the spot and demands the names and locations of the vampires, the agents, and the entire department involved. Lucy understands his anger but expresses her hope that he isn't planning an attack against the GRE. Still furious, Callum repeats his demand for everyone's name. Meanwhile, the GRE headquarters in Kansas stands hidden in plain sight, looking just like any other corporate building. Beneath all the luxury and protection, however, something more sinister is at work. As Callum tries to force himself to think carefully about his next step, he is already on the other side of the portal, standing near his motorcycle. He repeats his demand to Lucy, but she reminds him that she works for the GRE. She warns him that this is too risky even for her. And although she understands his anger and is on his side, attacking the guild right now would be the same as throwing his life away. The young man questions how he can possibly let this go, believing the situation is his fault. He feels that, if he had taken the couple somewhere else instead of leaving them to protect his own interests, this never would have happened. Now Callum needs to find a way out of this situation. Lucy urges him to choose his battles, pointing out that not even an archmage could defeat the GRE overnight. She then asks how many people will go unsaved if he loses his life over this. The hacker says she admires what he is trying to do and agrees that the GRE is a disaster, but she begs him not to abandon everything he has fought for just because of one bad day. The young man admits that she is right, but he still needs those names to prepare, believing that the more he knows, the better he can plan. Lucy finally agrees and says she will get the information, but asks him not to do anything foolish. Repeating Lucy's last sentence in his head, Callum felt grateful that she had convinced him to back down for now. He knew he couldn't attack a GRE office until his magical skills improved, but he swore that one day he would make them pay for their crimes. The following day, Callum was on the phone with the specialist, Jasper, who commented that the young man's question was very strange. Jasper asked why he was so interested in young wizards. Callum explained that he was just curious, noting that while most children discover their magic early, he wanted to know if there were cases where this didn't happen and why. The old man admitted he didn't know for sure since he wasn't a doctor, but he imagined it could happen if there was no mana present. Despite this, Jasper added that any child growing up near wizards would likely achieve something just from the magic in the air. This led Callum to think that if someone grew up far from wizards, their magic might never manifest at all. A possibility Jasper had never seen but believed was plausible. The theory made perfect sense to Callum since the first time he ever used magic was during the attack on the Shea Fitness Center. It was likely the first time he had ever felt such a surge of power, as his parents didn't seem to be wizards. He couldn't help but wonder what his life would have been like if he had been born into a family of mages. Jasper's voice brought him back to the present, jokingly asking if Callum had a hidden child he didn't know about. Callum deflected, saying that even if he did, he wouldn't tell him before thanking the fake Harry for his help and ending the call. Later, while stuck in traffic, the protagonist called Lucy to learn more about her family, wondering how they were all wizards except for her. She confirmed this was true, her tone unenthusiastic as she mentioned the supposed fun at the Harper residence. Callum imagined it must have been difficult for her, and she explained that was why the GRE assigned her tedious tasks, not knowing what to do with a mundane and simply shoving her into the IT department. Callum immediately called them idiots, which seemed to flatter Lucy. She then asked about his family, mentioning that Harry had also been curious and making Callum suspect that Chester had sent them both to gather information. The hacker said she couldn't blame them for their curiosity, explaining that it's normal to want to know more when a nice and mysterious guy comes to town and starts acting like a hero. Hearing himself described as nice and mysterious made the protagonist feel giddy, and Lucy clarified that those were her words, not Chester's. Callum replied that his personal life wasn't that interesting, but maybe he would share a thing or two eventually. Seizing the opportunity, Lucy suggested they swap stories on their first date. Callum responded that her charm was torture, and she playfully asked if it made him anxious. He admitted that it did, but in a good way, though he still wasn't ready to reveal who he truly was. In response, Lucy took a cute selfie, saying she was already getting chills from the excitement before saying goodbye and hanging up. A moment later, the selfie arrived on Callum's phone with a heart covering her face, and he couldn't help but smile. Later at the bookstore, Callum was sitting with Gail, who commented that she was bored from studying so much. Her teacher tried to remind her of the reason for all her hard work, and while she knew it was to skip the learning phase, she questioned why the books had to be so complex. Deciding it was time for a break, Callum earned a cheerful response from Gail, who called him the best of all. He then took a moment to apologize for disappearing the other day, explaining that he had an emergency with a colleague. The student assured him it was all right, knowing he spent a lot of time helping her and hoping it didn't interfere with his work. Callum promised that it wasn't a problem and that he always looked forward to their study sessions. At that moment, Gail takes Callum's hands and tells him she owes him one, adding that if he ever needed a favor, he should feel free to ask. The wizard considers her offer and replies that there is actually one thing he needs. He explains that he has been thinking about more movement options, because while the GRA's teleportation circles work well, he wanted something more portable. In response, Gail tells him that her father has a personal league. Although she can't give it to him as a gift, she thinks he could take a look at it. Callum wonders what a personal league even is, but he says he would love to check it out. He explains that the friend who lent him his books has some theories he would like to research. Gail asks if those theories are about teleportation and wonders aloud if his friend is a space wizard. Confused, Callum asks her why she would ask that. She explains that a space wizard would get into trouble for sharing information without their master's knowledge, since the GRA keeps that type of magic under strict control. Looking nervous, the protagonist questions what would happen if the guild found out. Gail admits she has only heard gossip, but it seems that after being captured by Archmage Duval, these space wizards are never seen alive again. The student then promises her teacher that she will talk to her father about the personal league, and Callum says goodbye until next week. The idea of being able to move faster seems pretty cool, and Gail thinks to herself that she can't blame him for wanting something more portable. After all, the GRA teleportation circles are kind of boring. She just hopes the wizard doesn't get into any trouble with the guild, figuring he must know what he's doing since he's a teacher. Shortly after, Gail's body is enveloped by purple energy as a teleportation spell activates, and she appears in a new location. She finds herself in a grand hall filled with teleportation circles. A woman approaches and asks Miss Hargrave if she is going home, to which the girl replies yes. The staff member says she will accompany her to the private network, and the two walk side by side through the area. Gail notices that the other circles have just been used and asks if everything is alright, commenting that she has never seen the private network so full before. The young woman replies that she doesn't know much, but it seems something has been scaring the GRA in recent days, leading to more frequent trips. With a curious expression, Gail says that this sounds quite interesting. She then steps into a private circle and arrives in another place. Her butler, Jameson, greets her and asks how her study session went. Gail tells him that it was quite boring, explaining that while she likes her study partner, she thinks many of the topics are unnecessary. The man reminds her that she is the future of the Hargrave family, so it is normal for expectations to be high for someone so important. Gail agrees that he is right and says she just wants it to be over soon. Sometime later, the heiress is in the bathtub while two maids attend to her. Afterward, she stares at the various clothes in her large wardrobe before leaving the room dressed in a yellow dress. She finds her father at the dining table and comments that she is happy he managed to take a break from his many responsibilities. Mr. Hargrave tells her that someone is causing trouble with the vampire hunter issue, so they left that mess in the hands of the archmages. Thinking about how terrible a vampire hunter must be, Gail says that sounds scary. Her father warns her that her grandfather, Archmage Hargrave, will be stopping by for dinner later, so she needs to prepare herself. Gail agrees, but then asks if she can request a favor while he is there. Intrigued, her father asks what kind of favor she has in mind. Gail asks if she can take her personal league to her study session next week. Her father points out that a personal league is not a cheap object as it is personally crafted by Archmage Duval. His daughter quickly promises that she will not activate it, explaining that she only needs it because she believes its enchantment could be useful for her research. Unable to refuse his little girl, the doting father agrees to her request. Overjoyed, Gail hugs him with a smile and thanks him profusely. Just then, a member of the staff announces that dinner is ready. Mr. Hargrave urges them to eat quickly before her grandfather arrives and ruins the mood, a comment that earns a giggle from his daughter. A week later, Gail presents the personal league to Callum. She explains that she promised her father she would only borrow it for a few hours and hopes that is all right. Callum assures her that everything is great, adding that he is grateful just to be able to see such an object up close. Gale clarifies that the device is coded to respond to pulse identification, so they will not be able to activate it. As Callum stares at the ring, he cannot help but think about how everything seems connected to those damn tattoos. He observes aloud that it is basically a customized ring and an enchanted plate. Callum notes that while it seems simple on the surface, he imagines the ring is quite complex internally. Surprised, Gale asks how he could have guessed something like that. Callum brushes it off as just a hunch, explaining that if an archmage produces it personally, it must require a great deal of skill, though he knows that is just what a normal mage would say. He cannot tell Gale the truth, which is that his spatial sense allows him to see the hidden parts of the enchantment. Although the protagonist does not understand the theory behind it all, he believes he is capable of producing one himself. He becomes lost in these thoughts until Gale calls his name, snapping him out of it. Startled to hear his false name, Callum apologizes for daydreaming. He thanks Gale for bringing such a fascinating object, and she replies that she hopes it will be useful for her research. Meanwhile, in what appears to be a bar, an attendant is speaking with two GRA agents. He tells them that while he cannot say he has not seen anything out of the ordinary, they are in a shapeshifter bar in a biker town, so it takes a lot for someone to stand out. Ray nods in understanding and thanks the attendant for his time. Once they are outside, Felicia complains about how ridiculous it is that they have followed yet another useless lead. She is clearly frustrated that they have not gotten any information from the shapeshifters, the Fae, or even the vampires. Felicia wonders aloud how it is possible for a murderer to disappear from the entire magical world. Ray suggests that their target must be a very talented person. The mermaid continues, worried that the traces are disappearing more with each passing day and that they might not be able to catch him if they continue at this pace. As Ray lights a cigarette, he comments that her view is just one way to look at the situation. When Felicia asks what he means, the blonde explains that while it would be difficult to find the culprit if he simply laid low for the rest of his life, his experience shows that criminals rarely stay still for long. Ray continues, saying it may not happen tomorrow or the day after, but one day the killer will strike again. The more he attacks, the more likely he is to make a mistake. Felicia adds that if their theory about the first attack being a rescue is correct, then they know this murderer has a weak point. Her partner agrees, concluding that the killer is not a cold person and forms bonds like anyone else. He even bets that the man must have some allies. All they needed to capture the criminal was for one of his allies to speak up, which would expose the entire case. Meanwhile, Callum believed he had finally succeeded with his own project. After a few attempts with laser cutting, the ring in his hands was now a personal alloy that functioned perfectly. All that remained was to fill the object with his spatial vision. And as soon as he fully charged the enchantment, it would activate automatically. Taking the ring to a plate in the bathroom, Callum watched as the round object began to light up, thinking he was almost there. His power flowed from his hands and rose into the air, causing the magical ring to shine with immense spatial energy. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the room. The energy formed a powerful current, and a moment later, Callum reappeared in the bathroom, crashing straight into his bathtub. He felt a bit of pain and made a mental note to improve his landing skills, but there was no doubt his experiment was a great success. The entire project had only taken a few days, leading Callum to suspect that spatial magic was not as complicated as the GRA claimed. It seemed more likely that Archmage Duval simply preferred to keep all this potential locked beneath her authority. If other wizards remained ignorant, she could maintain her inflated importance within the guild, which made Callum's situation even more complicated. The guild already hunted fugitives, and any rebellious wizard was considered a problem, let alone one capable of exposing Archmage Duval as a fraud. As Callum considered a potential confrontation, he realized she could be the greatest threat to the GR at that moment. Later at the bookstore, Gale celebrated her success, prompting Callum to ask to see her result. The girl concentrated, hoping it would work, and channeled her healing energy to activate the symbols on the plate. Callum instructed her to keep it stable as she became enveloped by her power. She commented that while it was not the best shield in the world, it should be enough to pass the test. But Callum thought it had turned out very well. Gale raised her plate, happy to have finally completed the last item on her list. Callum seemed a bit down, remarking that this must be the end of their study sessions. In response, Gale suggested she could come back next week to report on her test, adding that she might still need his help if anything else came up. Callum said he would be happy to help, but as he spoke, his sleeve lifted and revealed a bruise on his arm. Gale immediately noticed it and asked if he was okay, surprising him. Callum figured the bruise must have happened during his teleportation accident and could not believe he had not noticed it sooner. Gale offered to take a look, insisting it would be easy to heal, but he told her it was not necessary. She persisted, saying that after everything he had done for her, it was the least she could do. Her hand then released a healing power that flowed toward the bruise. As she healed him, Gale felt a bit shy when she realized her teacher's arm was much stronger than she had imagined. He did not look like a typical nerdy teacher at all. Callum broke her train of thought by asking if everything was okay. She quickly replied that it was, informing him that the injury should disappear in a few minutes. After he praised her talent and said he already felt better, Gale announced that she needed to go home and schedule her test before she forgot everything she had studied. However, the boy suddenly grabs her hand and asks her to wait a little longer. He tells Gale not to let others bring her down and swears that he believes in her. The girl smiles and thanks her teacher, her expression filled with new determination. The next day, Gale is dressed in workout clothes and holding a sign. An evaluator takes his clipboard and announces they will start with the skill list, jumping straight to light magic since her school already confirmed her healing powers. Holding the sign with one hand, Gale activates her light ability with the other. She then floats in the air to demonstrate her movement magic, followed by surrounding herself with power to activate a shield. The man evaluating her test informs her that everything was perfect and that they will now move on to an offensive attack. Taking a deep breath, the girl concentrates. She remembers the advice she received from her teacher, Professor Brown, and shines with healing energy, ready to launch her attack. Gale directs her power toward the dummy that will serve as her target. Cracks begin to form in the material, and a moment later, the dummy explodes with impressive force. Gale is happy to see that her new ability worked, but the man looks at her suspiciously and asks what in the world that was. She explains that it was a healing attack designed to cause a clouding reaction. The evaluator jots something down on his clipboard and says that her technique is interesting. Sensing his tone, Gale asks if she did something wrong. She admits that it is not a common attack like a fireball, but she thought it would still count for the test. At that moment, the man comments that he needs to check something and asks her to wait right there. For hours pass as the girl waits, growing more and more nervous and wondering how much longer it will be. Suddenly, a door opens with a loud noise. The familiar agents from Yari appear, and Ray says he hopes Miss Hargrave has not been waiting too long. Confused by their presence, Gale asks if she failed her test. The blonde man replies that he does not handle that kind of issue and is far more interested in the healing attack she used during the evaluation. He asks if she came up with the technique on her own, and she replies that at first she did not. The girl explains that her study partner told her it would be a simple way to destabilize a body and gave her tips on what to research. With a somewhat sinister expression, Ray questions whether this study partner has a name. The student reveals his name is Professor Brown and then asks if they are in some kind of trouble. The agent puts a hand on his chin and, with an ironic smile, says that Miss Hargrave might indeed be in trouble. She looks nervous as he demands that she tell them everything she knows about this Professor Brown. Meanwhile, in a room full of monitors, a hacker asks the protagonist how he is. He asks Lucy if she has any updates on Hari. The girl comments that they are still irritated because they cannot find the ghost assassin, which she finds quite amusing to watch. Lucy continues explaining that many vampires are surrounding the area. But since nothing has happened, it seems that things are starting to calm down. Callum sees no problem with that, as he never wanted that much attention anyway. He then says he has a quick question and wants to know what the hacker can tell him about the Hargrave family. Seeing Lucy's desperate expression, she immediately asked if Callum was involved with the Hargraves. He explained that he had only met a Hargrave named Gale and offered her a little help, but he was just curious about who she really was. The hacker began her research, reading aloud that Gale Hargrave is a 22-year-old mage. Suddenly, Lucy stopped reading, her hand freezing over the keyboard. She announced that this didn't sound good at all, prompting Callum to ask what she was talking about. Lucy explained that the Hargraves are an ancient family that invented at least half of the offensive spells used today, making them one of the most dangerous wizard families in the entire world. Their patriarch, Archmage Hargrave, defined the very concept of martial magic, and there is almost no one who can defeat him. Despite this lineage, Gale is a healer, which Lucy concluded must mean there was some kind of crossbreeding between families. Callum questioned if it was an accident, suggesting that perhaps a Hargrave had an affair with a healer resulting in Gale's birth. However, Lucy found this difficult to believe since high houses are obsessed with bloodlines. She reasoned that a planned union would make more sense as it would make the family even stronger. This led Lucy to believe they were intentionally trying to create a new talent, which would make Gale the Hargrave's most valuable asset at the moment. She warned Callum that they wouldn't be happy if someone interfered with those plans, so it was better for him to stay away, especially since Gale's grandfather is the Archmage. Lucy stressed that if he touched the Archmage's granddaughter, there might be nothing in this world that could protect him. Callum was shocked to learn this and thanked her for the warning, admitting he didn't know what he would do without her. As Lucy urged him to be careful, Callum realized the situation was far more dangerous than he had thought. He considered not showing up for his last meeting with the heiress, but worried that disappearing out of nowhere might raise even more suspicions. He didn't want Gale to use her family's resources to track him down, so he decided to show up one last time just to say goodbye and then move on. Meanwhile, at the bookstore where their study sessions took place, men in black were communicating and getting into position. Team A confirmed they were ready, followed by Team B. Team C was composed of the good old GRA agents. Felicia commented that this was an exaggeration since Archmage Hargrave could take down the entire city by himself, making their large force unnecessary to catch a supposed rebel. Ray explained that the Archmage had insisted on being there personally when he learned that a man was manipulating his granddaughter. Elsewhere, the Archmage's face was contorted with anger. His mermaid companion asked if he wanted to use binoculars, but he replied that he could sense things better with his wind magic. Shortly after, a camera feed showed an image of Callum and a voice announced that a possible target had been identified. The voice warned that he was walking north on Kent Avenue near 4th Street and was heading towards something, but then they lost contact as the target simply vanished. An agent quickly reported that Team A had found him and had him in their sights. Ray realized that the mage had teleported and questioned the documents, which had stated he used gravity magic. Felicia shouted for them to shoot immediately and not give the target time to teleport again. Following her command, Team A received the news that they had permission to act, and the men began to move. One of them held a large bazooka and prepared to fire. As a chain came flying toward him, Callum realized he was being attacked and wondered what the hell was going on, questioning if this was the GRA's doing. Callum tried to activate his power, needing to move quickly, but a chain shot out and bound his hand before he could do anything. He realized with a jolt that his magic wasn't working, feeling as if his energy was rapidly fading. A moment later, a glowing yellow rope flew through the air and wrapped tightly around his body. One of the men in black announced that they had successfully captured him. Shortly after, Ray and Felicia arrived on the scene using wind magic. The blonde agent congratulated everyone on a job well done, stating that the two of them would take over the situation from there. Just then, several bolts of lightning appeared out of nowhere, causing the surrounding agents to grow fearful. The great Archmage appeared and demanded they hand over the rebel, declaring he wanted to personally deal with the man who had the audacity to mess with his granddaughter. Ray, however, tried to convince the Archmage to let them complete their investigation first. He explained that the suspect was already detained and there was no longer any risk escape. Once they finished their work, they could discuss leaving the young man with him. But for now, Ray asked to be allowed to do his job. As the other men watched on worriedly, the Archmage reluctantly agreed, but insisted on being immediately informed about everything they did. Ray then ordered the others to search the suspect's pockets for anything that might link him to the attacks on the vampire nests. One of the men announced that he had found something. When the blonde mage asked what it was, the agent revealed another metal circle. Seeing this, the GRA agent turned to the others and declared that they had finally found their killer. Lying on a cold table, Callum slowly began to wake up, wondering where he was. He couldn't remember what had happened or why he was imprisoned. The last thing he recalled was heading to meet Gale when he was suddenly surrounded by men in suits. He realized he should have teleported the moment he detected a mage, but at the time, he had assumed it was just Gale or one of the store owners. He angrily questioned how he could have been so foolish. The interrogation room door opened and the GRA agents entered. It was clear they had gathered information on him, as they even knew his name now. Ray offered a sarcastic congratulations, remarking that the kid knew how to hide very well. He explained that half the agency had been looking for a new space mage while the other half was hunting a killer, and they had never thought that the two people could be one and the same. Ray had to admit the kid was genuinely good with magic, but now it was time for the most important part. As his partner prepared to ask the boy questions, Felicia got straight to the point, using her power to ask if Callum was an accomplice in the destruction of the vampire nest in Winnet. The young man's response, however, was completely unexpected and surprised the mage. Ray remained unfazed, simply stating that they had already turned him in. In fact, they were curious why he had done it in the first place. Callum was just an ordinary person from West Virginia and had no apparent reason to violate the GR's rules. Callum responded to the blonde's question with one of his own, asking if they knew those vampires had been taking people's lives. Felicia just shook her head, dismissing the information as irrelevant. To Callum, however, it was the most relevant detail of all. He pressed on, demanding to know why GR was turning a blind eye to the situation. Ignoring his question, Ray prompted his partner to ask something else, as they were more interested in finding out who the young man was working for. Callum replied that he worked for no one as he had always worked alone. He explained that he simply did not get along with other authority figures. Ray found that interesting, thinking that perhaps he and the boy might have gotten along under different circumstances. But as things stood, Callum was a rebel, and it was Felicia's job to put an end to any rebellion against GR. Seeing Callum's serious expression, it was clear he understood things were getting complicated. His sentence was going to be long, and he wanted to know what evidence and protests they had used as grounds for his arrest. In response, Ray explained that the warrant had been issued jointly by multiple GR authorities. It seemed Callum had managed to irritate many important people. For now, they wanted to focus on the attack on the vampire base. The BSE, however, had more specific questions for him. They demanded to know where he had learned the techniques he shared with Gail Hargrave and why he had taught her in the first place. Callum insisted that he had only taught her basic things. Before he could finish his explanation, a stone was pushed in his direction as they questioned him about the offensive healing technique. The question did not make much sense to Callum as the explanation seemed obvious. If healing magic could modify the body in one way, it could certainly do so in another. It was just basic biochemistry. To the agents, the situation was becoming obvious. Callum was distorting the fundamental rules of magic by mixing them with mundane ideas, a clear violation of GR regulations. With his so-called logical reasoning, he had effectively poisoned Gail's future. The boy didn't seem to realize how wrong this was or the immense problems it would cause for her. If it weren't for her grandfather's influence, Gail herself would likely be branded a rebel mage, and dealing with the BSE would become their biggest problem. The issue was that mixing the two ways of thinking, that of a mage and a human, was not some grand secret. Any doctor would be able to notice the discrepancy. This disagreement quickly led to an argument between Callum and the agents. As their thoughts clearly clashed, Callum's handcuffs reacted to his agitation and delivered a painful electric shock. Ray warned him that it would be better for him to calm down. Apparently, the sensors on the cuffs were quite sensitive. The agents pressed on with their questions, asking if his true intention was to recruit Gail for his organization. Callum denied it, insisting that he had simply seen a person in trouble and tried to help. In response, they told him that if he truly wanted to help her, he needed to be more cooperative with their investigation. Callum couldn't believe they were using an innocent woman as leverage. The BSE took these situations very seriously, and this was clearly not just any case. He warned them that the secret police of their dictatorship would come running, but he added that there was one problem with their threat. After this conversation, neither of them would ever see him again. Ray looked at him confused, not understanding what Callum was getting at. Callum continued, explaining that he was only talking to them to buy time. The agents scoffed, calling his efforts pointless. They reminded him that it was impossible to use magic in that room, and furthermore, they had sealed all of his enchantments. But Callum revealed he didn't need to create a portal, as he had already taken precautions for a situation just like this one. While a cursed ring with return magic was an obvious and easily obtainable item, he had hidden it in a place none of the agents would ever think to search, a place only he could access. At that moment, the GRA agents realized their mistake and lunged toward him in a desperate attempt to stop him. But it was already too late. The ring's magic had been activated. Ray unleashed his own power. But before the attack could connect, Callum vanished completely. The two agents were left standing alone, wondering where he could have possibly fled. An agent activated Command Force, summoning all available GRA agents to hunt down the fugitive Callum Wells. As the order went out, two of the agents discussed the return magic Callum had used, noting how rare it was for someone to employ such a method. They considered the possibility that another person might have given him the idea. However, Ray had never heard such a thing, and the official documents stated that only one person had ever been capable of that kind of magic. They decided to use a blood trail spell, which could track a target up to 10 miles and would last all night. Unfortunately, even with this magic, they knew Callum had likely already escaped, leaving them back at square one. Meanwhile, a master mage complained furiously about not being informed that the space mage was in the custody of the GRA. She insisted they should have notified her and vowed that whoever was working behind her back would pay dearly once she found out who it was. Her servant explained that they did not have that information yet, but there were more important matters to discuss. He pointed out that whatever group Callum Wells belonged to, they were associated with unrestricted magic. This was a huge problem, especially since Callum had corrupted a young healing mage, which explained why the agents were on such high alert. After all, healing magic was the only type that when used offensively could pierce through both protection and resistance spells. If the young healer researched deeper into this forbidden magic, she could potentially obliterate a room full of mages in the blink of an eye. They realized they needed to find someone who could help them with this situation. The servant noted that normally space mages were not considered dangerous, but admitted they could be wrong about that. The master, however, dismissed the idea that space mages could be dangerous. She conceded that they might have some tricks up their sleeves, but insisted they posed no real threat, calling their magic the safest of all and not something to be feared. Her servant, John, quickly agreed with her and promised to do everything in his power to handle the situation. The master was very clear about her orders. She wanted them to find Callum, to learn who had taught him, and to identify his bloodline. She explained that a new space mage emerged every 30 to 40 years, and she needed to collect all of them. Therefore, it was in John's best interest to succeed. Trembling for his life, John immediately agreed and accepted her orders. Meanwhile, deep in a forest, Callum walked alone. He was grateful for the supplies he had hidden there previously, which included clothes, weapons, money, and even some magic books. With everything he needed to start over, he could not help but wonder how he had managed to mess up so badly without even realizing it. Callum realized the GR now knew everything about him, and his personal identity was completely compromised. The only silver lining was their assumption that he was part of some secret organization, which he hoped would buy him some time and make him harder to find. With that thought, Callum opened a new portal, deciding it was best to wait for the dust to settle and avoid using his powers for a while. Shortly after, Lucy answered his call, admitting she thought she would never hear his voice again. It seemed he had actually gone through with his plan and caused the chaos he so desired. Callum asked just how bad the situation was, and Lucy explained that despite him initiating a deadly hunt, things were surprisingly calm. For the moment, no one was admitting to anything or accusing anyone. Callum commented that he might have shown off a little at the end, but Lucy bluntly replied that he was now considered a terrorist, so he had definitely crossed some lines. She was eager to hear the details of what was happening with him, but Callum said he just wanted to make sure she was okay for now. He promised to tell her everything properly the next time they spoke. He insisted that he didn't want her to get involved, but she told him not to worry. According to Lucy, their enemies could only come after them if they still possessed the research material, and she had already seen everything she needed from it. Taking advantage of the topic, Callum asked if she could recommend any magical supplies, preferably something that would last a long time. Lucy thought for a moment before explaining that the kind of good quality magical supplies Callum wanted were hard to come by, especially for an individual as opposed to a guild. After they teased each other for a moment, they returned to the important subject. Lucy pointed out that even if he knew where the supplies came from, it would be illegal to just show up at one of the caves and take them. However, she then added that since he was already a criminal, perhaps it wouldn't be such a problem after all. Callum had expected that answer and knew he would have to find a way to get them one way or another. Before they disconnected, Lucy gave him a serious warning. Mistress Duval was furious. As the governess of the Space Wizards, Duval basically owned all the others that had ever existed. Lucy stressed that no matter what he did, it was crucial for Callum to avoid being caught by her. He knew he needed to be careful. Later that night, Callum was reviewing the materials Lucy had sent him, feeling he was getting closer to understanding the theory behind the FA. The information would definitely be useful. Although he had gained fighting experience and knowledge of every species he had encountered, the closest he had ever come to the FAE was that GR agent whose magic seemed to come solely from the VIS. The FAE were capable of unimaginable things using only the basics of magic. But unfortunately, that didn't necessarily make them the strongest. Realizing that not being prepared was the worst mistake he could make, Callum decided to read more carefully from then on. Suddenly, he sensed an intrusion into his magical field, detecting 3 different types of souls. They were not human, and he quickly identified 2 of them as tree people or pixies. The third soul, however, was a mystery. As he focused, he managed to see a disturbing detail about them. They wore necklaces made from a cord strung with human ears. At that same moment, two people were running desperately through the forest, nearing the exit. The woman was reaching her limit, but the man with her insisted they couldn't stop. He warned her that their pursuers were right behind them. Even after running all night, stopping was not an option because if they did, they would surely end up like the others. A few years earlier, a young child asked his father if he could go play on the slide. That child was a 7-year-old Callum. While other children ran around the playground, he made his way to the slide. As he climbed to the top, he overheard a boy on the jungle gym teasing another. The bully at the top declared that no one else could climb up without his permission. When the other boy argued that the playground didn't belong to him, the bully shoved him off the jungle gym and mocked him. Callum decided it had nothing to do with him, so he went down the slide enjoying the ride. But as soon as he reached the bottom, he bumped right into his father, who immediately asked what he was doing. He wanted to know why his son hadn't gone to help the boy who had been pushed. His father explained that it was wrong to see someone being bullied and do nothing, insisting he hadn't raised his son to be that way. But Callum was confused and asked why he had to get involved. He couldn't understand why his father was mad at him when the other boy on the jungle gym was the one who had done the pushing. The older man then clarified that because Callum was bigger and stronger, he had a duty to protect the other child. As his father approached, he added that it was Callum's job to protect those in need. The core of the lesson was simple. Bad guys win when good people see what's happening and do nothing. He wanted Callum to remember that forever. Back in the present, those words echoed in his mind as he wondered what he should do now. He knew he had to stop the FAU from hunting humans, but getting involved risked ending up on the GAR's radar again. After all, the incident with the vampires had already brought those investigators straight to him. His first instinct was to get out of there quickly and do what he should have done from the beginning: open a portal and flee. Just then, a horn echoed through the area, causing flocks of birds to take flight. The FAU troop was nearby. They had until dawn to finish their hunt, and one of them asked a nearby tree if it had located the humans, but the creature replied that it had not. It didn't matter to them, as they were confident their prey couldn't have run far, and they relished the feeling of the chase. Callum sensed the troop starting to move and hesitated, unsure of what to do. His father's words replayed in his mind, and he realized he couldn't fool himself. He had been raised to save and care for the weaker. It was time to act, but he had to be smart about it. He needed to prevent the FAU from finding the humans without getting caught by the GAR. And the first step was to get an idea of where everyone was. His magic could map an area of about 2 kilometers. He figured that if he stayed close to the very edge of his mapping range, he could follow the FAU without being detected. As long as he was cautious, no one would ever notice his presence. The GR agents had managed to capture him before because they had hidden the traces of their magic, and he didn't know if the FAU were capable of the same trick. However, he knew their total number, which meant he could tell if any of them suddenly disappeared. If that happened, he would have to flee and come up with a new strategy. For now, he had 24 bullets at his disposal. His mission wasn't to kill the FAU, but to reach the humans before the hunters did and ensure their safety. The only question was how he would hide the two of them afterward. Realizing they were close to the mountains, he remembered there were several underground caves in the area. If he could hide them there for a while, they might be safe, but he knew they couldn't stay there for too long. He wondered if they would last until the end of the hunt. Meanwhile, the two humans continued running through the forest until the woman tripped and fell hard on the ground. She insisted she couldn't go on, her whole body trembling from exhaustion. Seeing her state, the man finally gave in and agreed they could try to hide. Just then, a shadow emerged from the nearby bushes, causing them to panic and yell for the monster to back off. A moment later, Callum's face came into view. He urged the humans to stay calm, explaining that he had come to help them. Despite their fear, they listened, understanding that to survive, they would have to follow everything the young man said. The woman Hannah was still a bit confused, but Callum insisted there was no time for explanations. He quickly told them they needed to turn left at the next fork in the valley. In that direction, they would see a pine tree as soon as they made the turn. He stressed that they needed to go as fast as possible. The man then asked if there was any way Callum could show them the way. Callum replied that he couldn't accompany them, but promised he would be watching their backs. He explained that first, he needed to ensure they would be safe. To do that, he needed them to create a trail that would draw the FAU away from their true destination for the moment. If they went with him, his magic could be detected by their pursuers. He gave them the coordinates, and the man promised he would do as instructed. After that, they separated. The two humans gradually made their way through the forest in the direction Callum had indicated and finally found the pine tree he mentioned. They desperately hoped this was the right one as they were already at their limit. As they rested, they couldn't help but wonder who that man was and if they could really trust him. Although they felt they had no other option, a portal suddenly opened in the ground beneath them. They fell straight into an underground area where Callum immediately apologized, admitting he had forgotten to warn them about the possibility of falling. Hannah demanded to know who he really was and how he had accomplished such a feat. The mage simply explained that they were now a few miles from their previous location, and more importantly, they were safe. The two thanked him for his help, prompting Callum to ask what was happening and how they had gotten into this mess. They replied that they didn't know much, only what the monsters had told them. Apparently, they were participating in a hunt and had to survive until dawn. It seemed the whole thing was just a twisted game, and they were being hunted for fun. Callum couldn't let that go unpunished. Having heard enough, he opened another portal, determined to stop them for better or for worse. Meanwhile, the monsters continued their search. The day was dawning, but the mountains bought them a few extra hours to find the humans, which was precisely why they hunted in that region. As they spoke, they failed to notice a strange movement behind them, continuing to boast about how much fun it was to trick their prey. Realizing they couldn't waste any more time, they decided to move quickly. And it was at that moment they finally noticed the pixies were gone. While they were distracted by this, they didn't see a portal opening right beneath their feet. At the last second, most of them managed to escape the hole, but one of the tree monsters fell through, disappearing completely into the darkness. The others stared in shock, wondering what was happening. They had never experienced anything like this before, and knew they needed to report to the monarchs immediately. One of the trees started to leave to inform its superiors, but another portal opened above it, dropping a massive boulder that crushed it instantly. The redhead grew irritated, but a moment later, a mini portal opened right in front of her, and the sound of a shot echoed throughout the forest. The remaining mage gathered his power and finally managed to spot the one responsible for the attacks. Roots began to form around him, creating a bull with an arrow. He took aim and fired the arrow directly toward Callum. When Callum saw he had been noticed, he quickly opened a portal to escape. The arrow struck the spot where he had just been standing, causing a massive explosion that destroyed everything around it. That had been a very close call. Dealing with the pixies had been simple since the portals were small and went unnoticed. However, creating a portal large enough for the tree monsters had been overly ambitious, and he had only managed to capture one of the three. The remaining two were surprisingly fast, forcing Callum to be careful and keep his distance. To make matters worse, one of the FAE had already detected his presence. Before Callum could even finish that thought, he sensed something approaching and spun around just in time to dodge an attack. He quickly prepared his weapon and fired a few shots toward the target, but they only ended up hitting a random tree. The young man was left momentarily confused, trying to figure out where his enemy had vanished. Before he could react, an attack struck him squarely from behind, throwing him against a rock. Battered, he wondered how they had managed to get behind him so silently. It had to be some kind of magic, but in this game he had advantages of his own. Callum concentrated and began to scan the area, and seconds later he could feel the creature's soul nearby. With its location pinpointed, he started moving in a way designed to lure the enemy toward him. Just as he expected, the monster emerged from within one of the trees, revealing its ability to teleport between them. The mage fired in its direction, but the creature was faster and the bark of the trunk sealed shut before the shot could land. Realizing he was in serious trouble, Callum knew there was only one way to handle such an enemy. He had to create an attack in its blind spot just as it had done to him. He refocused, paying close attention to the enemy's movements. The moment it decided to leave the tree, Callum got the opening he was waiting for. He dodged its attack, instantly opened a portal behind the monster, and fired. The bullet passed through a second portal that appeared directly in front of the creature, hitting its mark. Callum didn't enjoy using such methods, but he couldn't let human hunters like them get away with their crimes. That was a transgression he could not forgive. As he thought this, a portal opened beneath the last remaining fairy, causing her to fall into the darkness below. The fairy was completely confused with no understanding of where she was. The air was thin, and she realized the cursed portal had dropped her into some kind of underground cave. As she cautiously walked forward, her foot bumped into something. It was then that she knew she was in real trouble as she came face to face with the very pixies that had disappeared earlier. An hour later, the sun was high in the sky. The humans he had saved managed to escape and approached Callum, wanting to repay him for his help. The young man simply told them it wasn't necessary. He insisted that the safest thing for them to do was to forget everything that had happened in the forest, especially his involvement. Callum knew the situation had likely been traumatizing for the couple and wished he could help them more, but he needed to get back to his hideout. After wishing them good luck, the three of them parted ways. Once he was on his motorcycle, Callum called Chester. Since he had gotten involved with that group of fairies, he needed to know just how exposed he was. Chester asked him to describe the kind of fairies he had encountered. Callum explained that there were pixies, a tree monster, and 2 elves, all of whom were hunting humans in the mountains. Chester went silent for a moment, which made Callum anxious. He then warned Callum to leave the area immediately, explaining that they were noble-type fairies, and their monarch would soon learn of their deaths. Without a second thought, Callum accelerated his motorcycle, mentally adding the fairies to the growing list of people hunting him. Chester then took the opportunity to make an offer, inviting Callum to work with him for protection. Callum thanked him but declined. After his run-in with the GRA, he was more determined than ever to maintain his freedom. While he didn't mind occasional freelance work, he had no desire to ever work for a boss again. Still, he knew he needed a safe place to stay where supernatural powers couldn't find him. With an idea already forming in his mind, Callum hung up. Meanwhile, in Lucy's room, Chester wondered what was going through the boy's head. Lucy replied that Callum must be feeling pretty proud of himself for escaping the GR. It was true that he had managed something extraordinary, which only raised more questions for Chester about the boy's true identity. He asked Lucy if she had found any more information about Callum's past. It seemed that, until a few months ago, Callum really was just an ordinary human. But humans don't just become mages out of nowhere, so Chester figured he must have a noble in his family tree somewhere. The question of who the boy's parents were lingered in the air. Back with Callum, he finally arrived at his destination, hoping he wasn't making a mistake. As he walked toward the international airport, he had to admit that Chester was right. He needed a place where he could get a good night's sleep without worrying about the supernatural world. If even a small town like Winnet was on the GR's radar, he didn't have many options left. Fortunately, he remembered finding a great hiding spot on his first day as a wizard, the old lady's house. His mind drifted back to the conversation in the car about the guild and the borders with the portal of the 6 worlds. At the time, he hadn't understood why world was plural. He now recalled that wizards knew of several planets existing between Earth and the multiverse. These planets are what supply mana to Earth, and the GR is responsible for defending them. Each world corresponds to a different supernatural species, from vampires and fairies to dragons and mermaids. Callum mentally thanked Agent Sin for that crucial piece of information. The information from Agent Sin had been useful after all. According to him, the portal entrances were heavily guarded by elite wizards and entry required an escort by an even stronger wizard. In other words, if Callum could get past security, he could remain safe for a while. The portal he was looking for was on another continent, which meant he had to deal with a completely different kind of security. The airport was extremely well guarded, so he wouldn't be able to simply teleport onto a random plane. However, buying a ticket was also not an option, as they could easily track him that way. He needed to figure out an unconventional way to board a flight without getting caught. The airport was incredibly busy, and even while using magic to avoid detection, he accidentally bumped into a woman, leaving her confused about what had just happened. That was a close call. He had almost been discovered. The magic he learned from Gale allowed him to become invisible to normal people, but he still needed to be careful with every step he took. Callum stopped to assess the situation, but with so many people around, his mission felt nearly impossible. Suddenly, a thief came running straight toward him with the police in hot pursuit. He certainly hadn't been expecting a robbery to happen right in front of Callum, tried to stay out of it, knowing it was the safer option. But then an elderly lady appeared, pleading for help to get her purse back. Once again, he found himself getting involved in a situation that could compromise his safety. The little thief sprinted toward the emergency exit, but he suddenly tripped and fell hard to the ground. Taking advantage of his invisibility spell, Callum had obviously tripped him on purpose. As the police apprehended the thief, Callum spotted the officer's ID on his belt, and an idea sparked in his mind. While the officer was taking the culprit away, Callum used the ID to slip into the secure area. Elsewhere, deep in a forest, the king of the tree people was observing the aftermath of the previous night's events. It was clear that a fight had occurred in the area. Several things were out of place with broken trees and branches scattered about, and he could also see human footprints. A wizard had clearly shown no respect for nature, and for that the earth would surely remember the offender. The king then activated his vision power, and gradually, scenes from the previous night filled his mind. The woman accompanying him asked what he was seeing, but his vision revealed something curious, a wizard he didn't recognize. This was unprecedented. Even though this was something the GR would normally resolve, the king couldn't let what had happened to his family go unpunished. With that, he concentrated more of his power into his hands and spread it throughout the forest. His magic joined with the wind, guiding them directly to the culprit. Their pursuit eventually led them to the airport. The trail of the person they were hunting seemed to end inside the distant building. As they stood there, a human suddenly approached them, warning that they couldn't be in the middle of the runway. The woman accompanying the king asked for permission to deal with the human, but the guards simply repeated that the area was restricted and they could not cross the line. In response, King Jizarel entered his monarch mode, believing that no one could command him. The guard, however, didn't care if he was a king. He just insisted that the two of them leave immediately. Enraged by the human's arrogance, Jizarel grabbed the officer by the head and brutally took his life. He then ordered the woman beside him to call someone to clean up the mess, declaring that he would personally go in search of the unknown wizard. Meanwhile, aboard the plane, Callum waited for all the other passengers to disembark before moving. He had finally arrived at his destination. Upon entering bathroom, he undid the magic he was using. The fight he had endured during the night had left him in a rather unpleasant state, and he wished Gale were with him, so he could heal with her magic. He wondered how she was doing, feeling preoccupied with the fact that he had dragged her into a big mess by teaching her forbidden magic. He felt the only real crime the girl had committed was crossing his path, and he hoped that one day he could repay her in some way. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted when a flight attendant opened the bathroom door, coming face to face with him. The woman was startled to see someone still on the plane, admitting she had hoped it would be empty. Callum simply apologized and said he was just about to leave. With that, he bid the flight attendant farewell as if it were the most natural thing in the world. He was getting closer to the country with the portals and hoped to be out of the Gar's clutches soon, praying they had somehow forgotten about his existence. A few hours later, rain was pouring heavily as a woman waited by the sea. King Gisralt approached her, and she confirmed she was waiting for His Majesty before they exchanged brief greetings. The woman found his presence curious, noting that even the king of the forest people wasn't foolish enough to face the seas in these conditions. After all, it wasn't every day that the king was there. Jizarel explained that a human had attacked them, and he had come to ask the GR investigators for help in finding him. He stated that they should be prepared to take responsibility for the hunt. Shortly after, inside the security tower, a man named Ray approached Gisrel, apologizing for the delay. Ray explained that some renegade issue was driving everyone crazy. The king then reported what he had seen in the forest to the agent, speaking about the terrors in space-time. Upon hearing this, Ray couldn't have been happier, and the king immediately noticed the distinct change in the agent's expression. Ray explained that based on the facts he'd been given, he already had an idea of who the wizard might be. He then took out a photo and showed it to Jizarel. The agent immediately identified the rebel and asked where they had seen him. Meanwhile, in Switzerland, Callum had managed to find the portal he was looking for. He knew its destination was the Land of Dragons, one of the most dangerous worlds in existence. To make matters worse, he had very little information about dragon magic, and they were considered the strongest of all supernatural species. Considering all these factors, Callum was surprised by how lax the security was. Only a single wizard stood guard at the entrance. All he had to do was get past this one man, and he would be free for a while. It also seemed the traps in the area were not designed for tracking, as the security system was likely only activated when a dragon passed through. If Callum could keep his visibility to a minimum, he should be able to slip past the alarms without triggering them. He decided to be cautious and start with a small distraction. Callum threw a stone, which made the guard look away from his table toward the noise. Seizing the opportunity, he teleported the security guard's radio to a different spot. The man began searching for it and, upon spotting the radio a short distance away, walked over to retrieve it. As soon as the guard turned his back, Callum made his move, hoping he had not made a mistake as he stepped through the dragon portal into their world. A bright light blinded him for a moment, and he was hit by a powerful wind. The wizard found himself in a valley filled with beautiful stones, an environment completely different from Earth where mana flowed freely through the air. It was difficult to adjust at first, but he knew he would gradually get used to the sensation. As he looked back, he realized just how complex the portal's formation was, far beyond any magic he was capable of producing. Having successfully crossed over, Callum took a moment to make some notes about what he was seeing and had learned. He soon realized he was not alone, but before he could defend himself, chains of fire erupted around him, causing intense pain. Just then, pedestals surrounded by fire formed in front of him. A massive red dragon appeared, declaring that Callum had violated the laws of their world by entering the land of dragons. For this crime, the dragon stated he would perish right then and there. However, before the attack could reach him, the dragon miraculously recognized the human and called him by name. For a brief second, the image of a man flashed in Callum's mind, and he recognized him instantly. It was Shehei. Back in the security tower, a cell phone vibrated in the agent's pocket. He had received a text message from someone willing to help in the hunt for Callum. The message included a list of agents for him to review. There were indeed many people interested in capturing the young man. After all, no one expected that a single rebellious wizard could cause such a stir. He had achieved the impossible, not only escaping the guild, but also forcing the entire organization to launch a massive search and seizure operation. Inside an armored car, one of the men asked if Sin was scared, but the young man only felt an overwhelming anger for being deceived and losing his target. More than anything, Sin wanted revenge for the humiliation. Meanwhile, in the dragon world, Callum and Shehei were talking calmly. It seemed the dragon species was truly capable of creating things from nothing. Callum shared the story of his journey, explaining that he did not even know he was a wizard when they first met. Shehei then asked what made him decide to come to the land of dragons. Tossing a stone into the lake, Callum replied that he was just looking for a safe place to hide, and he chose that planet because he knew the GR and the FAE would never think to look for him there. The dragon responded that even if they wanted to, they could not because of the rules. It was better for the other factions not to enter into conflict with his species, as dragons were capable of both creating and destroying matter. In their full form, they could even threaten the entire continent. So neither of the other two species would stand a chance against them. Frankly, the wizard had been lucky to be found by Shehei first. If any other dragon had discovered him, he probably would have been turned into barbecue by now. Taking advantage of their conversation, Callum asked what happened to the people who attacked the academy a few months ago. Shehei assured him that it was nothing serious and was just a personal conflict. However, after that incident, Shehei decided to let the dust settle a bit before returning. So he left his clones to take care of the place for a while. The young man was intrigued by this, as he did not know about any magic capable of creating clones. The dragon then showed him how it was done, explaining that he could not just walk around in his original form all the time. Only then did Callum realize that this approach made a lot of sense, which left the dragon a bit confused. The young man explained that even before becoming a wizard, he could always see Shehei's natural form, which made everything more interesting. He figured he must have inherited that ability from his father. Callum asked if it had to do with the senior who had raised him, but Shehei clarified that the ability came from his blood father, not his adoptive one. The truth was that the young man had been raised by his grandparents, not his biological parents. The dragon himself never got to meet Callum's biological father, but he was certain the magic came from him. Callum admitted he had suspected this, but never wanted to ask about it in more detail. In the end, it seemed his biological parents were really out there somewhere. Hoping for more details, Callum asked the dragon if he knew anything else about his parents. Shehei admitted he knew nothing about his father, but he did know about his mother, who had always been very rebellious. When she was younger, she ran away from home and disappeared for several years. She eventually returned, pregnant with Callum, but kept his birth a secret. As soon as the opportunity arose, she left again, leaving his grandparents to raise him. They knew he would eventually grow up and start asking questions, especially after seeing photos of her scattered around the house. To protect him, they simply told him she was a family friend he might meet one day. Hearing this, Callum understood why his grandparents had been so secretive. It must have been an incredibly difficult situation for them to handle. Shehei placed a comforting hand on the young man's shoulder. He explained that while dragons normally do not get involved in human affairs, even he could see that Callum's grandparents were good people. They were only trying to protect him from a painful truth while he was still young and immature. As insightful as the conversation was, Callum knew he could not stay there any longer or they would both be in trouble. So he asked Shahe if he knew of any other place where he could hide. Shahe suggested the fairy world as a possibility, though he warned it was unpredictable. The deepest part of the forest was even more dangerous. However, if Callum wanted to win the war, the vampire world would be ideal as it contained the enchanted materials he would need. While it was not his first choice, it was certainly an interesting option. The dragon then warned him to be careful, reminding him that he was in a very risky position. Half the supernatural world was after him, and most of them wanted him dead. Growing reflective, Callum asked what he should do. Shahe replied that the strong do as they wish, while the weak endure what they must. Therefore, Callum had no choice but to walk the path of the strong. In a matter of seconds, the shape-shifter transformed into his 100% original form. He finished his thought by declaring that this was the way of the dragons, leaving the young man speechless as he stared up at the giant creature before him. Meanwhile, Ray was trying to leverage his position to get more information from a local officer. The officer, however, insisted that despite Ray's authority, there was nothing more he could say. The agent was completely frustrated by this dead end. He was one of the few people who had actually come into contact with the wanted individual, but it was no use. Callum had not even used his real name while living in the city and had been quite antisocial. Because of this, there was really no information to give. Ray pressed on, stating they had intelligence that the young man was in Europe and asked if he had ever mentioned contacts in other countries. The officer simply replied that it was a small town and they did not know anything about Europe. A woman named Jessica approached, handing the agent a cup of coffee. Ray took advantage of her presence and tried to question her, hoping to gather more information, but she insisted that she had nothing to contribute. Seeing this, the older man grew irritated with Ray's insinuations about his daughter's involvement in the case. He politely asked the agent to leave, so Ray placed the cup back down and agreed to do as requested. Before leaving, Ray left his business card and asked them to call if they remembered anything. Once he was back inside the car, he complained about how much of a waste of time the visit had been. His partner, Felicia, however, had different information to share. She explained that she had gotten a story from a shapeshifter named Clara, which made Ray express his surprise as they weren't supposed to use magic on children. Felicia assured him that the girl hadn't noticed a thing. After a moment of thought, Ray asked what kind of information she had managed to obtain. Felicia revealed that while the girl didn't remember much, she had definitely been kidnapped by vampires at some point before being teleported back. This new detail confirmed Felicia's theory that the first massacre had been something personal. It also proved that the two people Ray had just spoken to were withholding information. Even so, none of this gave them a clear direction to follow. At this rate, they wouldn't be able to find Callum anytime soon. Meanwhile, the portal to the vampire realm was completely different from the one to the dragon realm as it was much more heavily protected. There were more than triple the number of agents guarding this location than there were at the previous cave. Despite the increased manpower, the defense mechanisms themselves were simple. If the portal to the land of dragons was like the door of a safe, the vampire portal's defense was more like the lock on a school locker. Considering how rudimentary the security was, Callum figured the best strategy would be to teleport directly in front of the portal. It seemed almost too easy, and he wondered if it might be a trap, but there was only one way to find out. Suddenly, the vampire portal began to react, and one of the guards turned around to look. A moment later, however, everything calmed down, and the guard concluded it was just his imagination. Taking advantage of the opening, Callum managed to pass through the portal without being detected. Unlike the dragon world, he found himself inside a castle. He had left Earth while the sun was still high in the sky. But in this realm, it was already night, or perhaps it was always night. Callum didn't find this landscape any more beautiful than the last one, but he supposed that was a matter of personal taste. Looking out a window, he could see a village below. To his surprise, he could also detect the presence of several wizards, which was unexpected in a land he thought belonged only to vampires. Callum now understood that while wizards were unwelcome in the land of dragons, they were likely accepted here. Considering the Geas connection with the vampires, it made sense that some wizards would prefer to live in this world, especially given the vast differences between them and ordinary humans. This realization also explained the lack of traps around the portal, since they would be a problem for any wizards traveling back and forth. Still, the situation seemed a little too good to be true. He concluded that the court of the night was the worst possible place for him to hide. It was a world inhabited by the two species that wanted him imprisoned or worse. Although staying would be incredibly risky, Callum remembered the dragon was right about the magic supplements. He decided he should at least take a quick walk to look around before leaving. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the court of the night, two vampires were hunting wolves deep in the forest. Even though the wolves were only a threat to humans, the vampires were still required to deal with them. It seemed they were forced to do these tasks to please their guild and its regulations. The male vampire thrust his sword in frustration, cursing the situation under his breath. Suddenly, a new scent filled the air, putting both vampires on high alert. The woman noted that she sensed a wizard nearby, which was peculiar at this hour. When she asked what they should do, her partner replied that they should just let it go, figuring that if a wizard wanted to wander the forest at night, it was their own problem. The woman disagreed, pointing out it would be a huge issue if the wizard was the child of a noble who ended up getting killed. Deciding to be cautious, she signaled Court 12, warning them about a wizard in the forest and asking for instructions. Her partner said impatiently that it was probably just some air wizard taking a stroll. A moment later, the female vampire received a message ordering them to return to base immediately. She questioned the sudden command, but her superiors simply repeated that they needed to come back right away. Confused about the situation and the identity of the mysterious wizard, the two of them headed back to the castle. Along the way, the woman scolded her partner, telling him they would have been in serious trouble if she hadn't reported the strange presence. She was certain they would be asked for a full report on what they sensed, no matter how weak the presence was. As soon as they entered the castle, a noble they didn't recognize was already waiting. He asked if they were the vampires on patrol, and they responded by asking where their usual partner was. The man introduced himself as Master Tyson, explaining that the current problem was likely far beyond what their partner could handle. Upon hearing that Tyson was a member of the BSE, the male vampire's entire posture changed, becoming much more serious. Tyson immediately began to question them about what they had seen in the forest. They explained that they hadn't seen anything, only sensed the essence of a wizard. When the master asked if they were sure, the woman confirmed that it was definitely human magic, but she hadn't been able to determine its specific nature. This lack of detail seemed to complicate things. The male vampire then asked what the BSE was even doing in the night court. Tyson explained that they believed the fugitive had escaped to the world between the portals. He warned the vampires that this human named Callum Wells was definitely dangerous and considered high risk by the BSE even though his full strength was still unknown. Consequently, Tyson commanded them to inform their partners to stay alert and to report immediately if Callum appeared, emphasizing that they needed to capture him as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, no book Callum had read could have prepared him for the night court. Its very name suggested monsters hiding around every corner, like demons and witches using the darkness to their advantage, but the reality was different. What was truly terrifying about the night court was not the supernatural beings, but the moon itself. It was so large in the sky that it looked like it could collide with the world at any moment. When the moon pulsed, the whole earth pulsed with it. Sometimes weakly like a ticking clock, and other times so strongly that a mountain could rise in the blink of an eye. The entire island seemed to be a living, breathing creature, a mysterious being that was difficult to define. One thing was certain, Callum needed to get out of there soon. According to his book, magic supplements were located in sinkholes or natural wells. However, he had been walking through the forest all night, and the ground kept shifting with every step. The feeling that he was going the wrong way persisted, making him believe there had to be another way to reach his destination. Suddenly, a noise from outside his tent prompted Callum to open it and investigate. It looked like some kind of giant insect was fighting a tree. He recalled reading about this in one of his books, eventually remembering the section that talked about the sturgis. If his memory was correct, these insects usually built their nests in sinkholes, which meant he just needed to follow one to solve his problem. However, the giant mosquito appeared to be losing its fight against the tree, and Callum couldn't let that happen. He decided to end the battle quickly, but he also remembered the need to keep his presence as hidden as possible. He knew that if the vampires found bullet casings in the forest, they would quickly realize he was nearby. He needed to be smart and think calmly, so he decided to take advantage of the tree's next attack by opening a portal and redirecting it to hit the insect's opponent. By doing this, he successfully ensured his presence wouldn't be easily detected. The moment the tree was defeated, the creature took flight, forcing Callum to quickly gather his things and follow it. Just as he had hoped, the Sturgis led him directly to the location he was looking for, an area filled with many more of the giant insects. At the bottom of the pit, a strange liquid was bubbling, and right next to it were the magic crystals he so desperately needed. He figured that if he was cautious, he could use his portals to collect some of the material. It was time to see if his plan would work. Callum guided his magic down into the pit, enveloped a stone, and brought it back to himself. But as soon as he held it, an enormous pressure slammed into him, altering the ground around him and awakening all the monsters inside the cave. This was definitely not a good sign. Thankfully, the creatures hadn't noticed his presence, and things gradually calmed down. Still, if taking just one sphere caused such a violent reaction, he wondered how complicated it would be to get the amount of crystals he actually needed. He realized he would probably have to grab them all in one go, and even then, he would still need to create some kind of distraction. Observing the cave, he opened a portal and teleported the tree monster's body directly into cavern. This immediately drew the attention of all the creatures, which began to move toward the intruder as a slime enveloped the tree's corpse. With the monsters distracted by the chaos below, he seized the opportunity to grab as many crystals as he could. He vanished shortly after before anyone could notice his presence. A few hours later, 2 wizards arrived at the bottom of the pit. One of them cursed, saying that whoever activated the nest was an idiot who had made their job 1,000 times harder. Just then, another man appeared, reporting that a large portion of the crystals from the cave had disappeared. They concluded that the intruder must have been after magical supplements and speculated that it might have been the notorious wizard everyone was talking about. So, luck was on their side, was on. One of them knew he had to call Tyson immediately and inform him that Callum Wells had passed through the area. They believed that if they acted quickly enough, they could capture him. Upon hearing the news of Callum's presence, Tyson ordered all agents to go on high alert, emphasizing that they needed to capture the wizard no matter what. When a subordinate asked if they were also heading to the forest, Tyson revealed his plan to stay close to the portal instead. This would prevent the wanted man from having any chance to escape. He stressed that they needed to act quickly, because at that point, Callum had probably already escaped. But before Tyson could finish his sentence, he suddenly came face to face with Callum himself as he stepped through the portal. A moment of stunned silence and despair fell over everyone, freezing them in place. The young man was clearly in serious trouble. Tyson immediately shouted for them to capture him and sent an alert to all units, stating that the wanted man had been found in the night court. Despite the immediate response, it seemed Callum had already managed to return to Earth, putting everyone around the portal on high alert. Suddenly, a presence began to blink on the radar, and all the soldiers started moving toward that area. Their orders were clear. The rebellious wizard was to be captured alive. Commands were relayed to the soldiers in real time as they closed in. Even as Callum teleported, they managed to keep track of his movements. Finally, a soldier spotted him and requested permission to take a shot. Once permission was granted, the soldier aimed and fired at the target. However, just before the projectile could hit him, Callum teleported away. A warning was passed along that he had managed to dodge the attack. Callum realized that Gar was indeed faster than he had imagined. He wondered why his main magic was not working. Just then, a person appeared flying in the sky above him. With no time to think, Callum knew he had to keep moving, teleporting at least 6 kilometers with each portal to have any chance of escape. Despite the overwhelming fatigue and the sharp pains that came with each jump, Callum knew he couldn't stop. He forced himself to keep moving until his final portal opened into an alley in the middle of a city. The immense amount of magic he had used left him dizzy and nauseous, and he immediately stumbled over to a nearby trash can to empty his stomach. He couldn't even remember how many times he had teleported. As he tried to recover, a couple rounded the corner and spotted him. Speaking in French, they asked if he was okay and if he needed any help. Callum replied that he didn't understand them, but the couple didn't understand English either. It was only then that he began to realize he had somehow ended up in France. Meanwhile, his pursuers were still searching for him. Since the initial capture had failed and they had lost his trail, they concluded there was only one way left to stop him. The order was finally given to the lethal forces, authorizing them to attack on sight. Agent Sin had just arrived in Paris, certain that Callum was somewhere in the city. While the boy could teleport, Sin could fly just as fast, allowing him to keep pace. He reasoned that Callum was so desperate that he wouldn't have thought to hide his tracks. Besides, if Callum remembered his magical training, he would know just how efficient wind magic was at tracking a target. Sen then activated his power, vowing not to leave a single corner of the city untouched. He declared he would search every sewer and abandoned dump, any place where someone like Callum might be hiding. The moment he found him, he would unleash his full firepower. Later, as Callum came out of a bathroom, he was startled to find Agent Sin standing right in front of him. A moment later, a massive lightning bolt shot in his direction, causing the entire building lobby to explode completely. 5 minutes later, Callum found himself in the bathroom wondering how he had gotten to France and, more importantly, how he had let the situation get to this point. He knew that if Gar attacked first, he would be in trouble as his fighting style worked best with ambushes, which prevented him from reacting effectively. This was a game of preparation, and since he had lost the last few rounds, he urgently needed to improve his strategy. His plan was to find a new base of operations, and from there, come up with a more creative plan. But first of all, he needed to get out of the country. Looking out the window, Callum saw Agent Sen concentrating energy in his fist and then firing a powerful blast in his direction. Realizing he had been found, he had to think fast as there was no time to run and reacting was his only option. His emergency plan consisted of 2 steps. First, open a portal in front of his body to redirect enough of the blast and protect his vital points. Second, he would turn and open another portal right behind him so that the remaining force of the impact would push him to safety. A violent explosion followed, destroying everything in the area. As planned, Callum was thrown through his escape portal, thinking that this was the most important step. Soon after, Agent Sun walked through the debris, wondering where that bastard space mage had gone. He shouted for Callum to show himself, doubting that a novice mage like him could have survived that attack. However, his gaze fixed on something on the ground, a circle-shaped amulet amidst the rubble. Realizing what it meant, San gritted his teeth and punched the ground, furious that the damn bandit had escaped again. Meanwhile, in a forest, Callum sat up complaining of the intense pain. He felt as if a truck had been thrown against his chest. Even with the portal shield blocking most of the damage, the fire spell had still severely injured him. He admitted to himself that he had underestimated Agent Sen, thinking he was just a reckless brat. But he also concluded that Sen had underestimated him. Remembering how he had defended himself with his forearms, Callum acknowledged that he had been scared before and hadn't thought to cover the traces of his portals, but he promised himself he wouldn't make the same mistake twice. As he stood up, he reflected that this time, he would never be found again. Later, in a mansion, Sen reported to his boss that 18 mundanes had lost their lives. The boss replied coldly that the deaths were caused by the reckless spell Sen had used without any authorization. Sun tried to defend himself, arguing that he had permission to use lethal force, but his superior cut him off, clarifying that the permission was for the thief mage, not civilians. In a fit of rage, the boss grabbed Sen's head, calling him a clown for taking the lives of 18 random people. Sun still tried to argue that everyone in the area had been knocked unconscious by the mana discharge, and that there was no proof against him. The boss, however, questioned him about the destroyed building and the street cameras, revealing that the only reason there was no proof was because Gar and the BSE had to clean up his mess. San, not understanding the gravity of the situation, commented that they were just some mundanes and he didn't see what the big deal was. Annoyed, his boss rubbed his forehead and explained how problematic it would be if the mundanes knew of their existence and the constant need to have Gar intervene because of idiots like him. The boss finished by saying that they operated in secret for a reason, and Sen's reckless behavior was a constant risk. Faced with his superior's fury, San finally fell silent and apologized to the great mage. Tai Sen replied that he didn't care about Sen's apologies as he just wanted to know the results of it all. San in turn admitted that Callum continued to surprise him, explaining that every time they thought they were close to understanding him, the young man revealed a new trick. He pointed out that these were things that shouldn't be possible even for a space mage, let alone for someone who had only had powers for a few months. The Archmage then stated that Callum was clearly not just a space mage, as a spatial aspect has no offensive properties and cannot be used in attacks. However, that man kept taking the lives of agents, fairies, vampires. At this, Sen asked if his boss was saying the test results were wrong. The boss replied that the test was terrible and that Callum himself had listed his abilities, concluding that a mistake had been made unless San believed a thug like that was on the level of an archmage. Tai San was sure that Callum possessed the spatial aspect, but theorized that the test might have missed a secondary one. San retorted that this was impossible as there had never been a space mage with multiple aspects. His boss then suggested that Callum might be receiving help from an outsider who was providing him with knowledge and supplies. He ordered that this person be found and held accountable immediately. Sen bowed and promised to do his best. As Sen asked to leave, the Archmage stopped him for a final word. Stepping closer, Tae-sen warned him that far more important people required his time. He threatened that if he were forced to take control of the situation, Sen's university would be rebuilt from scratch. This time without the dead weight hindering his mission. Suddenly, Callum was back in the midst of the destruction, wondering what had happened and shouting to see if anyone was still alive. A woman raised her hand and called for help, prompting Callum to run to her and lift a piece of rubble off of her. He asked if she was okay and who had done this. The woman pointed ahead and said it was that man. There stood Agent Sen, controlling the fire with a wicked smile on his face. Callum repeated his name, breaking out in a cold sweat. The woman then asked him why he let San take her life as her face warped like a wax monster. At that moment, Callum woke up with a start on the plane. Looking at his trembling hands, he realized it had all been a nightmare and tried to calm himself so as not to make a scene. As other passengers murmured beside him, he pulled up his hood and decided to just pretend everything was fine. A newspaper reported that 18 people had lost their lives in a strange kitchen fire. Although it wasn't him who cast the spell, Callum couldn't help but feel responsible. He thought that those deaths were on his hands and that he couldn't forget it. Soon after, the plane's captain announced they were passing over Texas. A flight attendant asked if he needed help with his luggage, but Callum thanked her and declined. Then he felt a sharp pain in his head and wondered what it was. He could feel that his enchantment on the home bond was degrading. For a first attempt, he was surprised it had lasted this long. Cheap materials deteriorated faster, but luckily he had a solution. To improve his enchanting ability, he also needed to improve the quality of his bond's construction, and this place could help. Upon arriving, a woman called out to him and asked what she could do for him. Callum placed his bag on the table and explained that they did metalwork, and he was looking for something custom-made. The woman asked if she could take a look, and he showed her a laptop saying he had made a design in CAD. The woman asked if he was some kind of engineer, but he explained it was just a hobby. She then said they could do the job if he had the necessary materials. Callum then showed her the bag and asked if its contents would work. Adjusting her glasses, the woman admitted she had never seen anything like before. He clarified that it was a material he had found in his shop and that it seemed to be some kind of alloy. The woman explained that since it was a material, she could test it to find the right point and should be able to finish the order in a few days, which was perfect for Callum. Back home, he reflected that it had been a while since he'd read about primers. Callum knew he couldn't defend himself with just tricks to fool Gar, so he needed to keep learning to be able to step onto their battlefield. It seemed that Mortita would really help him unlock his potential. And with the receiving plates, he could create miniature portals just as Gar did. The idea was to take these plates wherever he wanted to go, which in theory would allow him to move across the globe in a matter of seconds. Suddenly, his phone rang. He answered, wondering why Lucy was calling. On the other end of the line, the girl said she figured he had survived another attack from Gar. She said she'd heard everything, including the rumors that he had escaped through world portals like a ghost. Callum asked what exactly they were talking about, figuring it was easier for them to paint him as someone incredible than to admit he had simply bypassed their security. Lucy asked for more details, but he replied that he wished he had something interesting to share. He found it all very strange because even though Gar was a thorn in his side, the organization seemed idiotic since getting into the portals had been far too easy. Lucy then explained that, believe it or not, Callum was the only person who was actually testing their systems at that moment. Gar's dominance in the supernatural world was so absolute that by keeping everyone in line with fear, they had never faced a real challenge. And that's where he came in, creating chaos right under their noses. She added that her other theory was that he was secretly so incredible he could destroy an entire guild with a single spell, but she hadn't yet decided which of the two theories was more interesting. Callum joked that she watched too many movies. Lucy retorted that he would be surprised by the amount of free time she had, and then asked how his escape was going. He answered that it wasn't exactly a vacation as he was on high alert. Realizing this, Lucy suggested he could perhaps take a break and escape to a resort in Mexico with her. Without hesitating, Callum replied that he could do that. The direct answer made the girl blush, and she asked if he was being serious. Noticing her reaction, Callum backtracked, saying it didn't have to be serious if she wasn't interested. He added that he was sure she was quite busy and that she was probably just kidding. Lucy quickly agreed, saying that, of course, they were just joking. He then said he had to go as he had a lot of work to do. As soon as he hung up, he wondered why he had said that and buried his face in his hands thinking he was an idiot. In her own office, Lucy hit her head on the desk questioning what she was doing and scolding herself that she shouldn't have that kind of interest in her clients. Later in his room, Callum began an experiment. First, he created a simple thread of this which didn't seem like much on its own. However, when he began to infuse it with spatial energy, the thread began to move and expand, creating a sphere. Callum watched in surprise as the simple thread swelled up like a balloon. To test his creation, he decided to add a paper clip to the sphere and was happy to see the object simply vanish on contact. He realized he had officially created a space that was bigger on the inside than on the outside, although it was still on a very small scale, which prevented him from traveling through space and time like a certain doctor. The possibilities were endless. Once he figured out how to streamline the process and increase its size, he could do much more, at least for now. He would no longer need to rent storage units across the state as he now had a portable spatial inventory where he could keep all his supplies. Sighing, he concluded that magic was the best thing ever. His thoughts were interrupted when a light from the window caught his eye. He realized it was already Friday, which meant the smithy had probably finished his order. Without wasting any time, he returned to the shop. Upon entering, he called out, asking if anyone was there. However, he was only met with a sudden noise that startled him. Shortly after, a woman apologized, explaining she was just trying to find one of her tools. She then asked how she could help him. Callum explained he was there to pick up a custom order, and the attendant immediately remembered him. A little embarrassed, he just scratched his head and confirmed. The woman commented that the metal alloy he had provided was quite fascinating to work with. At first, she thought it was some kind of lead, but the heating point was completely different. Took a bit of experimentation, but eventually, she managed to find a way to manipulate the material. After a few hours, she had a set of lines ready for use. Callum was surprised, saying it was much more than he expected. But the attendant explained that since there was a lot of material left over, she was able to create extra items based on his design. She admitted she didn't know exactly what those things were, but revealed she managed to put together 5 of them. Callum was impressed that she had managed to create 5 links and praised her skill, calling her incredible. The attendant, however, cut him off, warning that flattery wouldn't get him any discount. Remembering the payment, Callum asked how much he owed. The girl scratched her face and stated the price, which ended up taking all the money he had. As she thanked him for his business, Callum lamented to himself that he could have bought a car with that amount. The loss of all that money reminded him of a call he had been putting off. He hadn't spoken to Lucy since the awkward conversation they had the other day, and hoped he wouldn't die of embarrassment calling her. Meanwhile, Lucy was at her computer when she received the call. She answered and greeted him by calling him boss, which made Callum question the new nickname. Embarrassed, Lucy admitted she actually wanted to call him Big Guy. He joked, saying he thought he was the stuttering disaster, and the girl asked him to just end her suffering. Changing the subject, Callum addressed her seriously, and Lucy, apprehensive, asked if he was going to fire her. He replied it was the exact opposite, as he wanted to hire her to negotiate something. Curious, she asked what it was, and Callum revealed it was a state-of-the-art house title, completely off Gar's network. Lucy was shocked, stating that something like that was very valuable and could be sold for a very high price on the magic black market. Callum then asked how much she thought she could get, as he knew the value was in the millions. But the real question was who would have the guts to buy it. Lucy explained the risk, saying that if Gar found someone with an unregistered house title, that person would be imprisoned for a long time or even publicly executed. Callum reassured her, saying she didn't have to put herself in danger. But if she found a buyer, there would be a nice commission with her name on it. Lucy commented that he certainly knew how to treat a lady, but in a completely platonic way, as business partners. Callum agreed and said he would see her soon, then hung up the call. Alone, the girl pulled at her hair, wondering what he had done to her. Elsewhere in an office, Hargrave was furiously questioning how the thief had simply vanished. His subordinate reported that the target cleaned all his tracks himself, explaining that Callum Wells had a very low magical signature, which matched his method of eliminating this residue. Hargrave retorted that, obviously, it was problematic to track him that way. He slammed his fist on the table and shouted that he didn't want to hear excuses. He just wanted executed. There had already been 2 capture attempts and both had failed miserably. Hargrave was growing increasingly frustrated with the carelessness in the case, reminding everyone that this man had corrupted his precious granddaughter. The subordinate bowed and said he understood. Hargrave then turned to John, informing him that he would receive an important mission that required great trust. When John asked how he could help, Hargrave revealed his suspicion that Callum Wells might have a contact inside Gar who was helping him. He explained that Archmage Duval was interested in finding this external benefactor, but he wanted John to lead an internal investigation to find the traitor. John asked if he was suggesting Gar had an insider. In response, the man just stared at him coldly for a moment and confirmed he believed it was a possibility. A few days later, Callum asked Lucy if she had any news about the buyer for the house bond. Lucy explained that the situation was a bit complicated as she didn't have many contacts in the criminal underworld. However, she mentioned that the best buyer for his product might be a certain alpha she had already contacted. Callum immediately asked if she was talking about Chester, finding the situation rather convenient and wanting to know if the alpha wasn't trying to get favor in return. Lucy admitted she couldn't read Chester's mind, but agreed it was a possibility. She also warned him that the house bonds were basically spatial orders from Duval, and simply showing them around would raise a lot of questions. Callum, in turn, reasoned that Chester had enough power to keep the matter quiet, and she confirmed his suspicion. Callum reflected on the situation, unsure how he felt about owing Chester a favor, especially since he didn't want to get involved in another vampire attack. However, he was really short on cash, and if he wanted any hope of building a safe place away from Gar, he would need funds. His mind made up. He told Lucy he would talk to Chester, explaining that he already had the framework ready, but would need time to perform the enchantment. Lucy then said she would schedule the meeting for the next day. As soon as he hung up, he declared it was time to get to work. If he was going to sell the bond, he needed to ensure the enchantment's quality was as high as possible. He remembered that when using one of these devices, he felt a slight stomach ache and didn't imagine the Alpha Chester would want to feel that indigestion every time he needed to teleport. Callum presumed that Chester lacked the ability to control this or mana. Because of this, a simple magic ring for activation wouldn't be enough. Instead, Callum decided he would make 2 connected plates. Although a mage would still be needed to charge them, it would be a much more accessible method for the buyer. He planned to extend the plates to be wider, but not as wide as the ones Gar used, just large enough to transport Chester and a few of his men. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Callum commented to himself that this would take all night, but it was necessary. He needed to create a complete pair of bonds that could support an alpha. He just hoped Chester would like the result. The next day, Chester answered the call, saying he'd been told Callum had something that might interest him. Callum replied that it depended and asked what he thought of unlimited teleportation, completely off Gar's network. Chester replied that it sounded like something that would have some use. Satisfied, Callum warned that the item wasn't cheap. The man stated that Lucy had already prepared him for the cost and that he preferred to pay a fair price for an item of that type. Callum explained that he had prepared the design to meet his needs, but warned that it didn't come with the fancy details one could get from GAR. Chester replied that this was even preferable, as the more minimalist it was, the less chance it had of being noticed. Callum agreed, adding that the device also didn't have many security features, but Chester just wanted to know if it worked. Callum replied that he had tested it himself and that it did its job, causing only minor internal bleeding. After a few seconds, Chester remained silent. Callum then commented that he knew Lucy would normally laugh at that part, and Chester replied that he would make sure to pass the joke on to her. To wrap things up, Callum asked him to pay 20% of the total cost directly to Lucy. Chester agreed, saying she would appreciate the gesture and that he would send the details to her. With that, Callum said it was great doing business with him. But as soon as he hung up the call, he muttered to himself that Chester was a real bore. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a secretary asked a blonde man what he thought of the situation. He replied that they had been called back to headquarters out of the blue, and that he couldn't imagine it was good news. Jokingly, he suggested that maybe they were going to see which of them would be fired before pulling the door open to enter the room. Inside, John thanked the agents for coming so quickly and asked them to sit down. The blonde man asked to what they owed the honor of the summons, and John explained that, first, he wanted to ask a few questions to see if everything was all right. The man simply agreed. John asked him to repeat his name for the record, and the blonde man introduced himself as Ray Danforth. The woman beside him just stared at him for a few seconds. Noticing the hesitation, John reassured her, telling her not to worry as he was aware of Ray's compulsion abilities, and therefore, she should feel free to answer as she wished. The woman then introduced herself as Felicia Black. Next, Jan asked how long they had been partners. Ray replied that he couldn't remember the exact year, but that it had been a long time. John then asked if they had any professional connections with organizations besides the Arcane Regulation Guild, and Felicia promptly denied it. John continued the interrogation, questioning if they had ever disclosed Gar's secrets to unauthorized individuals. Feeling accused, Felicia immediately asked if he was insinuating something. Ray, in turn, intervened to calm the situation, stating that wasn't the case and that it would be foolish to make an enemy of Gar. John then shifted the focus of the conversation, reminding them that they were both assigned to the Callum Wells case and were in the room from which he managed to teleport out of the building. Felicia defended herself, stating they did everything by the book and had no way of predicting what would happen, which Ray confirmed as he saw everything with his own eyes. Faced with their response, John provoked them, asking if they considered themselves competent agents. Harshly, Ray asked if this was some kind of performance review. John explained that he had asked a simple question as it wasn't normal for a thief mage to escape such strict supervision. Since they were the investigators on the case, he just wanted to know how they reflected on the incident. Ray admitted there was no denying they had failed multiple times, but that was precisely why he knew they would capture Callum. Neither of them would accept being made a fool of, and now that Callum Wells was on the loose, they intended to use every bit of power to find him. Satisfied, John declared he had heard everything he needed to. He then informed them that under the authority of Archmage Hargrave, he was relieving them of their current duties. Felicia protested, arguing he couldn't do that, while Ray added that he was making a mistake since no one knew the case better than they did. The man, however, asked them to calm down as he had only relieved them of their tasks, not the case itself. Seeing their confusion, John revealed he had reason to believe Callum Wells had an informant inside the guild. Therefore, he wanted them to join his task force to help find him, extending his hand and asking what they thought of the proposal. Elsewhere, Lucy's phone alarm started to ring. The girl turned it off immediately, grumbling that she was already awake and telling it to stop. Complaining about the time, she suddenly shot up in a hurry upon realizing she was late. As she took off her shirt, she continued to complain about everything, wondering how she managed to sleep through 6 alarms. Wishing she had some kind of magic at that moment, she ran out. Arriving at a giant corporation, Lucy excused herself through the crowd and shouted for them to hold the elevator for her, please. The door, however, closed right in front of her, making her complain that those mages were a bunch of jerks. Already at her desk, she kept grumbling that they treated her like trash even though she came from a mage family, all because she couldn't cast any of those stupid spells. At least, she thought she had managed to arrive on time. It was then that she noticed a notification on her computer. Moving the mouse to check, she wondered what it was. Gar's administration was summoning all employees to the main floor. Scared, Lucy complained once more as she headed there. At the location, John wished everyone a good morning and announced that due to recent internal issues, they would be conducting some routine interviews. He assured them that if they had nothing to hide, they didn't need to worry as all interviews would be confidential. When a murmur began, Felicia sighed and used her magic to silence everyone. Lucy suddenly realized she could no longer move her mouth. John thanked Felicia for her help and instructed that when he called someone's identification number, that person should move to the front. He then began calling for employee C-1011 and continued calling out other identification numbers as time passed more and more quickly. Finally, it was Lucy's turn. Felicia ordered her to state her name, and the girl replied that her name was Lucille Rosetta Harper. Next, the woman questioned what her duties were at the company. Lucy realized she couldn't resist as the magic was forcing her to tell the truth, so she told them she worked in administration, managing the server flow. The interrogator got straight to the point, asking if, for any reason, Lucy had provided restricted information from Gar. The girl swallowed hard, and Felicia insisted that she needed to answer the question. Lucy denied it, thinking to herself that it wasn't exactly a lie. After all, she had sold the information, never given it away for free. Felicia then wanted to know if she knew anyone who had offered restricted information to individuals outside of Gar's interests. To deflect, Lucy began listing trivialities. She recounted how 5 years ago, Lucien Freyer preferred the donuts from the shop across the street and mentioned when Albert treated the office to an outing. As she continued to ramble on with useless information, Felicia interrupted her saying that was enough. The next question was about her duties to Alpha Chester. Lucy replied that she provided technical support, explaining that it was what she was hired for and that any other task was freelance work, not an official duty. The investigation took a more personal turn when Felicia asked if she had any significant relationships with anyone outside of work. Lucy bit her lip and clutched her skirt, hesitating. Noticing her reluctance, Felicia repeated the question and finally shouted for her to answer. Under pressure, Lucy invented a story that she called her boyfriend during work and that they flirted a lot. She added that the last time, he said he wanted to travel with her, and that she thought it would be amazing since they hadn't had a real date yet. Before she could continue, Felicia cut her off, stating she had no interest in her romantic life. Lucy breathed a sigh of relief, feeling she had narrowly escaped. With the interrogation over, John thanked her for her time and dismissed her. Later, he commented to Felicia that no one had admitted to anything, but she disagreed. John partially agreed, mentioning that Miss January was embezzling funds, but that it was unrelated to the main case. Felicia suggested that perhaps they should be more direct with the people they were looking for as their questions hadn't been specific enough. John, however, explained that this was against policy, and a man named Ray added that it was especially forbidden for internal investigations. Ray explained that the fairies were already spreading bad stories, and if the other clans thought Gar's security was compromised, they would withdraw their support. Without those alliances, it would be a free-for-all against the other supernatural races. John then asked Ray about the magical sweep. Ray replied that he had only found a few extra privacy wards in the offices, nothing too out of the ordinary. John expressed his discontent, pondering if perhaps there was nothing to find, but Ray seemed unconvinced. The man then denied that possibility, stating they would keep a close eye on the specialist and keep her nearby. Meanwhile, in the middle of a forest, a binding artifact lay on the ground. From it, spatial energy began to flow, slowly materializing Callum's body. He remarked that the result was perfect as the teleportation link he had created was better than he had imagined. Although it wasn't as refined as the ones Gar used, the process didn't cause nausea or an upset stomach. Now all that was left was to bring Alpha Chester to that spot. Once the sale was complete, he would have enough money to work on his bunker. The next step was to call Lucy and let her know he was ready. However, upon dialing the number, a message informed him that it was no longer in service. Callum was surprised, wondering if something was wrong or if Lucy was just busy. Turning around, he began to question if it was even safe to use that phone. Suddenly, he heard a rustle in the nearby bushes and thought that Gar might be tracking his every move. Perhaps they had even found his location already. Without hesitation, he decided to destroy the device in his hand. He couldn't risk being captured again, and fortunately, he had other safer ways to contact Chester. Callum decided he needed to get out of there as soon as possible. For now, the location offered nothing, but he needed to be prepared to disappear if necessary. He thought that as long as he kept his senses sharp, everything would be fine. Later, a few hours passed and there was still no word from Lucy. He started to wonder what to do and if he should call Chester, but he soon calmed down, remembering that Lucy always changed her number for security and was probably in the process of getting a new one. So he decided to finish his collection and wait to leave. He went to locker number 429 and then opened it. Inside, there was enough gold to retrieve. Callum thought that if Lucy was in trouble, Chester probably was too. If he could complete the exchange, it would mean Gar wasn't on his trail yet. It was at that exact moment that his phone started to ring. It was Lucy. She called his name and apologized for missing his calls. Worried, Callum asked if everything was okay. Lucy explained that work had been hell and that it took a while to make sure all her equipment was clean. She couldn't risk Gar having placed some kind of tracker on her computer or something similar. Callum commented that they must be shaking things up internally for not having found him yet and apologized if that made her life more difficult. Lucy denied it, saying it wasn't his fault and that she never imagined Gar was so bad. She knew the organization was strict, but the pay was good until they came to interrogate them. They were held under duress for hours, forced to stand in complete silence for a whole day while their number were just called out. Anyone who complained was fired on the spot. Callum said he couldn't even imagine how horrible that must have been. Lucy continued, explaining that once in the room, the interrogation was clearly to get information about him. She told the truth, but in a way that wouldn't be useful, making them assume she was nothing more than an empty-headed office administrator. Callum praised her quick thinking, saying he knew what an interrogation was like and that no one would blame her for being shaken. Lucy confessed that she was reconsidering everything, realizing that she might have overlooked Gar's true nature. Callum mentioned that his grandfather always said that the triumphs of evil are nothing to good people, but she insisted she didn't do anything. She just helped. He joked that she sounded like some kind of superhero and that she just had to say the word and he would save her. Blushing, she thanked him. However, she hated to spoil the moment, but she had bad news. Lucy asked if he remembered the couple he rescued during the fairy hunt. She had intercepted an email earlier that revealed Gar was holding them in one of their facilities. Completely shocked, Callum questioned what had happened. Lucy said she didn't know the details, but that the fairies had tracked them down and taken them there. He asked if they were alive, and she confirmed they were for now, as it seemed Gar wanted to interrogate them for information. Callum immediately asked her to tell him everything she knew about where they were being held. She informed him it was a facility in Miami and that they had been taken there about 3 days ago. He thanked her and said he was going there right now. Lucy interrupted him, saying she knew it would be no use hiding this from him, as nothing she could say would stop him from going. He felt he needed to rescue them immediately, but she warned him that Gar would be watching. This whole thing could be a trap, so he should be careful, act smart, and not get himself killed without her permission. No matter what, that same night, Callum was already in the city. He reflected on the presence of fae, shapeshifters, and mages, as Miami was filled with all sorts of supernatural races. He could feel this and mana surging from all directions, which made the place a true minefield. However, this also meant he could easily blend in without raising suspicion, since to everyone, he was just another one of them. This promised to be interesting. Gar's Miami office held the 2 innocent humans he had rescued before as prisoners. Callum observed that the Sentinel presence was heavy there, and there were more than a few of Gar's agents on patrol. Realizing this, he concluded that he needed to find a safe place from which he could work. Immediately after, he turned and entered an alley where he began to sense the energy around him. He found it curious that despite all the supernaturals walking in plain sight, the environment was surprisingly mundane. There were employees at reception desks and janitors cleaning the floors, indifferent to everything. Many workers were just there doing their jobs. This eliminated the possibility of leveling the place with thermite. Callum Nugar had to pay for what he did, but he wouldn't murder innocents in the name of justice. He needed to be much better than his enemy. Then he thought that it wasn't enough to just get the prisoners out of there, as there was something even more important to be done. Callum needed a way to keep them safe, something he couldn't do alone. So he decided to make a call to ask for a favor. On the other end of the line, Lucy asked how the rescue mission was going. He replied that it hadn't started yet and that in fact he was hoping she could help. Callum explained that he had realized he couldn't just get the couple out of there and hope Gar wouldn't find them. Someone had to take responsibility for keeping them safe. Lucy summed up the situation, saying that he needed something like a supernatural sponsor. He confirmed that was exactly it and that he needed someone powerful enough to stand up to Gar. She commented that it was a difficult task because when archmages want something, not many people can refuse. Chester was an obvious option, but she didn't think he would get involved in this. Callum then specified that he needed someone who wasn't aligned with Gar and who might want to prove their worth. Lucy recalled that he had rescued people from the Fae and that they were in constant conflict with each other. It was possible he could convince a Fae king to take in the couple just to oppose another king. Callum questioned if that would really work. Lucy stated it was worth a try and that the fact he had developed a certain reputation could help. The news that King Jizarel had searched everywhere and found nothing was already circulating. She added that if Jizarel thought Callum had met with another king, it would greatly annoy him, and some Fae would certainly love to see that happen. Callum then asked if she could arrange that meeting for him. Lucy replied that she would do anything for him and would send the information immediately. Elsewhere, a king was commenting on the recklessness of someone who requested a meeting without even showing their face. He stated that if it weren't for the one who made the request, he would have taken the messenger's life for the audacity alone. Callum then asked if he was King Farrakar. The man confirmed he was present at the neutral location Callum had chosen. Callum apologized for calling so suddenly, but said he had an offer that might be of interest to him. Farrakar replied that he could consider his curiosity piqued. Without beating around the bush, Callum asked if he would like an opportunity to annoy Gar and King Jisseris at the same time. Farrakar seemed surprised, commenting that so. Ghosts played politics now, as he thought Callum was just an assassin. Callum replied that he wasn't interested in politics, but that his actions had consequences, and he'd been told that perhaps Farrakar could benefit from those consequences more than anyone. The king found that fascinating and demanded he get to the point before his patience ran out. Callum then told him that Gar had captured 2 mundanes and that he wanted to see them freed. At this, the king questioned what that had to do with him. Callum explained that the mundanes deserved a life free from supernatural influence. But even if he freed them, that would never truly happen unless someone powerful guaranteed their freedom. Intrigued, Farrakar commented that this could be fun and that, frankly, he had been expecting more. Faced with the proposal, he said it would be a pleasure to see the ghost in action. The protagonist in turn warned that he couldn't promise something quick, but stressed that it wasn't every day someone targeted Gar the way he was planning. Ferocha observed that it was spatial magic, a rare sight. He mentioned that King Jizril had already spoken at length about Callum's abilities in a frustrated manner and admitted that Gar's influence had grown too much in his territory. Therefore, the Fey King clarified that he couldn't offer direct assistance with the mundanes, but he could simply report what happened in front of his door. He supposed this might shatter Gar's ignorance and cause trouble for them just as a good host would do. Realizing they were reaching an agreement, Callum asked if the king agreed and Ferrishar confirmed that he was on board with everything. The protagonist thought to himself that the Fae were strange, but he was relieved it had been easier than he'd imagined. Lucy was right. His reputation was growing and it had helped him this time, though he knew it could harm him in the future. However, he decided not to worry about that now and to focus on the problem at hand. The plan to escape this place wouldn't matter if he couldn't uphold his end of the bargain and help the two captives. To do that, he needed to get into Gar's headquarters. As he observed the location, Callum wondered how far Gar was able to feed his connections, as those dense and complete structures must consume an absurd amount of mana to be maintained. He realized it must be some kind of technique he didn't yet know. But soon after, he found the answer. There was a small portal located at the back of the building, connected to some other portal on the opposite side. It was so small that no one could pass through it, but it was large enough to carry an entire siphon connection with unlimited mana. Callum understood that, if he wanted to get through those places and save the innocent people, he first needed to deal with that portal. To start, he needed a means of transportation, as he wouldn't be able to flee the city with two people on the back of his motorcycle. A van would be discreet enough for the mission. After acquiring it, he opened the back doors and began to prepare it, spraying it down, filling the tires, and storing some things in bags, finishing by placing a box inside. With everything ready, he reflected that he needed to keep a low profile after what happened before. But he couldn't just sit back and let Guard destroy innocent lives. So he parked the van on a corner, opened the back, and prepared to begin. The first step of his plan was to prepare a jar with water. Next, he took a thread of this and used it to create an even larger storage space inside the jar. The third step was to place this expanded space inside the container and use it to store all the water. After that, he filled the jar with rusty metal, completing his improvised device. The logic was simple. Once he shattered the storage space, the water would burst out forcefully and the whole thing would explode. All that was left to do was to throw the device at the small portal maintaining Gar's connection. When it exploded, the structure holding the portal open would collapse, taking down all the sentinels with it. Callum took a deep breath and prepared to act. Inside the company, employees went about their routines and chatted among themselves, completely oblivious to what was about to happen. Suddenly, a massive tremor struck the building. Outside, Callum knew he had no time to lose. He had planned the explosions to be reasonably contained, as his main goal was not to hurt anyone. The explosion only served to cause panic and create a distraction. While everyone was disoriented by the noise and the couple wondered what had happened, Callum acted to save the prisoners. He opened a portal directly beneath them, making them reappear, surprised, in the back of a van. With a slight smile, Callum commented that this time he had remembered to ensure a soft landing. The woman recognized him and immediately wanted to know who he was. Callum, however, interrupted her, explaining that he first needed to take them to a safe place and that she should sit properly. At that moment, the man stood up, demanding to know what was happening and why people had been chasing them all the time. Callum just apologized for the situation, and the couple exchanged a confused look. The man insisted, asking who he was, while the woman questioned what he wanted. Callum replied that his identity wasn't important and that after that day, they would never see him again. He explained that he had made a deal so they could live their lives normally. Unsatisfied, the man retorted that it wasn't good enough, but his wife interrupted him, asking him to stop as Callum was trying to help them. Callum said he understood their distrust, as not long ago, he himself had been in the same position. He confessed that this new world had emerged very quickly and destroyed everything he knew. For him, it was already too late, and this was his life now. However, he was offering a second chance for the two of them, a unique opportunity to get out of all that mess, and suggested they take it. The woman thanked him, and the man, still suspicious, asked where exactly they were going. Callum explained that he had arranged for people to protect them and that they would be safe. As soon as the dust settled, they would be free to do whatever they wanted. He said he just needed to drive a little further to reach their destination. But at that exact moment, a police car appeared behind them. The police officer ordered them to pull over, and the man commented that now Callum had a problem. In his thoughts, Callum admitted that he had been so worried about Gar that he hadn't considered the possibility of encountering the police. He knew Gar's agents were already looking for them, and if he didn't act fast, it would only be a matter of time before they were captured. The couple suggested he use magic to send them far away, but Callum explained that it would attract too much attention. He needed to resolve the situation quickly before the agents noticed them. It was then that the woman said she had an idea. The police officer approached and asked Callum to lower the window. When he asked how he could help, the officer mentioned a strange smell coming from the van and said she just wanted to check. Callum immediately realized it was the perfume he had used to ward off the shapeshifters and regretted using it. Following the plan, the man in the back started to complain, but his wife told him to stop, saying the smell was a skunk. Callum was surprised at how far they were willing to go with the act. The man then apologized to the police officer, explaining they were coming back from a show. The officer warned them, reminding them they couldn't travel in the back without seatbelts, but the woman just replied that it was more comfortable and cool back there. The police officer sighed, clearly having no patience to deal with the couple. She just told them to go straight home. At that instant, Callum noticed one of Gar's agents nearby, which increased his urgency to get out of there. When the police officer said she had one last thing to say, Callum thought she was kidding, and the couple behind him swallowed hard. However, the officer just told him to wash the van when he got there. Relieved, Callum mentally thanked her for the warning, rolled up the window, and accelerated. The woman commented that it was a close call, but Callum cut her off, saying there was no time to celebrate and that they needed to keep moving. As the van drove away, two mysterious figures moved across the rooftops right above them. In the back seat, the couple asked what had just happened, comparing the feeling to a tornado. Callum thought he was right about them as they couldn't see past the glamour, and explained that those were reinforcements, but they didn't need to worry because they were in the safe zone. He warned them that this was as far as he could take them, and the man, confused, asked if they were in a bank. Callum confirmed they were in Fey territory and that he would open a portal to send them to their destination, instructing them to say the ghost sent them. When the man questioned the nickname, Callum cut him off, saying they shouldn't talk about it. He then opened the portal and asked if they were ready. The woman admitted she wasn't and asked if she couldn't go with him. But Callum replied that the deal was only for the two of them and that he was sorry. She confessed she was scared, so he touched her shoulder, assuring her they would be safe and well. It was time to go as they were being expected. The couple thanked him and Callum waved goodbye. Elsewhere, Ray was furiously questioning why the area wasn't being better monitored. He reminded everyone that he had informed them Callum Wells was after the couple and wanted to know why they weren't prepared. An employee replied that, with all due respect, they had a group of shapeshifters, vampires, and a network of sentinels, and that everything was done according to protocol. Ray retorted that it clearly wasn't enough, as he himself had warned them that Wells had a way of bypassing the system. The employee just shrugged, and Ray, irritated, told him to forget it and get out. Felicia commented that Ray seemed angrier than usual. He replied that he was angry with himself because Miami wasn't his jurisdiction, and he knew she had problems with the local Fae, so he was trying to keep her out of it. Felicia turned her face away, blushing, and told him not to waste time worrying about her. Instead, she asked if he had any theories on how Callum Wells had pulled it off. Ray explained that he used his senses in the area, searching for any usual signs, but all he found was a puddle of water and some pieces of rusted metal, admitting he wasn't sure what it was. Suddenly, another person arrived, stating that it was just blood in the ocean and nothing more. Ray was startled and asked what the Archmage was doing there, surprised that he had arrived without alerting his senses. The old man commented that one of the suspects was attracting something bigger than himself. Ray agreed and wondered what that meant. The Archmage then replied that they needed to summon Duval, as he believed she would be able to decipher what happened at the scene. Meanwhile, Duval was meditating in her room, inhaling and exhaling deeply until something called out to her. Annoyed, she questioned what could be so urgent as to interrupt her meditation. On the other end of the communication, Ray informed her they had another lead on Callum Wells. Duval asked if they hadn't captured him. Ray explained that technically they didn't even see him, but the two mundanes were released and the techniques used matched Callum's MO impatient. Duval asked why he was calling. Ray replied that they thought there was some spatial magic residue and were hoping she could analyze it. Duval put a hand to her face complaining that he was truly useless and asked where the incident occurred. At the GAR headquarters in Miami, everyone thanked the Archmage for coming. Ray began to explain that, as she could see, there was damage to multiple sections of the teleportation link and that they suspected the use of spatial magic. However, Duval interrupted him and told him to get out of there. Ray said he understood and that he would request a full report, but the Archmage repeated the order more vehemently, questioning how he expected her to analyze the thief's magic if the place was contaminated with his pathetic vis. Ray agreed immediately. Outside, Felicia approached and asked how it went. The blonde grumbles that he hates this job and needs to buy more cigarettes. Meanwhile, Duval gathers her energy. With her eyes closed, she comments that the intruder's magic was very peculiar, raw but pleasant, correct but somehow sloppy. She realizes that most of the vice was absorbed by metal fragments with some kind of enchantment, something similar to the metal ball he was known for using. Given this, Duval concludes that Callum Wells was without a doubt disconcerting and dangerous. At that moment, a man named Wizzy approaches, commenting that the circle's harbinger always intrigues them. The woman turns to him, calling him Archmage, and says she didn't know he had been called for the analysis. Wizzy clarifies that he wasn't, explaining that he only came to see the sparks of the one he heard had been captured. Impatient, Duval accuses him of speaking in riddles and states she has no time for nonsense. The old man then replies that Wells was a thorn in his side and that he was just curious about his origin and role, even suspecting he was a bit late. Duval asks him directly if he was offering to help. In response, Wizzy reminds her that she should know his sworn duty is to crush all mages who get in his way, including even a fellow Archmage. Duval reflects that Wizzy was as dangerous as he was strange and that rumors said he was the oldest living mage. Demonstrating that she had her own methods for dealing with people like him, the Archmage creates a sphere of energy in her hand. Seeing this, Wizzy breaks into a smile and lets out a laugh. He comments that he never met the man, but that perhaps that should fade with time. Confused, Duval asks what exactly the old man hoped to accomplish. In another room, John reports that according to the Archmage's analysis, Wells used some kind of material to get past the Sentinels. What he doesn't understand, however, is how the intruder achieved such a long range, as any tool he was using should have been close enough to be detected. Ray adds that this is one more thing for them to figure out when they capture him, and that at the same time they need to strengthen the Sentinels. Felicia laments that they couldn't defend the headquarters, but states that wherever Wells is, they can do better. John then ponders that this would only be possible if they knew where he was going to be, and wonders aloud where Mr. Wells could be at that moment. Far away, Callum thinks he needs to call Lucy, but concludes it's not a good time. He reasons that if the GAR is looking for them, as it seems, contacting her could put Lucy in more danger. Therefore, things would have to slow down for a few days. As soon as his situation was secure, he would make contact again. Until then, it was time to start setting up his new base. All that was left was to find the right location, and for that, he heads to the state of New Mexico. Back at the meeting, John informs Archmage Hargrave that the fairies have hidden the mundanes. Somehow, their magic completely wiped the people's names and appearances from everyone's memory. Although they know they exist, no one in the GAR has any idea what they look like. Hargrave concludes that Wells is working with the fairies and asks if the King of Miami has anything to say about it. John replies that since the action didn't occur in his territory, there was nothing he could do, but he is sure that the King of Miami was responsible. Hargrave ponders that at least they know where the ghost was hiding. He adds that although the mundanes may be gone, there were other targets, as anyone who has been in contact with Wells would be targeted. John comments that this will be a bit difficult, as most of the people who could confirm anything are protected by the shapeshifters, and anyone from Wells' past seems to be under the guard of Scaletooth. Hargrave identifies these figures as Alpha Chester and a Draconic, noting that the thief seems well connected, but that there was an angle to be explored there. John then reveals the new lead, commenting that someone leaked the information that the mundanes were in Miami with him, a fact that wasn't exactly public knowledge. Hargrave agrees and gives a clear order. Find who is leaking the information and bring them to him. He finishes by stating that once they have the informant, Callum Wells will come running to them. In a bar, a waitress approaches Lucy and asks what she can get for her. Lucy orders a few shots of rum, and the waitress, noticing she's never seen her before, asks if she's new in town. The girl denies it, explaining she just doesn't usually drink much, but with so many problems happening at work recently, getting drunk seemed like the most appropriate thing to do. Curious, the waitress asks what she does for a living, and Lucy reveals she's a tech specialist for a large corporation. She vents that there was a major security breach, which resulted in investigators spying on the employees every moment of the day, to the point where they couldn't even use the restroom alone. After downing a shot in one gulp, Lucy adds that, to make matters worse, she hasn't heard from her friend in a week and thinks he's mad at her. The waitress asks if something went wrong, and Lucy confesses that she told him about a job he was interested in, but now she doesn't know if she did it because he wanted it or because it would benefit her. In the end, it all worked out, but the situation put him in a lot of danger, and she wonders if that makes her a bad person. The waitress replies that she doesn't know, but that it sounds like the kind of topic you discuss while drinking. As Lucy comments that the waitress is an expert, her phone rings. Seeing it was him, the girl blushes and almost spills her drink, exclaiming that it was her friend. She answers the call and notices she stained her own shirt. On the other end of the line, Callum greets her, saying it's been a while and asking how she's been. Lucy replies that she was just cleaning rum off her shirt in a public restroom. The protagonist questions if he called at a bad time, but she denies it, admitting that she honestly wanted to hear his voice since he disappeared after saving the couple in Miami. Callum apologizes and explains that he knows Gar has been terrible lately, so he was worried about getting her into trouble. Blushing, the girl asks if he was really worried about her, and the protagonist confirms. He then tells her he's in Mexico and was wondering if she could do him a favor, get him a supernatural map of the Isthmus area. Lucy promptly agrees and says she'll send it to him right away, but comments that as far as she knows, there aren't many supernatural beings there. Callum replies that he noticed, but it's always good to be prepared. The girl then asks if that's the only reason he called, but the protagonist says there's one more thing. He thanks her, and when Lucy asks for what, Callum explains it was about the couple in Miami. He says they were his responsibility and that she helped him take care of it. Surprised, Lucy thinks about how he knew she was worried about that. It was as if he was reading her mind. Callum then asks her to listen carefully, admitting he's not a superhero and there are many things he can't do. However, with Gar acting the way he is, if she's in trouble, she should tell him. He finishes by saying she's important to him and that he would drop anything for her. Gratefully, Lucy says goodbye. Back at the bar, the waitress welcomes her back and asks how the call went. Lucy, with her heart racing, says she has a quick question for the expert bartender. If there's a drink that can make your heart stop beating so fast. The next day, Callum is sitting in an office when a man enters, wishing him a good afternoon and mentioning that his assistant said he wanted to buy some land. The protagonist confirms, stating he already has plans and was hoping the man knew some local companies he could hire. The seller asks what brings him here since he doesn't seem to be from the area. Callum replies that he isn't, but he has friends who live nearby and was planning to build a summer house, thinking that this was, at the very least, his cover story. In reality, there was another portal not too far from there. He had no intention of going through it after what happened last time, but the portal's residual mana would be able to sustain his new base. The man warns that the price of the land is quite high and hopes he understands. In response, Callum says he brought a little something for payment and places a solid gold bar on the table. The man's attitude changes instantly, and he assures him they will start clearing the space for him immediately. Callum says he'll stop by from time to check on the progress, and the man replies that his door will always be open. As he leaves, the protagonist thinks to himself that money really does make the world go round. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a vampire complains that they still haven't recovered. He laments that about 60 years of effort to recruit from the Nightlands have been wasted, all because Gar failed to locate a simple magic thief. The man replied that he didn't understand the reason for the complaint since he wasn't the one in charge of the Nightlands or the magic thieves. Annoyed, the vampire slammed his hand on the table, stating that because of Gar, they hadn't achieved their goals. According to him, Gar didn't punish Chester, didn't find new people, and didn't even locate the mage. The man then declared that everything that could be done had been done, and that nothing would stop him from leading the Nightlands and finding newcomers on his own, which led the vampire to turn away and call him useless. Shortly after, a subordinate asked if Master Levine had any news. He replied that the day had brought only another disappointment from Gar, but that Archmage Alas had given him an idea. The butler, curious, wanted to know what it was. Levine explained that they could use their own actions to lure out the assassin as they knew of a target who was often with him. When the butler asked if it Clara Langley, Levine confirmed and ordered him to take 4 of the elders to find her. He didn't care about the details. He wanted them to bring all the Langley so they could deal with the magic thief once and for all. Meanwhile, in another room, 2 subordinates informed Chester that the vampires were certainly heading for winter. Chester commented that Levine and the Minneapolis nest remained a thorn in his side and that it was only a matter of time before they acted. One of the men replied that, frankly, he was surprised it had taken them so long. After confirming there had been no formal communication, the Alpha stood up and sent for Jasper, as they might have a new use for the teleportation platforms. Shortly after, Sheriff Langley answered a call from Chester, who warned him that he had noticed some vampires in the area. He suspected the vampires were angry because their mutual friend continued to be elusive, and Langley concluded they were coming for revenge. The sheriff then asked what the Alpha suggested. Chester offered his own land for the entire Langley family to stay safe as they were the main target. Langley hesitated, worried about leaving the town of Winter, but Chester reassured him, promising he would deal with the vampires personally. Back in his room, a woman commented that they wanted the little girl. Chester explained that someone had leaked the information that Clara was involved in the fiasco, and that if she hadn't been kidnapped, the ghost would never have entered the picture. This meant she was the target again. Lisa asked if he needed her help, but Chester refused, saying that not even he hated the vampires enough to send her. He asked her to stay and comfort the Langleys as his pack of wolves would take care of Winter. While adjusting his coat, Lisa asked him to be careful as he always acted recklessly to help others. Chester replied that it was an Alpha's duty, and she just asked him to be back in time for dinner, kissing his cheek. He promised he always would. In a warehouse, the spatial magic of the teleportation platform began to manifest, and shortly after, the Langley family appeared. The sheriff thanked him for taking them in, and Chester replied that his home would always be open. He mentioned that Lisa had baked cookies for the girls, but admitted he wouldn't be comfortable until he put a quick end to those blood-sucking pests. Langley stated that Chester was a good man, and that he would soon be back in his town. Chester then turned to Jasper asking if everything was ready. The man confirmed that he had already sent most of the men, explaining that the platform wasn't large enough for a single trip. When Chester asked if the system worked, Jasper confirmed that it did as instructed and added that they should thank their mutual friend for his genius. The Alpha said he would send a message to pick them up as soon as they were done in Winter, and Jasper simply wished his boss good luck. Later that same night, Chester asked if there was any sign of the vampires. A werewolf replied that they weren't far and that his men were watching every direction, ensuring they would see them coming. Chester noted that the vampires moved fast and ordered everyone to maintain their war forms. One of the werewolves noticed that Chester hadn't transformed yet and questioned him about it. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the vampires were gathered. One of them reported that his men were already in position, and Zagreb replied that this was excellent, reminding everyone that they should attack quickly as speed was their greatest advantage against the shapeshifters. He predicted that the fight would be decided in mere seconds. Back at the wolves' camp, one of them sensed something and immediately reported that a dozen figures had been spotted in the distance. Upon hearing the alert, Chester ordered everyone to their positions. He explained that the enemies suspected the Langleys, not them, so they would use this advantage in their favor. Chester reflected that it had been a long time since he needed to use his war form, but the magic of the bond had been strong since the day he was born. Determined, he stated that he wouldn't let anyone threaten his pack, and then he transformed into a giant wolf, letting out the loudest roar he could muster. At the signal, the vampires clashed directly with the werewolves, shouting orders to take the mutts' lives and kill them quickly. The battle intensified with 3 vampires having to deal with just one werewolf. When one of the vampires charged toward the largest of them, he was brutally struck in the stomach, spitting blood from the impact. As the werewolves continued to dominate the fight, one of them realized that these were not the Langleys. Zagreb also understood that they somehow knew of their arrival, concluding that this was a lost battle and they had no chance of winning. Realizing that Chester had finally come out of the shadows, he decided the least he could do was take his head to his lord and charged toward the Alpha. One of the werewolves shouted a warning to his Alpha, just as Zagreb told that miserable dog to go to hell. The sound of blood splattering on the ground was heard next, leaving the werewolf who had shouted completely stunned. The vampire had managed to get close to Chester, who commented that Zagreb was fast. If he had been a second slower, he would have struck his heart. With a grim expression, Chester grabbed Zagreb's hand. The vampire still asked if they could call it a draw, but his body was sliced in half like a bar of chocolate. All the other vampires were shocked by the scene as the energy radiating from Chester continued to grow. He then shouted for them to finish them all off. Driven by their leader's roar, the werewolves charged at the remaining vampires. With everything settled, the men began to clean up the area. One of the subordinates approached and asked if the alpha was all right. Chester replied that it would take more than one of Levine's lackeys to take his life and asked if all his men were okay. The werewolf reported that they had only suffered wounds and cuts, but nothing fatal, confirming that the ambush had indeed worked. Chester explained that the teleportation device had proven valuable because if they had used the normal one, everyone in Gar would have been alerted. The ability to arrive in secret had given them the victory. To conclude, he thanked everyone for their good work, stating that they had fought well and that from that day on, winter was free of vampires. The next day, the scene shifted to a motel where Callum was exercising and began a count that reached 80. As he finished his exercises, Callum commented to himself that doing 80 push-ups in 2 minutes wasn't so bad. He had been so busy recently that he had ended up neglecting his physical training. Magic was truly great, but he needed to be physically prepared for when it wasn't an option. On the other hand, if he just stayed near one of the portals, he might not have to worry about it as he could feel the ambient mana surging around him as if he were drawing on caffeine. With just a few hours of research, he was able to build a perpetual motion machine, but he decided that once the bunker's construction was finished, he could set it aside. His portals were limitless, and using one of them to create a form of fake telekinesis was trivial. Magic was simply easier to use, and he felt he could even get used to it. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ray warned Felicia that she shouldn't get used to the situation. She, in turn, commented that everything was very convenient with all those mundanes doing the dirty work while they just sat back and relaxed. Ray corrected her, saying they weren't relaxing but supervising. He reminded her that just because Gar approved of her enchanting those people, it didn't mean she could comfortable. Felicia told him to relax, arguing that she would be paid for the job and the mundanes wouldn't remember anything, so they should enjoy the break. The conversation was interrupted when a man approached, excusing himself. Ray asked what he wanted, and they explained that he had been looking at the reports and found a rather coincidental pattern. Impatient, Ray told him to get to the point. The man then detailed that the target started with a mass attack, basically going in and taking the lives of all the victims. But his attacks had become progressively more calculated. Ray agreed that was true, but wanted to know his conclusion. The man expressed his concern, stating that the target seemed to be learning at an alarming rate, going from an amateur to a professional assassin in mere months, which made him even more dangerous. In his experience, people who grow that fast tend to bite off more than they can chew and don't know how to respect their own limits. He explained that for normal humans this might mean falling off a bike or breaking a bone, but for mages it was different. He questioned what would happen when the target cast a spell he couldn't control. Ray admitted he hadn't considered that and thanked him for the thought. The man then took his leave, saying he would get back to the reports. After he left, Felicia commented that perhaps the mundanes were more useful than they thought, getting her colleague's attention. Ray, who was pensive, suddenly shouted, asking if there were any updates on the scans of Gar's servers. He demanded to see all reports and recordings of any interactions that might have occurred, not caring if it was an email, a phone call, or a private text message. If anyone was linked to the name Callum, he wanted to know. Furthermore, he ordered them to double-check the monetary transactions as there was always a money trail to follow. In a different room, Jasper called Lucy and said he had gotten her share from the sale of the bond, asking how she wished to receive it. The girl replied that she wanted it in gold bars, as she would send them to be exchanged herself. Jasper advised her to be careful not to be tracked, but Lucy questioned if he had forgotten who he was talking to, stating that no one was capable of capturing them. Back in his room, Callum observed the spheres he had counted. He knew those jewels would prove useful, but they had somehow exceeded his imagination. Although he was caught in the process of collecting them, in the end, it was worth it. With them, he got the teleport anchors to place around his new bunker, a place a few miles from Winnet and even closer to his old hometown. The only remaining question was what to do with the leftover spheres. He thought he should keep some on hand for emergencies and figured that a certain person would be interested in them. Right after he called Lucy, Callum started by saying he was checking to see if everything was going well with Gar, but the girl confirmed that it wasn't. She told him there were millions of new cops, the planning was poorly organized, and the bosses were angry with everyone. Callum admitted he'd really stirred up a hornet's nest and apologized for making her life difficult, but commented that being a thorn in Gar's side was the kind of thing he did. Lucy replied there was no other way. And on the bright side, they were sent home with paid leave while everything was sorted out. He then expressed his surprise that she still went to the office, figuring she could work remotely. Lucy explained that the older bosses barely knew how to use a computer and that remote work would make their brains explode, plus extra care was needed with the information they handled. She confessed she was happy to just enjoy the break, but the only problem was not knowing what to do with her free time. When Callum suggested she could go see a movie, Lucy lamented that no one strayed too far from old Chester. He commented that he found it hard to believe she didn't have any friends, but Lucy explained she didn't have many as the mages considered her a failure and any mundane she spoke to risk being exposed to Gar. Because of that, talking to Callum was the most social interaction she'd had in the last few days. Changing the subject, she asked how he was doing, and Callum took the opportunity to say he was wondering if Chester would be interested in another teleportation platform. Lucy got excited, stating that he would be very happy with the news, as he couldn't stop talking about how useful the platform had been during the mess in Weenet. Callum confirmed he had enough resources to create another one and asked if she could arrange the meeting, to which Lucy replied she would call Chester right that instant. Soon after, she had them greet each other. Callum started the conversation, saying he heard Chester was interested in another platform, and the man confirmed, adding that if possible, he'd like a larger one than the last. He stated he would be able to do the job, and Chester replied that 2 platforms would be sufficient for his purposes. With that settled, Callum asked Lucy to arrange a new landing point, and she promptly agreed to take care of the details. The 3 of them continued to sort out their work matters until Lucy broke the professional mood by asking if Callum had played anything recently. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a Minotaur rose up shouting Gale Hargrave's name and warning that she couldn't run forever. He threatened to destroy everything around until she had nowhere left to hide. Terrified, the girl wondered what she was doing there as that thing was monster and she was just a healer. The monster finally located her and with a roar, threw a rock at the tree where she was hiding, telling her not to run so fast. In the midst of her panic, Gale tried to remember her training. She knew she needed to conjure her vis as if preparing a healing spell, but with a completely different purpose. However, before she could act, the Minotaur charged forward yelling that he had her. As the creature's hand closed in, the girl turned and shot her magic directly at the monster. Hit head-on, he roared in pain, saying his insides were burning and demanding to know what she had done. Gale struggled to maintain focus while the monster kept trying to move, screaming that the little pest was taking his life until the girl's magic began to dissipate. Realizing he had been freed from the spell, the Minotaur let out a hideous laugh, calling her a foolish girl. He declared that he would now take her life and lunged with a deadly blow. But just as the attack was about to hit Gale, the simulation was abruptly terminated. The butler coldly informed her that she had failed again, even though he had made things easier that time. He insisted that she simply had to do better and that they would start the illusion once more. Annoyed, Gale interrupted him, declaring she'd had enough for today. She turned to face him and warned him to never speak that way again to the granddaughter of the Archmage of House Hargrave. Gale threatened him, saying that if he couldn't teach her properly, he would be silenced. Outside, when some staff members asked how the training had been, she replied that it was annoying. Gale vented, saying she didn't want to work for the secret reinforcement and didn't even want to be there. A friend tried to console her, saying she understood her frustration, but that she was sure everything would be resolved once they caught Callum Wells. Upon hearing the name, Gale admitted she still didn't understand him and that, even after all the meetings, she didn't know a single true thing about him. She then asked if there were any updates on his location. But the woman replied that she hadn't heard anything as the information had been scattered since the incident. Gale commented that she heard Callum had convinced the Fae King to be on his side, but the other girl corrected her, saying that he was actually calling himself a ghost. The Archmage's granddaughter found that quite childish. The subordinate agreed, promising that if she heard anything, she would say so immediately. Gale then vented, saying she never wanted to learn destructive healing as that had been Callum's idea. She lamented that it had now ruined her life and separated her from her family. That's why she wanted to meet him face to face one last time, just to know why he had done that to her. A week later, Callum was checking some lockers and noted that everything seemed to be there. It was several $1 million, the profit from just a few days at the lab, and that was after Lucy had taken her commission. Thinking about it, he reflected that the life of a mage was truly incredible and began to wonder what kind of trouble Chester was facing with the new teleportation platform. Meanwhile, at his base, Chester asked if he was in the right place and Jasper confirmed it. He explained that placing the platforms in Levine's mansion hadn't been easy, but they were able to do it thanks to mundane deliveries and that now everything was ready for the invasion. Jasper, however, expressed his concern, pointing out that the Winnet incident had happened just a week ago and that Levine should be on his guard. Chester countered, stating that this was the perfect time as Levine hadn't recruited more forces yet and would be lucky to have a dozen men on standby. He concluded by saying that the bloodsucker had never been so vulnerable. Faced with his leader's confidence, Jasper declared he would follow his command perfectly and was only waiting for the boss's call. Chester then gave the order to proceed. Immediately, a purple teleportation magic enveloped the group's legs, transporting them all to Levine's mansion. Upon arriving, they wondered where they were, and Chester clarified that it was the basement, assuring them that Levine wouldn't notice the platform. He instructed them not to transform into their war forms and to defeat the enemies with equipment only, so the attack wouldn't look like it was done by them. Finally, he ordered Roy to take half the men and attack from the right wing as they would go all the way to the top. The infiltration began. As one of the vampires walked through the mansion's corridors, Chester stalked him from nearby. The man even managed to ask who was there, but before he could react, he was struck in the abdomen with a knife and fell lifeless to the floor. On the other side, Roy's group approached a vampire sleeping in his bed. Roy took a pillow and pressed it against the target's face, suffocating him. The vampire's strength faded gradually until his arm fell lifelessly to his side. Thus, the group began to move higher and higher up the mansion. On one side, Chester swiftly took lives with his knives, while on the other, Roy carried out creative executions using the environment to his advantage. At one point, Chester put a guard in a sleeper hold, causing him to collapse to the floor. Soon after, one of his subordinates reported that the hall guard, along with 3 other vampires, had been eliminated. Chester said he trusted him to handle the rest as his eyes were focused only on Levine. In his office, Levine was complaining to himself, wondering where his tea was as he had been waiting for half an hour and considered his servants completely useless. Suddenly, his door was kicked in by Chester, who shouted his name. Surprised, the vampire asked how the hell he was there, realizing that was why he hadn't heard anyone. Chester stated that he was alone and finished. In response, Levine drew his sword and said they would see who was finished, asking if Chester recognized his pure silver saber, which was more than enough to take the life of a dog like him. Levine attacked, but Chester dodged the weapon and immediately after, grabbed the vampire's arm with his hand, pulling him even closer. Surprised, Levine asked what had happened and if the cat had gotten Chester's tongue, stating with certainty that he didn't think he could win without transforming. In response, Chester simply delivered a powerful kick to Levine's stomach, who rolled across the floor to lessen the impact. The vampire then challenged him to fight for real, since that was what he was there for. Chester, however, retorted that he wasn't worth the effort and that shapeshifters had much more than just their war forms. Confused, Levine asked what he was talking about. But at that exact moment, Roy appeared behind him and plunged a dagger into his stomach. Perplexed, the vampire looked back before falling to the floor, asking how that was possible. Chester explained that this was a lesson for him, because while Levine needed to keep his vampires under strict orders, shapeshifters were pack animals who always fought together. Defeated, Levine just told him to get it over with and end his life. Chester obeyed and, with a perfect slice, separated the vampire's head from his neck. He then ordered them to clean up the mess and get out of there, leaving no trace of shapeshifter activity. A few days later, a subordinate informed Ray that they had gotten something substantial. Ray asked how, and the agent explained that it was millions of dollars. The suspect, Lucille Harper, had tried to hide the money by spreading the transactions across different places, but she wasn't good enough. The subordinate managed to locate all the transactions in the same geographical area, a small mistake that gave her away. Hearing this, Ray commented that he finally had a lead on what to do. The next day at the company, Lucy arrived and found the silence strange, wondering where everyone was. She found the situation weird as an email had said everyone would be back in the office that day, and she even considered going home. However, since she was already there, she decided to make the most of it. She grabbed some chocolate, put milk in the machine, heated up a snack, and even put on a movie, turning what should have been a workday into a day off at the office. Her tranquility was interrupted when she heard footsteps behind her. The girl turned around, asking if anyone was there, but the footsteps just continued, growing louder and louder. It was then that she realized what was happening and quickly tried to reach for her cell phone. However, before she could, Felicia used her magic to order her to stop. Lucy froze in place, obeying the mage's command not to move an inch. She realized she had been ambushed. With her body paralyzed, she heard Ray say that she had been found in cooperation with the mage thief Callum Wells. He informed her that her rights under Gar were to flee, and that she would be taken into custody immediately. For her, it was all over. Meanwhile, Callum was at home researching Las Vegas, New York, and Miami, which according to the forums were the main supernatural hotspots scattered across the country. It was difficult to find concrete data on the population, and he suspected this type of information was kept secret by Gar. Thinking that Lucy might know something, he decided to call her. He found it strange, as she usually answered very quickly. Then suddenly the call was picked up. A voice on the other end called his name, Callum Wells, making him freeze. The voice identified itself as Agent Danforth of the Arcane Regulation Guild, and informed him that they had Lucy with them at that moment. The agent said they were going to have a talk, but in response he just gripped his phone tightly, emanating his vis. As soon as the call was disconnected, Ray commented that Callum was fast. He asked his bald colleague if he had managed to locate him, but the man sitting in a chair denied it, explaining that the line was lost before he could get any trace. Felicia then questioned if they should try calling again, suggesting he might answer if he thought they had demands. However, Ray dismissed the idea, stating that the target was too careful and that tracing the call had already been difficult. For now, they would focus on their primary objective. The trap had been set for Callum Wells, and the expectation was that he would come to save his girl. Far away, Callum wondered how he could have let that happen. After Lucy faced the first interrogation, he thought she would be basically immune. He tried to understand how the Gar had managed to catch her considering the possibility of a spy, but he quickly dismissed the idea as Lucy was too smart to fall for that. Now that they had her, the question was how much they knew. Callum had to assume that his entire operation was at risk. Immediately, he decided he would destroy all his phones, get rid of all the laptops, and consider any item Lucy had in her possession to be compromised. For a moment, he wondered if he should just disappear. With the money he had accumulated, he could buy a new identity and end it all in a single day. However, he clenched his fists tightly, rejecting the thought. He imagined Lucy sitting in a white room in the middle of nowhere, being treated harshly like an animal. He had promised he would protect her, even if it meant going into total conflict with the Gar. Knowing he couldn't do this alone, he moved toward another house in search of help. Meanwhile, Langley was commenting to Clara that he didn't work there anymore as he had gotten a real job as a sheriff. Clara replied that if he was going to sit around eating free donuts, he should at least help her carry some boxes, teasing him by saying she had beaten him. Suddenly, expression changed to one of surprise. She dropped the box on the floor and asked what that was, calling for her uncle. Langley, thinking she had dropped her toy, looked in the same direction and turned pale as if he had seen a ghost. Standing there in front of them was Callum, who stated bluntly that he needed to speak with Alpha Chester. In the interrogation room, Agent Felicia told Lucy to remember her name. She began by asking how long Lucy had been working for the GR, and Lucy replied that it had been for over a decade. Felicia asked about her title and job, and Lucy stated that her position was specialist. The investigator then wanted to know about her involvement with the figure known as the Ghost. Feeling the pressure, Lucy gripped her skirt under the table. Felicia continued, asking when she started working with Alpha Chester if he had asked her to disclose Gar's secrets, or if she held any resentment against the Mage Society. The agent even wanted to know if Lucy was aware of the illegal activity occurring among her associates. Lucy just swallowed hard as Felicia asked if she had conspired in the attack that threatened the GR. Finally, the agent called Lucy's name once more and demanded that she tell them everything she knew about Callum Wells. In Chester's office, the Alpha said he couldn't claim he was anticipating the visit, but that it was a pleasure to see him again. He addressed Callum as Mr. Wells, and Callum got straight to the point, explaining that the matter was about Lucy as he had called her and someone else answered. Chester confirmed that the guard had taken her the day before, and that it was impossible to know how long they had been keeping her under surveillance. He made it clear that, by now, they had already interrogated her and probably knew about the teleportation platforms Callum had built for him. Callum then asked if he knew where they were holding her and how many forces they had, but Chester replied that it was a complicated question. He explained that he owed Lucy consideration for her service, and although she wasn't from his pack, she was still one of his people. However, that wasn't enough reason to send him to a dangerous place. Exasperated, Callum slammed his hand on the table and asked if that meant he wasn't going to help. Langley reprimanded him to watch his tone, but Chester interrupted, clarifying that he didn't say he wouldn't help, just that it would be complicated. Chester explained that he had shapeshifters working with both the GAR and the BSE, and that invading without a good reason would put their work at risk. It wouldn't be a simple vigilante act, but an all-out declaration of war against the GR, something he wasn't ready for yet. Therefore, he was planning to make some arrangements that would need to be clandestine. Callum wanted to know what he had in mind, and Chester asked the protagonist to follow his directions and work under his command, but Callum refused on the spot. The protagonist argued that the only reason he could do what he did was because he operated freely. He wanted Chester's help, but not to the point of allowing him to interfere and compromise his own plans. Angrily, Chester slammed his fist on the table and asked if Callum saw him as some kind of pawn. The protagonist immediately denied it, stating that he agreed to share his plans in good faith, but nothing more. Accepting the terms, Chester adjusted his jacket and stood up, saying that was fine and that he would tell him everything he knew. He revealed that the BSE base was located deep in a forest, and the only way in was by teleportation. But getting close now was next to impossible. Although he didn't know their exact plans, he was sure there were many sentinels and guards ready for any situation. Chester said that even if it was late, he would provide the building's blueprints, and Callum replied that would be useful. The protagonist then asked if he had any shapeshifters inside the base who could carry a teleportation anchor, as he needed it placed somewhere that wouldn't arouse suspicion. Chester confirmed he could do that, but wanted to know what Callum's intention was with all of this. Crumpling a piece of paper in his hand, the protagonist declared it was to save Lucy and that he would do whatever it took to succeed. Later that night, Lucy was sitting in her cell unconsciously repeating her name, Lucille Harper, and that she was a GAR specialist. Gradually, her reasoning began to fragment. Watching her, Gail wondered what they had done to her. Determined to help even if it was beyond her capabilities, she touched Lucy's head and used healing magic. Slowly, the girl began to regenerate, her eyes returning to their normal blue color until finally, her consciousness returned. Confused, Lucy asked what had happened. Gail asked if she was Lucy and the girl confirmed, wanting to know who the woman in front of her was. Gail introduced herself as Hargrave and assured her she wasn't there to hurt her. She then asked if Lucy knew Callum Wells. Instantly, Lucy stood up on the defensive, stating that she had spoken to him but never met him in person. She insisted she didn't know anything else and had already told them everything she knew. Gail clarified that she wasn't interested in what she had told the others but wanted to know just one thing, why Callum taught her to use and tie healing and ruined her life. Lucy replied that she didn't know, but she didn't believe he had done it to hurt her. Clenching her fists, Gail asked if she was suggesting it was an accident, refusing to believe he had taken her away from her family by mistake. Lucy just reinforced that, from the little she knew of him, he wasn't a bad person. Gail then commented that either way, Callum would come to rescue her. Lucy remembered what he had said before and confirmed that he would and that they knew it. Hargrave then warned that she would be waiting for him as Callum would have to answer for what he did.